That's not great for an IP. Sabers is not available though, and Guwan's going.
Smite. Guwan commits into the back line. Encore, however, does hit Shwo, and Awesome has a sway on all over him. A flurry of blades, his way on flashes forward, securing the kill, and Top Esports will win yet another fight, deny the soul, and take an Infernal Dragon for themselves.
Arrive on schedule. The char perfectly timed with the TP. Xiaosu is caught in a complete CC blender. Breathe finds the first kill. Renard's gonna get polymorph with 2 dashes available. Zhuja tries to get out of dodge, but here comes the Grand Starfall. Wei sectioning people off, and he's picked off Hongq, who he feeds to his pack of wolves. Which is try and invade his Raptor's back, and then just flash right on Hongq's head. Flash Charm follow. Do they have the burst? The yellow card can come up from Hongq. Couple more autos off the turret, and the bird will get the kill for
Let's see if they can do it.
Hook misses from YCX, but they are still funneled here, getting blasted by Birdall from the flank. They lose a bit of health there. Sasso with the big engage,
Xiaoya
gets the shockwave combo onto Xiaoya and one-shots him before the fight starts. 2 kills over to Ultra Prime as they find their angle.
2,000 health on the Dragon. They just go for Sheer, but Sheer's doing a beautiful job of tanking in the front line. Another charm goes wide. Equalizer in the back of the pit. LNG can't really get out of here. They're going to have to escort themselves. Rift Herald coming through. They could use it as a play here. There's the cease and desist coming in from Rio to Bulldog, but Bulldog goes into the Frozen Tomb. LNG trying to find their place here. Sheer flashes onto Moham. Moham is down. The Rift Herald play comes through from missing as 1xN solos down Harry.
Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. Since we've been here almost every day, we are very thankful for all of you who continually jump in to see the best region in the world, as we can say that this split, Cubby, and I haven't been milking it enough. So, as we hit about the midway point of our split, it's time to bring that up again as we can flex our first stand results before jumping into teams that absolutely were not at first stand. Teams that hope to one day be within touching distance of that. Right now, today, we are covering Group Nirvana, so, you know, check in with the teams on the left hand of your screen, but focus in on the right, because our first match of the day is going to be Thunder Talk versus LGD, a battle for the top of the bottom of the league.
Yeah, you know, Dia, it is the only double Nirvana game or double day we have on the schedule for all of Split 2, so maybe be on the lookout for a couple fun things we have packed in for Group Nirvana Day. But Thunder Talk and LGD, two teams that are at the top of the right side there of the standings for Group Nirvana. And I think especially with LGD, almost trying to recapture some of the magic we really saw from them in Split 1, where they were a team, Dia, that we were thinking about. Can they challenge those Group Ascension teams? Of course, find themselves in the same spot here, but on the route to hopefully get more chances at the opportunity to compete with Group Ascension teams, as, of course, our playoff format allows as we reach the Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, LGD, as you mentioned, did have a pretty decent run through Split 1, and I think that there are several teams in Nirvana, as I called the bottom of the league, right? Technically, we're separating it into two pieces. There has to be a bottom section, but there are a lot of teams here that did show a lot of promise. I think one of the teams that is surprising me right now is that second team, not LGD, Thunder Talk, that are here, who I had expected to be, based on their Split 1 performance, which I felt was almost in free fall, a much lower placed team coming into Split 2, but that has not been the case. We'll actually get to talk a little bit more about Thunder Talk as we bring them up in case any of you are unfamiliar. The Thunder Talk roster joining us today is going to be Keshi, Junhao, Haru, On, and Feather. On and Feather really notable in the last couple of, the last year, but specifically this split have really stepped up, Cubby.
Yeah, On's the one change coming in for Thunder Talk, because, of course, this was the team that was at the bottom of the middle group that we had, where it was only a Split 1 thing. They did go 0-6 and did not have a good run in the playoffs, but with the addition of On, I think that's really helped Thunder Talk look better, as, again, the top teams of Group Nirvana do get to try and play in the qualification matches against Group Ascension as we dive into the Split 2 playoffs. And if you were at the bottom of the group, the bottom two teams, you're done for the year. So the fact that both these teams do have winning records, that's very important given the single best of round robin today. And we can really talk about both these teams as, hey, maybe we can potentially challenge those Group Ascension teams moving forward. Because I know for LGD, they didn't really get the chance to earn that the first time around, but Thunder Talk, it almost felt like they didn't deserve the chance to earn that either, because they did go 0-6 in their group in Split 1. But what we've seen so far in Split 2 with On stepping in for the team, it has been a marginal improvement, and honestly leads this to be one of the stronger matchups that we have between two Group Nirvana teams today.
Yeah, I would say, Cubby, that it's been more than a marginal improvement. Like, literally just to nitpick the word, because turning their season around from what it was on paper last split to now is not something that many teams can do by just swapping out one player. And so we'll see how far that continues, as realistically Group Nirvana does play a whole lot less games than Group Ascend, which puts them in the awkward situation of, yes, you're succeeding, but for how long are you succeeding? How much of this is just going to be luck of the draw, especially as you go up against unprepared teams, which when we think about LGD is a team that should not be unprepared. They have played 3 matches so far in this round robin and have actually done quite well with an overall positive impression this split, but definitely some chinks in the armor around LGD.
Yeah, I think that, the one change that was made for this team coming into the split is Bertle in the top lane. And it kind of is funny that it feels like the talking point for LGD is Bertle, a player that in the past, I think of Bertle, at least on the come up, he was someone that when he first started making his appearance with just his career in LCK, he was a lot of this being potentially the next big young top laner in the league. That definitely has not been Bertle's career or landscape. I mean, he really had to bounce around going from getting the starting job at Damwon after being a T1 trainee to going to Live Sandbox to now coming over to the LPL. Then he took a quick aside, went over to the LTA North for a split, went back to the LCK Challengers League. Now back in the LPL with the team that originally had him, where he didn't have the best showing. But LGD must have seen something in Bertle, because this is a year where he is actually leading some top laners in categories in his position, which, you know, is not exactly the position that we expect Bertle to be in, as I feel like it's closer to the expectations we had for him at the beginning of the career, less so what we've seen from him in a lot of the plays since those early moments in 2022.
You know, I may have challenged the way that you said marginal earlier, but here I'm gonna do a 180 and say I love what you've just given us with what LGD have seen in Bertle, because it's very clear that they haven't just picked up a top laner and expected him to slot in. They have actually seen a top laner who, while he may have had a difficult career so far, still has that element of star power that the LPL believed in him with earlier, and I think that shows in how much they are willing to allocate to helping Bertle succeed in the top lane. This team has been in large part, and again in small pieces, because League of Legends is a game of inches, but giving up resources around the rest of the map to let Bertle succeed, to put him that much further ahead. And this really comes into play when we look at this small gold percentage increase between what Sasa was getting in Split 1 on the left and what Bertle is getting in Split 2 on the right, and we compare that with the big impact that it has made across their damage share and their kill participation. You and I were talking a little bit before, Cubby, about where this is coming from. For right now, I don't want to focus on where it's coming from. Just the fact that this small increase has led to such a big performance delta is a stat that can tell a story with a little bit of assistance here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, especially with League, it's hard to tell a full story with stats, but the one thing that we all know, if you're doing a lot more with just a little more, that's always good. That really is what we've seen out of Bertle, as I think that he has been put in the position to play a lot of the carries. I mean, we don't have a single tank pick coming in yet from Bertle with the split. So on one hand, I feel like that's why some of the damage numbers are higher, but you also cannot doubt the good gameplay that this guy's been putting forward, as he is leading his team in terms of damage percentage. All like outside of Xiaoya, who is only 0.3% less. If you look at a lot of top to AD ratios across the league, or top to mid, that's gonna be a lot higher for Bertle. And I think it really speaks to one, how really supportive we've seen Hong be for the team, and two, how we've seen the carries of LGD really run with that as a positive for the team that, again, is in the position where we're not talking about them not being around for Split 3. This is a team that's trying to compete in the playoffs of Split 2 in those big qualification matches to make it into the double elimination bracket, where if they do beat a group Ascension team, not only do they get a spot inside of the playoff bracket, but they also get a spot within Group Ascension for next split. So really big matches coming in, of course, if you can make it through those qualification matches. So really something that I think both teams today are fighting for.
And it is going to be in the next few matches that we determine whether these teams specifically, ThunderTalk and LGD, whether they have shots at being in playoffs. That'll be really solidified during the course of perhaps this series and the next two. I don't do the math right now at this point in the split on who's qualifying to playoffs or not, but when we're talking about teams that are this high up in the standings as we approach the middle of the split for them, for this single round robin, teams like LGD and ThunderTalk, who currently sit at 2-0 and 2-1, are going to be approaching the 3-4 win mark if they can keep it going. And the scary thing for these teams is that one of them is going to drop another loss today. Either ThunderTalk going to 2-1 and matching LGD, or somebody starting to pull away from the rest of the group and picking themselves up the third win of the split.
That could be big. I know ThunderTalk, you know, not to put you on the spot today, Dia, but at least for me, watching the tape coming in, I do have ThunderTalk favored today with what I've seen so far, even despite the great play of Bertle. I think that Thunder Talk, again, seeing how well this team has played with On, and again, the damage percentage difference, while we're talking about that, it's only a 0.3 differential between Bertle and Xiaoya. For On and Keshi, it's 7%. I think it really speaks to just how much of the damage load it's on his shoulders to carry, how well he's delivered that, and also how well he has worked with Feather, who I don't feel like looked like a great support last split with Ryan 3 at the helm, but this split with On, this is a bot lane that I think you really have to look out for in Group Nirvana. And I really feel like if there was any a point for Thunder Talk to build off of, Junhao has been so good in the jungle. Just if you have any bot lane that has an edge, we've seen so many teams play around that 3v3. It is one on paper that I give the nod to Thunder Talk, at least today.
You've given me, or you've put me in a tough spot here, right? Because I love On. I love what Thunder Talk have been doing, and I also love an underdog. And so, in the spirit of that, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about the ways that LGD can do well. And this graphic really summarizing it perfectly. We talked about the top lane already, and we also talked about what Hong has brought to this team so far. A big focus for me has been their priority, and I guess a big focus for them as well, now that I'm saying it like this, has been on the Void Grubs early on in the game. Like you talked about, perhaps the lack of tanks in the top lane really contributing to this, because you're going to get so much more value out of it. But Hong has really, in the first 8 minutes of the game, first 10 minutes of the game even, been very focused on using the top lane pressure that Bertle is creating in order to turn that into Void Grubs and later payoffs for the team. So, as a fan of On, I'm looking for Thunder Talk today. But I'm selling LGD today because of this formula. It's always fun. It's always fun. It's always what I like to go for. And to have this idea in our heads of top lane pressure into Void Grubs, continue the story that has been successful for LGD so far, and have LGD as a team continue to lift up their top laner, that's the story that I'm thinking of.
I appreciate how, at least with the stats grabbed, there really is a difference in play of LGD before they made the top lane change over to Bertle, and also a difference in how these two teams do approach the top side of the map with the Grubs. I do think that at least current league strategy, what I've seen be meta right now, and what I'm seeing be changed for the upcoming season, which fortunately, Dia, we don't have to worry about the very significant changes that are on your live client today. We are, of course, still on that other patch as we give our teams a little bit more time to prepare for a patch that I think is really going to change the entire landscape of what the rest of the split's going to look like, quite frankly, with some of the bigger changes that we saw come into the client. But we have seen more teams really try and find those early grub rotations where they're sending their bot lane top maybe before the quest is done, find a little bit of power in, hey, we have a bonus person up here as grubs are spawning. Also, our TP is bots, so they can still respond if need be, and that's helping us get some grub pickups. I do think that LGD, it just has been brute force. Hey, Bertle's been better, so we can play up here for grubs as well, which is great. But the turret taking power, I think I've seen more games where as teams get cleaner throughout the season, we're seeing games where teams do get 3 grubs be a little bit more impactful for how that mid game does break open. Because if you get enough Twitch chatters, or you get the one baby Twitch chatter to spawn next to you by those turrets, and they run in and hit and take up a tower shot too, that really does have a big impact on your ability to take turrets and try and snowball that mid game. So something to look out for if LGD do play through Bertle, get ahead on the top side tonight, those Void Grubs.
Yeah, I mean, I would go so far as to say that is the winning formula, right? And it is a little stricter for LGD because they haven't had as much blatant success in this split so far. Now, again, the additional series perhaps impacting some of that, impacting how we think about this team, where their strengths and weaknesses may lie, where Thunder Talk objectively played less games are also showing less weakness due to that. Perhaps. Could just be that Thunder Talk's untouchable this split. That's not exactly what I'm going with, but, that there's always the chance that we get out of here and go, maybe we should put them in Group Ascend. It's possible. For today, though.
It could be a classic. That's what I'm Thunder talking about night,
You know what? After a whole split of not having them, I would be happy to see it. We'll actually get to see the walkouts now as our teams, again, take to the stage without hand sanitizer, something that we mentioned last time. But this time seems a little less egregious because for the double Nirvana day, I will say, stands are a little emptier. These are the teams that people are not expecting as much from, which can be a blessing and a curse at a competitive level.
You know what? Reasonably so, but we have gotten some fun matches out of them. And again, these are really high-stakes games. So we're talking about the two teams right now that they're sitting at the top of Group Nirvana. They're the only two teams that do have 2 series wins. That's because this is a 6-team single round-robin group. And again, if you are bottom 2, the likes of which EDG and OMG are right now, you do not return for Split 3. Your season is done in Split 2, which is one of the harshest punishments that we see in current League of Legends. If you look at the landscape between what we now have as the 5 major regions. So these teams do play for a lot. I mean, it really is a pressure cooker. And I do think that the experience of playing a group ascension, getting those scrims is big. But when those playoff qualification matches happen, where the top 4 teams, Group Nirvana, do play the bottom 5 teams in Group Ascension, we did see upsets happen at points last year, especially in Split 3. So, I mean, the pressure is always going to be on those teams trying to defend the Group Ascension spot, and not the Nirvana teams that are playing for one of the biggest things you can play for as an organization ever, which is promotion.
And as you mentioned, promotion in the LPL, you've been saying this a lot this split, but especially towards the beginning of it, promotion in this league comes with so much more in terms of in terms of just how good you can get. The pressure cooker that you talk about here as almost a negative thing, right? Like how much it can take out of you turns into a pressure cooker in the best way once you're able to reach Group Ascend and you are able to play against these top teams, many of whom are going to and winning international competitions. Again, little flex.
Yeah.
Little flex for everyone.
I mean, no, I love that, Tia. And again, I think that a lot of fans at home, we've always looked at LCS and LEC and looked at LPL and LCK and been like, hey, you know what? We don't have the same amount of stage games. We're thinking about, hey, we weren't playing the best of series as often as these teams were. I feel like having more stage games that's going to be better. That's going to pay off more when those big moments come. You go from Group Nirvana to Group Ascension, you're going up more than twice the amount of games with a double round robin 8-team group, right? So a lot of opportunity for these orgs to play for a lot as they try and move up the ladder of the LPL, and in this case, decide who ends up being at the top rung of the Group Nirvana ladder by the end of the night, because whoever wins tonight, they're going to be the ones sitting on top.
Yeah, and as we get into the draft, again, reminder that we are doing this from different sides of the rift. We've got the Lucian and Varus ban out of LGD. They know as well as we do where ThunderTalk's bread is buttered. It is down towards the bot lane. And I am noticing that ThunderTalk are not expending as many bans top. Not crazy, since we're taking away things like Orianna, Karma, Nocturne, generically strong picks, but it does mean that Bertle's got the opportunity to, well, pick whatever he wants, if he even wants to pick now.
Rumble, Pantheon, really important picks that are up at the moment. Also, Ashe Seraphine, that combo's been down a little bit in priority, but still available. Bard is one of the counters into it, as you can set up a Bard Ezreal, a Bard Jhin, or a Bard Caitlyn to really try and get picks against that lane. So we'll see if it is something ThunderTalk wants to grab, as they have played that combo once so far this split, but a lot of power picks on the table, Dia. I know that the Pantheon is still up, as Ryze might be locked in here for Haru. And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Ryze Pantheon, or if they want to grab one of the elements of that bot lane duo, they could get Ashe here and just guarantee the Seraphine. It would give away that that's what LGD is playing into. But if you want access to that duo, got to take one piece here. If not, tease the Pantheon. A lot of semi-global power coming out of Ryze Pantheon. That is the block in for TT.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of fun for me. Like, when we are in the draft like this and Bard gets picked up first, it is so flexible in terms of what it allows your composition to do, but like you talk about, also punishes some of the strong combinations that ThunderTalk could have gone with. Because ThunderTalk have not picked a bot laner here, LGD get to lock in whatever lane combination that they like, and then whittle away at the potential strength of On and Feather during the second phase of bans, because you're not going to get your duo of choice. If you pick Yunara, you're missing Lulu, as one small example.
Yeah, that's a choice that TT is going to be faced with here, as Azir taken to match the Rise. But again, I mean, LGD, what they're showing already, definitely going to be under threat against the Rise and Pantheon. They're going to have the ability to really play the map with their ultimates. And Ashe coming in, and I know it's not the pairing with Seraphine if they were to lock it, but the semi-global of the Arrow, or the global of the Arrow and the Hawk shots would also bring a lot more control. But not going to be the case. Instead, going to be the Jace for Thunder Talk. So Keshi, taking one of those carry top laners that we have seen Bertle play quite well, taking that away, and now this semi-global power for the mid-jungle of Thunder Talk, really showing to try and help this Jace out. I assume to try and play for that lane, because when you're against a Jace, taking stuff like Malphite, Gragas to try to get on top of it is usually the answer, is solutions. So with that, Vi's taken away, and topside focus bans are out there for TT, whereas LGD with their bot lane showing and no bot lane showing for TT, they get to deny some of those combos that you were teasing, Dia. So no Sivir and whatever's going to show, and maybe we see a Corki Nami ban, or we end up seeing, maybe a Lulu taken away, so you don't have to face that Yunara Lulu.
This is gonna hurt you, because I am not a big sports fan, so I just have to use the names that everybody knows. But what I'm seeing right now out of Thunder Talk, with the way they've drafted their top side, is essentially they have seen the Shaq on the other side, the person who everybody is going to have to play around, and they've drafted like 3 Mike Tysons to put around him. I know that would never happen. It makes no sense. But if you look at the top side of Thunder Talk, it is meant to make things basically unplayable for Bertle. You're not going to have top lane pressure. That's just not something LGD are going to be working with, and it opens you up for the Ashe and, as you mentioned, Seraphine that was never banned to take command in the bot side for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, they might opt into playing the perceived counter matchup is something they've practiced, and honestly a comp that I think fits well, as we're going to have to find the jungle and top now for LGD. I will say, Dia, if you ever get the chance to have access to cloning and also be a fight booker, I would personally love to see Shaq versus 3 Mike Tysons. I feel like maybe 2 would be more fair, but Shaq versus 2 Mike Tysons would be a fight I might pay money to go see in person. I really would. I think you're cooking there, Dia.
I think we've got something going on. I tell you what, once our league commentary careers are wrapped, we can get into the unethical clone wars of tomorrow. However, there has been an important pivot here. It's not as big of a pivot as Mike Tyson entering a basketball arena, but a tank entering the top lane pool for Bertle is a big shift for LGD.
I don't think it's going to help the damage stats, but I do think it was the game that calls for it. As Bertle's job is to neutralize the Jace as the Scion. And Dia, I was pointing that out. I think you did a great job of summing it up too. You're against Pantheon, Rise, Ashe. There is so much pressure that could be assigned to trying to help this Jace in the top side. Instead of trying to fight that war of attrition, they're going to sign up, take the Scion, and really try and play around this Azir Ezreal dual threat, where Xin has a lot of damage. You can help with that in a little bit later on. But frankly, I think Thunder Talk got a lot of elements of a composition that I really like right now, which is Ashe Seraphine core. If you get these 2 out of lane and into the mid game, once you group the slows from Ashe, the surround sound amping up by Seraphine is massive. And you have Rise Pantheon as a mid jungle duo to try and get both elements of the side lanes ahead, or at least through this early game. So I really do want to see if Thunder Talk with Junhao and Haru have been really good for this team. And I think Junhao has been probably the best player I've seen in Group Nirvana so far in the games. Want to see if they can make sure this map's set up for success.
Well, one of the things that is funny to me about this composition for Thunder Talk is that Riot Games tries their best to balance things around letting everyone play League of Legends. And Thunder Talk certainly have a composition that does not want to let Bertle or LGD play League of Legends. We'll see how it ends up working out for their first game, since it's the only time they'll face off the split.
All right, Dia. You're waiting for some Jaios. We're just going to assume that those took place. As I'm going to assume that Rise is rocking... I'm going to assume Rise was rocking the phase rush there, as I don't think we've got the new runes available or enabled. But Dia, we're diving in. We got junglers with mirrored clears to start off, which means that Pantheon will be pathing to help that Jace, as we kind of recognized you were talking about in draft.
On the other side of this, right, I was talking about the ways that ThunderTalk want to keep LGD from playing League of Legends. LGD have, of course, done their best to do the same thing, right? You talked about the Bard towards bot lane, the fact that this is a counter matchup in the favor of LGD. What are the ways that we're looking at the LGD composition to be, shall we say, anti-fun for ThunderTalk?
Ooh. LGD can't be anti-fun for Thunder. I mean, I feel like Scion's just one of the most anti-fun champions in the game.
Yeah.
I think that's one. Also, I mean, nice impersonation of what Shaq might be in the top lane, by the way. Just for size and stature. I feel like that's kind of fitting in terms of the lore. That's want to get Aurelion Soul, but that's, you know, a global power. We have to pause with the silliness, though. We have an attempted invade here by Junhao.
Found out. I mean, Hong theoretically wins this fight, but Haru's got first rotation out of the mid lane, and unfortunately, YCX is going a bit low as well. This may cost you more than just a jungle camp if you're not careful. Feather gonna walk in, help make sure that this blue buff gets secured, and Junhao, taking this early on, does draw out of his lanes to do so. He extends a line of credit.
Yeah.
And does get the roam from his bot lane, but I don't know.
I mean, I will say, I think that Ashe Seraphine got set a little bit too far behind from this, but at least they set Xin Zhao behind. If Junhao does find Xin later on in the mid game, maybe there's a level advantage where he can cash in, but I do think that the Ashe Seraphine, this really is a duo. They complement each other so well as two of them, Dia, but it is a duo that scales so hard. I think that people really underestimate Ashe's damage. Obviously, this elements of Seraphine scaling are talked about a lot, but Ashe does a lot of damage, brings a lot of control later on in these games that can sometimes be slept on, especially with the slows and just how much it empowers the other elements of your team. As Junhao down a level after the invade, as Hong has more camps, and now the invade starts.
Yeah, now the line of credit gets to be extended by LGD.
Yeah.
YCX on Bard is going to have an easier time, loans those out at a lower interest rate. I don't know why I'm feeling financial today, but it's going on. Feather walking back to lane, I think is spotted by LGD, so they are going to get to go back in for this invade with Krugs spawning really soon. I don't know if Hong has the exact timer, but we on the broadcast do, and unfortunately for him, there is perfect information for ThunderTalk, who know that this is happening.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like the response coming in from Junhao, because he knows that he can't contest this camp, but he can contest the respawn Raptors, which he smited away his own. So, on Feather, not exactly able to fully approach this wave that is in kind of a rough spot for him, but Junhao definitely going to get the better end of the first jungle clear by getting his first respawn Raptors, denying the opponent's respawn Raptors and Krugs, and that base being delayed by Hong. Yeah, that's going to lead to the Krugs going over to the Pantheon too. So, Omega superstar for Junhao here.
The humanity! This is one of those moments where, like, I start getting excited about a moment in a game that realistically is not going to change. It's not the most hype moment, shall we say, at home, but it's definitely changing someone's game. Getting your back stopped twice while your top side is being stolen away, that is a real tough thing to deal with. Is down towards the bot lane, one of the things that I did want to draw attention to, we did mention the early roam from On, maybe setting him a little bit behind. CS-wise, things are going very, very well for Xiaoya, but On is supposed to be able to keep up in this matchup, and not just champion-wise. On has been doing remarkably well this split with being able to CS at an insane level. In fact, when we look across all of the LPL, On is one of the best CSers we have in the entire league. So if you're going to draft somebody into a matchup where they're a bit countered, he is absolutely the player to do it.
Yeah, Core, I think you highlighting the fact that, you know, there was a deposit put down by Junhao to get help with from his bot lane early on. We'll see if On's able to really get back or if that can be paid back. But yeah, looking at On, he's been one of the best CSers we've had across all of the LPL. As really feel like him and Feather, again, this pairing being together, we've gotten more out of both sides from these players. And I think that's been really good to see and a part of the big success story of Thunder Talk here in Group Nirvana. As at the moment, I know we're talking about bot lane CS, but jungle CS has really been what we're fighting over, and Junao continues to get the better of it.
Yeah, even YCX is like, yeah, jungle CS is way more important. He is like holding hands with Hung this entire time, and Heru flashing away in the mid lane. Actually gets his summoner burned basically for free. The ult cooldown out of Tongyuan. A little bit too threatening right now, and lo and behold, we're contesting even more jungle CS by walking in with that extra bit of time and placing another ward down to spot Hung.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Raptors are going to be up. We've been taking them all games, so might as well continue the info as that continues to be gathered. Do like that walk from Heru. As losing the flash will be something that we will see if Heng can revisit. As, I mean, big part of playing Azir mid, whenever you can get those flash advantages, trying to punish. As a flash guarantees the scoop and hopefully the score. Hung ends up making the visit. At the moment, though, Junhao making the visit towards what could be the first dragon of the game. Going over to Thunder Talk. I think that's going to go. So, well played.
I think this dragon is technically snuck. I mean, spotted on vision just now, but most of this dragon was done out of vision, so there's no chance for LGD to contest. It's not often that we see something like that. We're normally pretty on vision when it comes to early objectives, and to be honest, most teams in the LPL prefer to take dragon a little bit later than Thunder Talk just did, so a very sneaky objective gets Thunder Talk an unexpected advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, one with, again, all the shifting and posturing, it's kind of funny to see our junglers who have fought a lot, or at least posture around camps early, be pretty much even. And also see bot lane kind of be even, as On is picked some of that CS back up off of a couple of the YCX walks to go help mid. Again, do think that if Tongyuan can at least coordinate with Hung to get in here, try and make a play, do think it's really important that Azir gets ahead, gets big in this game, as again, LGD rocking more of a two-threat comp with that big Scion at the top side. So I think the focus to get Azir going, we've seen early Nashor's Tooths for Azir turn into a lot if teams can get this champion rolling. So posturing around mid again, as an arrow coming out.
In comes the Ash Arrow, over the top comes the Pantheon! Thunder Talk set this up. They bait the Raptors, and they find first blood for Heru. Will they get a little bit more? That was a nice realm warp, but Hung's out. Hung's out. Very nicely set up by Thunder Talk, though. 9 minutes into the game, they pick up first blood, and might be able to get a little more.
I mean, it gets the flash out. I think the one thing I'm a little bit bummed about is that it kind of took him off grubs. I do think that if realm warp is saved, you could use it just to rush down grubs with the Pantheon and keep the focus going in terms of the neutrals instead. Here comes the scoop.
Shuffled in. Heru actually popped his phase rush, and I was going to say nearly got out. Actually did get out. Even flashless being shuffled into his Xin Zhao. This does open up Rift Heralds as a possibility for LGD, though, as without a flash, difficult to contest. Will this get him? Will it find the rise? It will, but no kill.
I mean, at least delays the base a little bit. Azir does get 2 waves in, and they are going to get grubs, which for Azir teams can be big dia. So gold lead, it's a 1.5k advantage for Thunder Talk, but LGD walking out with the grubs. We'll see if they can turn that to some more gold, as of course a lot of standing fights for them to try and stack.
This is pretty. This is a pretty big deal to me. And just thinking about this in the context of LGD and where they're supposed to be strong compositionally versus where they want to be strong coming into the day, we know that this is a team that likes to play for Void Grubs, but that was also forced into picking Scion for their top laner. The fact that they get Void Grubs anyway is really nice for LGD.
Yeah.
Scion pressure, perhaps not the biggest part of it, but still a win.
Again, I think that realm warp that they used to try and chase out Hung, I think that was a little bit of a reach. They did get Xin Zhao's flash, but it kind of enabled Xin Zhao to walk around his own Raptor pit. They got the gank on Rise. They forced Haru back and did snag the grubs for themselves. So, at least for TT, it's still a gold lead for them. I think that looking at some of their win cons, I mean, the bot lane's in good shape and scaling. Oh, hold on. Burtle trying to make something happen top. Keshi.
Be able to. I mean, it's really easy for Xin Zhao to get on top of this, and the slow into knock up off the decimating smash should mean a kill. Going over to the top side. It is going to be Hung that picks that up. It's a nicely coordinated ult play in the top lane to get your jungler a little further ahead.
Grand Starfall just came off cooldown almost as I started talking to you. And Haru's Realm Warp is just about to come off cooldown as well. So that's a timer. They were able to find top. They set the Jace behind at the point where those two semi-globals weren't available to try and help defend the top side. I think that's a good timer found by LGD as they try and pick some of that gold back up and do so successfully, getting that gold onto Burtle and Hung.
And if LGD are going to be threading the needle in terms of timing, it is up to ThunderTalk to abuse the heck out of their own needle and continue making plays. Keep your eyes on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow cooldown as well, as that was how they set up for the last play that they made that got first blood over to Haru in the mid lane. It was around the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. When that is off cooldown, expect ThunderTalk to be using these globals and semi-globals to make their impact felt.
I mean, I think the other interesting thing I'm looking out for this game is how much poke can Burtle neutralize on the Scion. As, like, he really wants to be standing in front, absorbing the Jace. Just interested to see if he ever gets those opportunities. As Dragon's being pulled, the semi-globals are available. TT might want to fight.
Want to contest. Junhao's going to be able to walk in and actually just smite this away. That's two Dragons to ThunderTalk now as Tempered Fate will connect on. Letting YCX walk this one out for now, but everybody goes through the magical journey to jump right on top of him. Hung low and flashed on with the beat drop. Lamini goes down as a Grand Starfall comes in and puts Tongyuan right in the sights of Junhao. Feather not going to be able to lock him up, and Junhao actually in a bit of trouble, but he reverses that with the help from his Seraphine. Feather securing the kill with a high note. Insult to injury and a dragon for ThunderTalk?
I mean, crazy steal from Junhao. And just as we were giving praise to LGD for finding these positive plays against TT around their semi-global timers, what happens when those tools become available? They start a dragon when the waves were able to be contested. They're still down a bit of gold, and TT collapsed as the semi-globals are available. And this start, I mean, to have the flash smite Q from Junhao, which with the Pantheon execute does beat Xin, but still a massive steal, a lot of time wasted. And LGD are already split as the fight starts and get more split off as the fight continues. All Bard Ezreal can do is fight to get out. Meanwhile, they try and turn the play onto Haru, who does burn his flash, but does get more kills to turn things around. I think Tongyuan in the back half's just, I mean, kind of extra dressing, right? On the side of it all. So TT gets everything that they want from that play, as they get 3 kills, the dragon for themselves, and open up a giant lead for themselves.
Junhao, absolutely the biggest part of it, especially when you look at 2 dragons up early on. You've got to be thinking about the jungler, but even when you look at the way that he's playing Pantheon in that fight, you're seeing a lot of activity out of Junhao really early on into this game. His first 2 Grand Starfalls have collected kills, and he is buying so much space for the bot lane of Ashe Seraphine, of On Feather. 2 separately terrifying combinations now put together to be even more terrifying. We have Tempered Fate going out in the bot lane, perfectly timed to shuffle Keshi, or I guess push Keshi back into the waiting arms of his teammates. YCX does go low, and we had an Enchanted Crystal Arrow used defensively, but nonetheless, it is LGD, who 15 minutes in, have picked up yet another kill and opened up the bot lane tower.
Yeah, you're still trying to see them as they're behind pretty bad now. Fish for what is finding Jace. A lot of strategies that we do see in the Jace teams, because if you allow Jace to operate on his own devices, he gets pretty big as the game goes on. So shutting down Keshi again, that's a good find. The punishment is that, you know, a happy mid-wave push for On, and Rise gets some free time at the top side. But frankly, that goes relatively unpunished. So good plays for LG. And again, pressure is going to be on them when those semi-global timers are down to try and make things happen. Those big ults for TT are unavailable. So I think in that aspect, I mean, free gold on the Azir really can't complain as the game plan to try and get Tungyuan ahead. I'd say overall as a team for LGD, it is slow, but Tungyuan himself in okay footing.
Feather really wants to set up a play here. Counter these ganks onto Keshi with a little bit of assistance for his top laner. They've got Heru in the area with Realm Warp available as well. All this happening for ThunderTalk while they make a play topside to get Rift Herald. The solo mission from Junhao that secures a crucial objective, continuing with the LGD pattern of picking up the Void Grubs and letting the Rift Herald go.
Well, Dia, I mean, I guess we did see the objectives get traded in the way, in a sense, of what we thought when we started this one out. I think the, you know, that focus on the top side, just the fact that TT has gotten the first 2 dragons with Ashe Seraphine as the bot lane, kind of the big twist on this game that has us feeling like this is a little bit TT favored at the moment.
I've definitely been feeling that way. I've not been shy about praising Junhao for those first 2 dragons, but when it comes to the third, the rest of ThunderTalk is going to need to step up to the play in every way. Nice dodge on the Tempered Fate. Does keep ThunderTalk really confident in his mid lane, and I mean really confident. On is stepping up like he's wearing dancing shoes, and I suppose he is, as he is yet to be hit by a singular skill shot from LGD.
I mean, as a Stormrazor in tow, too, which we aren't usually seeing the Ashes go for. I think Hex Optics has been a little bit more common of late, and of course the Kraken build still what I would consider standard, but Stormrazor, I guess, extra juice to try and get even more move speed to apply the slows to the right target might be the idea for On. Gonna hurt a little bit in the Cyan damage department later on, but choice that On's making for this game as Heralds drop, and here comes a fight.
Crystal Arrow gets eaten by the Pain Train, but an Encore connecting onto 3 actually opens things up for ThunderTalk. They're able to do a lot more damage, play fully front to back through Sion, and Bertle on this infrequented Sion can do nothing for his team but die as the 3rd dragon of the game spawns. Rift Herald Crash goes off without a hitch, and ThunderTalk look for even more, threatening a dive on Xiaoya before they even turn their eyes to the 3rd dragon.
And with the Realm Warp, they're going to make sure they get that dragon quickly as the attempted engage from Bertle. It doesn't connect, Dia, and we do see some of the power of that Ashe Seraphine, because the Encore was big. But again, just the surround sound to try and reset everything. It felt like the Scions didn't even connect in the backline. And I think that as long as LGD's not able to DPS with Tungyuan, which I don't think he's big enough to DPS with yet, and that was not a fight where that's going to be a scenario, but like a bit of a desperation fight before the 3rd dragon spawns. They lose it. The 3rd dragon goes to TT's way, and now it is at almost a 5k gold lead as an ult's coming in, and goodbye Azir.
Tungyuan actually gets out of this for now. Emperor's Divide buys him just enough time to do so, and there's no follow-up from ThunderTalk, but that is one important cooldown burn when we think about how it is that LGD want to be getting into this game. You mentioned that the engage maybe went a little wide on Ashe, and nonetheless, Flash got burned here. You've got to be threading that needle.
Yeah, I mean, it got burned, but again, once Feather is able to kind of reset things here, and it is a beautiful Encore as he winds up, finds 2. But that, the damage, the double W, just negates all the damage that came out before. So I think that LGD needs a little bit more of an elongated poke process without Jace. Or they need to find those cleaner engages where it's not the 5v5 and Seraphine just gets to really bask in all the value that she gets, which is the AoE value of that surround sound being doubled up on. When you get the double Ws, it's just crazy healing that you get coming in from Seraphine. And the engages from LGD just going to need to be a little bit cleaner if they don't want to deal with that, as it looks like an arrow connected up here on the Tungyuan, but he's able to sneak out before Keshi gets involved.
ThunderTalk very happy to go fishing with that cooldown, as it's going to get lower and lower as the game goes on, but On's been setting up a lot for his team around the Enchanted Crystal Arrow cooldowns. I haven't been as amazed as I have by Junhao, but On's making top 2 for me this game so far, with Feather having a strong argument for third. Looking around this Baron, though, is where those team fight and global performances are really going to matter. Who can draw a little bit more pressure out of LGD, who I should note, Cubby, are really not in control of this game. It's not just that we're talking up ThunderTalk because they're doing well in a vacuum. They are doing well in comparison to their opponents right now and have the most control of this game, despite it being only a 4,000 gold lead or so. There's not much that LGD can do. The plays they can make are limited.
That's a good call. The plays we've seen them even attempt, it's plays on the Jace and the side lane, right, with some overloads to help. And it has been around those semi-global timers being down. Right now, for TT, the Grand Starfall and the Realm War are both available. And ThunderTalk's in no rush. They don't need to try and pull this Baron or make things interesting. LGD might have to make things weird if they want to steal this Cloud Soul away. And at the moment, yeah.
A lot of pings came up towards this top side, but Realm Warp is going to answer it. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow denies even more of the engage, and Xiaoya's in such an awkward position in the Baron pick and have to get over the wall, and that is after having lost his support. Bertle's trapped in here as well. ThunderTalk, they're starting on LGD. They might finish on the Baron. Junhao is trapped in here for a little while longer, with Bertle chasing him down, but slows off a Feather, are going to keep him up, and Haru gets to position aggressively. In goes the Grand Starfall onto Xiaoya, and Junhao commits. He knows he wants not just the Baron, he wants everything for ThunderTalk, and he'll get it as Hong gets slowed up, knocked up, and taken down. A double kill secured for Keshi, and ThunderTalk get everything.
Looks like a flip got Harrow back, but Harrow, he still goes down. They got everyone, Dia.
That was, I would say, almost disrespectful positioning out of your Rise, but it works when the fight starts like this.
Yeah, and I want you guys at home to keep your eyes on Tongyuan, because I think that he doesn't really get chances to auto, given where this fight takes place. First off, beautiful encore flash from Feather, as they get, that's the first kill. But like, Bertle gets stuck in the pit, Xiaoya gets stuck in the pit, and Tongyuan's able to auto here. But then how they split on the back half, with Xiaoya really never being connected with the team, they split in 2-3 different directions again. And the only other chance that Azir gets is to go for the flip, the hero play onto the Rise, which is what got Haru in the tough position. But I really feel like you need to create the space for Azir to auto. And a lot of these fights being taken by LGD, they're trying to go for picks or plays because they need the force, but the winning factor of that, if it's going to work for them, is Azir going to be able to DPS? We have not seen Tongyuan be in position to DPS when these engages have come in. So the groupings, the fights for LGD, they look tough. And when you make those mistakes into Ashe Seraphine, that duo, and what they give to the rest of the team, it's really hard. It's going to be tough to win the game. And that's probably going to be TT favored here, is Dragon and half.
This is Soul. Should TT be able to secure it? Crescent Guard goes out, and even still, Junhao steals the Dragon, and Encore connects onto 2. And ThunderTalk, they know they've got this game, this fight in the bag. On is able to walk down the Azir, and that's how you know that things have gone from bad to worse. A Realm Warp forward and a triple kill for Junhao. It may not have ended the game. The Nexus may still be alive, but to me, I'm typing GG's already.
Yeah, I mean, the Ashe Seraphine, what this duo can do to empower the rest of your map is crazy. And I think the way that Junhao played to empower the rest of his map, he's got to be the MVP of this game for me. It's between him or Feather, as Feather has hit a couple of really nice encores, but this guy's hit every smite. I mean, it felt like he was almost training on the chickens that he was stealing away from Hung to make sure that he could actually find the big chickens and the dragons later on, as the 2 Q smites did go Junhao's way. And this entire map has gone his and his team's ways. Yeah, I mean, TT, top 2 teams we have in Group Nirvana, Dia. ThunderTalk's making it look not that close here in Game 1.
I have to agree with you. And this is coming from an LGD Coper. Before we got into the series.
An underdog enjoyer.
Have looked extremely locked in. Unfortunately, YCX not letting his game slip too much either. He may have lost control of a few tempered fates. A few magical journeys may not have gone his way, but doesn't mean we're walking into the Enchanted Crystal Arrows just yet. Changyuan thinking about a play right now. It's an awkward time as Azir when your team is this far behind, when you really, as you say, just want to auto. But we're playing a game like this where your prayer is a fantastic Shurima shuffle. To be honest.
I mean, that they haven't connected. Just felt like some desync from LGD is another fantastic encore. Gets a kill.
Forces everyone from LGD not to play League of
boy.
Legends. Hung, he really wants to play League of Legends, but unfortunately, this is not the game to do so. 26 minutes into this one, Haru's knocking on the base already, and Tangyuan tries to get aggressive himself again, forced to make this play, only to get a Grand Starfall right on top of him. Birdall is going to continue having the effect that he has had this entire game. That is to say, none on this Scion. And Thunder Talk will clean him up for the third time this game. Neutralize the most important piece of LGD, and in their own fountain, shut them down and pad the stats, picking up a Game 1 victory.
Yeah. Oh, that's a pretty one-sided game there for Thunder Talk. Is you know, we did say coming into the day, if TT were to end up on top, it would just be another day. If that's what I'm Thunder talking about, and TT doing a lot of that, making sure that this is fought on their territory. As that was nothing but a one-sided game one, Dia. I really don't even know where to go from there. That was just kind of the clapping from start to finish. It really felt like the close attempts that LGD had. I mean, they made 2 good plays into the Jace. And that was really about it. Besides that, that game was played at the beat of Junhao and Thunder Talk's drum.
I spit on myself. What am I going to do with this now? What am I, gonna do? I have to change sweaters. I don't even know if I have another sweater. I might just wait for it to dry off between series.
I do like that sweater. I would not change that sweater. I'm a fan of the sweater.
Keep it. Maybe I'll just cash the rest of the time like this. You know, which actually might help me, because if my heart were to be on this side, it is going to need a little bit more care. Especially with the way that Thunder Talk were playing against LGD. As we said, I was an LGD Coper coming into this. The way that Thunder Talk drafted, though, makes me think that they felt the same. They had clearly done their research on LGD, and the way that they drafted Ryze, Pantheon, Jace first round was, I think, the biggest middle finger you could give to a team that you know wants to play through their top laner.
I think it's a great point. Like the semi-globals, we saw them be big, and the lead that we did see Azir try to get in the mid lane was gone to the wayside. I know the UI wasn't exactly the traditional one we have, where we have the gold differences pointed back and forth. We just have to guess with items in the inventory, as us old school League of Legends casters used to have to do in the day, without having all the privileges as some of the new features the new UI brought us. But yeah, I just don't think that LGD, again, this is, we've seen Ashe Seraphine, as I talked about at the start of this game, go down a lot in priority of late. And I think that's because as the season's gone on, teams have gotten better at playing together and gotten better at playing fast into it. We've seen a lot of Nautilus, MF Nautilus into it. We've seen attempts at Mel Pike, like just ways to play faster into Ashe Seraphine. I'd say the team that has double globals, then being able to kind of help ensure the Ashe Seraphine as well as the Jace on the top side, that is a way where you can slow the game down. And we didn't see the Yasuo Bard really be able to punish Ashe Seraphine, because as Ezreal, you're kind of there just to exist. And you don't have the poke to actually force them out of lane, because it is Ashe Seraphine. Which kind of leads me to think, like, why open with first pick Bard when, you know, you could give away Ashe Seraphine, get Bard later, or you could have gotten your hands on Ryze Pantheon in the draft. And also, when Bard was the plan to counter this, you still let Ashe Seraphine go through, which I feel like Bard first pick is a pick to try and prevent Ashe Seraphine. You still got crushed by it. So just a toughie overall for LGD, Dia, as I feel like their strategy they tried to set up really didn't pan out.
I'm in a... I mean, you want to pick apart what actually happened in the game, because it gives you somewhere to go for the next one. And I say this both as a fan, as a commentator, and as somebody who's trying to put myself in the shoes of even these competitors. You want to look at the way that this game played out for LGD and point out the individual mistakes, but I don't think that there were a whole lot of huge blunders from LGD. Sure there were mistakes. Any game of League of Legends is going to have mistakes, but from my perspective, a lot of this came down to what the draft was actually enabled to do out of LGD. And who that comes down to, I mean that's a tough one. Thunder Talk, of course, they did play this game exceptionally well, especially when it comes to control of the map around Dragons. Junhao huge on that front, but I found myself leaving this game and going, not, I wonder if XYZ person is going to int next game, but instead going, well, I hope LGD get a better draft next game.
Yeah, I think that if there was any player that had a bad time or a toughie, and I'll give it a bit up to draft, because I think that sometimes playing Azir in a range is hard, because Azir is more of a stand and fire DPS build than it is what was like the... I feel like they reverted him back to what he was like Season 5 the last 2 seasons, rather than where he was at like kind of the mid like or early 2020s of being a lane bully and a poker. Now we're a late team fight DPSer. I think that Tong Yuan could have played better overall that game. As I'm watching some of these fights back, he's kind of getting solo zoned out by Ryze. And I talked about how he wasn't in position to DPS when his team was going in. Definitely felt that way, and I do feel like Azir didn't have much of an impact. But yeah, this game got so out of control, it was kind of hard.
On Bertle? Like, I thought this Sion pick did a whole lot of nothing, which, like,
yeah,
in one column is just going to be Sion, but on the other, I don't think this player is ready to play tanks.
Maybe not. That was an interesting art we had on our screen there. I think that he played the Sion somewhat okay in the lane. I think the engages and how the team took them, definitely some fair criticism there. But I think Sion was the right pick for the game. But I think also leads credence to what we were talking about earlier, Dio, with that Bertle is leading a lot of top laners in a lot of categories going into this series. And part of the reason for that is that he has been able to play carries in every single one of his first 6 games. That has gone quite well for LGD. So if that's not the case in the series tonight, I think that's definitely something to look out for Game 2 is Bertle empowered a little bit more to be a carry in draft. Because the team didn't look like they were together in a lot of aspects that last game, and Bertle was playing a different style than what the team was used to playing. I think it was the right pick for that game, but definitely not the style we're used to seeing from LGD, and it showed in the gameplay, because they had a tough map one.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too hard on Bertle. There are a lot of things that I think team fight wise I'm going to leave open-ended. I mean, I would definitely encourage everybody to go back and form their own opinions based on what you saw. Let us know, of course, what you're thinking in the chat about how this game went. But one thing that everyone could agree on all game was how impactful Junhao was for Thunder Talk. Crushed it on the Pantheon. And I really mean that, like, on this pick specifically. We see a lot of people pick Pantheon and not really get anything done, not really have the impact that Junhao was able to have. This is Pantheon played right.
It was, I mean, a clinic at home for how, as a jungler, if you have a winning smite, which Pantheon always does with the Q smite, you can bully people off objectives and trust your hands to hit those smites every time, as Junhao did very well in that game and helped his team and Thunder Talk get the win.
Yeah, really impressed. I mean, contesting every camp, contesting every
It was
objective.
impressive, honestly, looking back, yeah.
Yeah. I'm leaving this game very, very happy. Even though, again, I was LGD coping. Junhao, as you say, masterclass on Pantheon. And he couldn't have done it without the team, but he was really the big support of the team. And that's something that we like to recognize here at the LPL English, especially when it comes from you at home, when the big support is coming from fans of the LPL English. As, in case you're wondering, the best way to support the LPL English is going to be through our coffee, which enables us to run these incredible broadcasts, as a vast majority of your contributions go directly to supporting this broadcast, whether it be enabling the broadcast package, paying on-air talent, or setting us up to create even more content like the podcast that we have been releasing this year. I'd absolutely recommend that you all check it out, because it is the best way to support the LPL English. And while you do that, we're going to take a quick break and come right back with Game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Thunder Talk versus LGD, the first of our 2 matches here on the LPL English today, and the first game being taken by Thunder Talk, Cubby. That was a, shall we say, convincing game by the lads over at Thunder Talk. What is it you say? That's what I'm Thunder
talking about. Yeah, it rolls off the tongue nice, Dia. You know, get some of the TT way going here. But no, I mean, we were talking in the break about like, hey, maybe we should have gotten goofy about that game earlier, because it kind of really felt like it was a few small things that added up into a big lead. And once that big lead was received, man, did TT blow that game open rather quickly and cleanly in their favor, as they really made sure that that game 1 was fully in their control. So trying to switch things up for the game 2 draft, Dia. Looks like it's going to be TT on blue side with first pick for this one, as we continue to see jungles and mids banned. But of course, the Seraphine and Bard, I think 2 of those really big supports that kind of are next up, next to the Karma. So curious now that we get other options for Feather or YCX. These are 2 players that oftentimes will play engage for their team, and that has been something that's been a little bit more apparent for YCX and LGD. So looking out for some engage supports maybe coming in this game too.
You could really tell when he was on Bard, and LGD were reliant on things like Tempered Fate landing to set up plays. The biggest question for anybody watching this series, anybody who's been keeping up with LGD, is what on earth is Birdle going to play this game? Last time LGD, they opened with a Bard. They tried to get some bot lane pressure in this creative way, which again, I liked. This time, they are dealt a Lucian first. Do you address the threat, or do you set yourself up for a Birdle topside?
Dude, what is awesome done to this league, Dia? We just have first pick Lucians coming in left and right here. As I will say, this is a bit of a deny away from Xiaoya, who coming into the day, Lucian was Xiaoya's most played. And you have both Nami and Milio to pair Lucian with, as we've really seen the Milio option kind of rising in priority. But looks like the instant response is going to be that Yunara Lulu. So yep. I think it dissuades the Nami a little bit, and if anything, maybe empowers some engagers being taken. But Lucian Rel is, I don't think, a lane that many teams are ready or willing to play. So I think it's just going to be a Nami or Milio pairing, and we can just go from there.
Yeah, Milio is a safe lock, and this isn't really something that you can save for after the next phase of bans, because Milio is going to get taken away if you don't pick it now. It leaves Thunder Talk open to pick any other lane, since we've just been so focused on bot lane, and realistically LGD are going to have to answer. They are keeping a lot of focus in the bot side though, and I'm not sure who this is favoring just yet, especially when I want to re-emphasize that Birdle is the player to watch on LGD. Sion fell flat. If LGD want to win this game, they need a Birdle win con.
Yeah, and I will say right now, the Annie coming in for Harrow really trying their best to remove that Yunara Lulu win con, because dropping Tibbers on the back line, that and a culling follow-up, I think that's going to make for a pretty big early to mid game for TT. Whereas for LGD, Yunara Lulu does take a little bit longer to get online. And Rumble looking to be that topside bridge, so Birdle does get his hands here on a carry, Dia. But now they're going to take away, I assume, some answers or counters to the Rumble. We'll see what Kashi wants to grab. As I do think at times with Annie, it is really important that you end up pairing up with a jungler that has some damage or a top laner that has some damage, because Annie has a lot of upfront damage, but not a lot of damage overall if you do get a continuous fight. That said, I think removing Ambessa is smart from LGD, and Lee Sin is well smart, because Annie, Lee Sin, we've seen a little bit more Lee Sin play, and he does pack a lot of that mid-game damage in the jungle. So trying to remove a little bit more over the top and mid-game power from TT with those bans.
Yeah, so you got a lot of Lee Sin potential cooking up in the LPL, whether it be from the jungle or if you're truly an LPL enjoyer and have been watching all the games.
Yeah, we banned Yone?
You can catch some Lee Sin top lane every once in a while.
By the way, Annie crushes Yone in lane. I'm really surprised about that Yone ban, as I know Rumble's showing, but Annie to Yone is one of Annie's better matchups. I mean, if you mess up and Yone gets ahead of all, you can get put on the timer, but I find that to be kind of a weird ban.
Maybe they're removing like an AD threat from the mid lane that would make it all like technically more powerful.
I mean, I guess Yunara Rumble is a lot of magic damage showing, and Ahri doesn't exactly help with that. But I'm don't... I think that's like the best reason I could think of, Dio. But I don't like that into Annie, again, where you're posturing for an early mid-game comp, and Annie dominates that mid-lane matchup. It really does. So, kind of interesting. Ahri being taken as hopefully some more backline threat against Lucian Milio. But pretty positive matchup for Annie in the mid lane.
I knew we were.
It was going to be
big
Cassante.
Tanky, but yeah, like if you're thinking ahead to banning out diversified damage compositions, of course you're picking a tank, and Keshi on Cassante is going to be a nice neutralizing matchup into Bertle. The Nefiri actually works really well here, doing exactly what you were talking about earlier, adding a lot of damage on top of Heru for the opportunity to pop off through this mid lane and turn Annie into a snowballing monster.
Well, Trundle taken. I gotta say that having Trundle solo as frontline, I think is a pretty bold strategy, Dio. I like Trundle plus Enchantresses. I do. I think that Enchantresses can really power Trundle, who, of course, is going to want to be ulting a Cassante to try and yoink those stats away. But solo frontline into Lucian Milio, which makes your life horrible as Trundle, by the way. I mean, we're dashing away from the pillar, and we're giving the super mega fire kick on the Milio, you know, to make sure that you can't get in range. Annie as well, as the easy stuns. Nefiri is really mobile. I really feel like Trundle was a bit of a reach pick here. I would have preferred Poppy, quite frankly, if you're going to have solo frontline. At least the steadfast presence can really help you hold the line. But solo frontline Trundle is going to be really tough to operate for LGDs. So I think they have some scaling elements, but really concerned for them, especially after that game one where they got blown out of the water by ThunderTalk, about what they're going to be able to do early against the ThunderTalk comp that is showing a lot of early game power and strength.
Yeah, when I'm looking at this composition, I will say I'm coping a little bit for the Trundle, just to continue really leaning on that word today. I feel like that's really encapsulated where my head is at. The Trundle in this match, to me, functions as a form of, shall we say, budget disengage, or very low commitment, right? You're able to throw out the pillar, you're able to put people in awkward spots, and to me, I'm looking at this and hoping the LGD are getting to objectives first, that they're not letting Junhao sneak away dragons like he was last game, because that's where Trundle can be really powerful to create tight corridors, enable something like your Rumble and Yunara, even Ahri, to funnel people through one area and with AoE, eviscerate them.
I'm with you. I really want to see if they can, utilize or they operate that pillar or that again. The solo front line is going to be really tough to navigate. I think Ahri's the slippery mid where you can do it with, but for Rumble Trundle, we will see. As I know, diving into this one, Dia, we did want to use the start of the game as a bit of a talking point to talk about ThunderTalk's remaining schedule in Group Nirvana, because this is a matchup between our two top teams at the moment in Group Nirvana. And with our Nirvana day, it is something in the way, as we at least have a couple more matches for ThunderTalk and two teams that are lower in the standings to try and at least make sure that they are able to find the top of the group. And with a win today, I feel like their best competition is out of the way.
This game, especially given how well it went in game number 1, should be inspiring to a lot of ThunderTalk fans that are looking towards playoffs right now, because realistically, you could qualify here. Numerically, you almost should, if they can win this game. And LGD, it is up to them to reverse that fate, see what they're able to do after what was a very difficult game 1, where they did lose control. We saw that largely around not being able to coordinate with the top lane Sion. Again, coming back to that, maybe coming down a little heavy on it. I don't think LGD really had a game plan that could deal with that, and Junhao was a big part of serving them curveballs as well. That getting done again in bot lane as everyone takes their reset together.
Yeah, kind of a interesting reset here coming out of Junhao, because we did have Hong on the Trundle, he got involved in those topside camps and took some camps away from Junhao. So the blue and the Gromp went over to the Trundle. Hong's Trundle, that is. And the Fury just got the Wolves and the AoE camps kind of down. So it was very much a AoE camp clear, as the Trundle was able to force him off of a few. And Hong, at least able to, you know, try and fight more for his own camps or a potential red buff. As I think he got the news that red buff would still be available, as he saw Fury walk by a ward. Meanwhile, trading bot.
As a Melio enjoyer, whipping that super mega fire kick is one sure way to lose the trade before it starts. And LGD end up not just winning in the bot lane, but winning in the whole bot side of the jungle. As Hong is able to pick up red buff as well. With a minute left on Dragon, LGD are currently running the bot lane. It could very quickly change, as On has recently taken his reset, only to come back with double longsword.
Do you think as we get through this early game, again, just kind of curious to see what happens around this first Dragon? I know we talked about the Trundle being solo frontline. I don't think that Dragon's going to be doable around 6. Just Lucian Milio should have advantage or push down here. And I think Annie 6 is enough to make sure that Junhao maybe gets that early Drake for himself. That's what I think it's really important on the Fury to clear. You don't really hit your stride as a jungler until you get to those, you know, 2 items. You really want the Shojin, and you really want more. As we did see bottom lower right there, you saw the ward that Junhao walked over that really enabled Hong to make sure that he went and got enemy red buff for himself. So appreciate the broadcast showing that info, as sometimes that can be missed over. And LPL broadcast, what we get as a feed from behind the scenes, those observers always on top of the ball to make sure that you never miss any of the action.
Especially this series caught a lot of really important moments, and especially around the bot lane, they have been locked in, understanding that On is, I think I used the phrase in Game 1 draft, where the bread is going to be buttered for Thunder Talk, particularly partial to that turn of phrase, and especially here, where On has been such a fantastic way to play the game for Thunder Talk, and has the Lucian, who, as you mentioned, in this particular game, is going to be really difficult to punish when he gets those ice skates on.
Yeah, more levels for the Lucian Milio, the better. I think that once 6 comes in, and that's where the calling can be really lethal. It's kind of curious to see what happens around the Dragon. Again, I think that Annie Power should make sure this does go over the side of TT if they want it. But just prioritizing farm and the Fury for me also does make some sense. We do see one of those common Tibbers for health trades drop. The fact that Tibbers did eat 2 tower shots. Not going to be too happy about that as the bearer, but hey, you know, despite me talking about health trades mid and Annie having the power, or Lucian Milio down here bot, it is Trundle brute forcing the Dragon. And Thunder Talk trading that over. So Fury is going to get some camps, be happy, but I think LGD is going to be very happy to get the first Dragon of the game for themselves.
I mean, especially seeing how Junhao played game number 1, I'm looking at this and going, well, they didn't want the Dragon, which may be a little unfair of me, to be honest. Maybe giving a little bit too much credit over to Thunder Talk, but it's credit that Junhao absolutely earned in the first game. And if we're not contesting a Dragon with, as you say, Cubby, a composition that should be ready to do so, you're trading it for something else. And in this particular case, Junhao is trading it for a little bit of revenge around the top side, grabbing the red buff that he lost earlier.
Oh, the flip. That's a
All
big
out
one.
coming in as well. Junhao's on the way and has just hit level 6, but Birdall smartly disengaging right back on up to his tower. Takes a bit of damage for it, but it is nothing compared to the hurt that could have come his way.
I mean, late alt cast. He's going to go all out. I don't know if he can get this kill, though. As we do see top lane be made a little bit volatile. I actually do want to sort. So, Dio, we spent some time in game 1 talking about Birdall. Some of the stats that Birdall had and a bit of the story he's had behind him is someone that is really scaled up. I mean, Birdall does deserve some apologies to his name. Hold on. Maybe a caster curse?
Birdall unfortunately, will not be getting apologized to by Junhao. I'll say it. I'm
Oh, no.
sorry that happened to you.
Oh, all apologies to Bertle, who, again, I think a lot of Bertle's career and story has been, he was a really hyped up player coming up through the T1 trainee system, having time in Gen G, being someone that was supposed to take over from Nuggery with D+ way back in the day. We haven't really seen that from Bertle, but to have him come back into the LPL and be having a good split on these carries, that has been a nice arc for him in his career. Again, he's trying to make sure that his team gets out of Group Nirvana. That said, that all-in from him, that equalizer missed, I don't think it was the strongest one. That got punished pretty well by Keshi and Junhao, who did get to that top lane first. That said, while TT's impacting the map, neutrals still go over to Hung, who does pick up the 3 grubs off that play deal.
Second game in a row that Hung's picking up 3 grubs that have almost no impact for LGD in game number 1. In game 2, perhaps it will, especially if you're able to wrestle some control of this mid lane back. Right now, Haru has been doing a great job of keeping the Ahri on the pain train, despite the fact there's no Scion in this game.
The Scion from last game, it's just an everlasting pain train for Udia, you know? It's like, oh no, Bertle was not on a carry. It did not look good. It hurt. It wasn't what we wanted to see out of Bertle when he came in and hype up a little bit, as he has deserved it with some of his play coming in.
She's got
why we're
all
making
out
little
back if
thirds.
Bertle really wants to take this fight. There's a world where we see these 2 top laners fighting again, especially with both the junglers coming up. Hung is in the area. He's actually going to take the 1v1 against Junhao, but has Tangyuan on the way. Over the wall with 1, 2, and 3 charges of the Spirit Rush. Flash into the Charm as well. Tangyuan claws this one back, finding a pick out of nowhere for his jungler. That is the mid laner I wanted to see in game 1.
I mean, he really went deep for that one, as he's going to make his way all the way back to lane, but do like how he threw out the orb to kill the dogs and then hit the charm flash to make sure that Junhao fell. So a lot invested, but it was a pretty much a guaranteed play by the end, as Junhao was already down flash. And of course, Tangyuan, the fact that he was able to use the charm flash after the dogs died, I think sometimes it can be tough to hit skill shots on the Fury. He got around that. Some good problem solving there by the mid laner of LGD as he picks up a kill.
Yeah, hold on. We were talking about Bertle earlier. We should talk a little bit about Tangyuan because he's actually...
Can't curse him after something good
Yeah,
happens.
that's true. That's
right,
true.
Dio?
Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't. I'm going to, but maybe we should. He's as a point that we can look to for LGD. We have talked up Bertle a lot this series, but Tangyuan has also statistically been doing quite well for LGD. Again, in a little bit of a change-up when compared to Split 1. This has been one of his better splits so far and can definitely be credited with a lot of the success that LGD have seen so far.
Yeah, I do know that, at least for Tangyuan, I think that the last game we saw, not exactly the positive that we wanted to see out of the mid laner for LGD, that has been doing a bit more with less, but also, I mean, someone that we have really credited Bertle with stepping into the team and the roster and being the one change made that has made a really positive impact for LGD. We felt that at times that Tangyuan has been better for this team this split than last. So we didn't see it in the last game, but a good moment there for this one. And hopefully more good ones as Ahri. You want to keep that mid-game moving in your favor. So see what happens around this dragon as we try and keep this game moving forward. Thundertalk grouped as 4 on the bot side. Eru is still not spotted. Good pillar.
Yeah, the pillar into Nefiri. I mean, when we looked at the draft, you could see this coming. Does it justify the Trundle pick? I think we're about to find out. No Nefiri ult now, and a teleport coming in. This is Bertle's chance to make the difference. If he's able to show up, it is a late joining from him. But LGD, confident taking the fight anyway, have Xiaoya on the front line, picking up the first kill, and onto the jungler no less. LGD, with that pick, 12 minutes in, are going to secure their second dragon of the game.
It just doesn't feel like Nefiri is ready to fight yet. As this was a fight where the Kraken being done for Xiaoya the Tibbers came down. A lot of the tools came down to the Hong. He did a nice job in negating some of that with Subjugate. I know it was casted on Annie, but getting the extra resistances when a lot of the damage is coming through, it does kind of help keep his health bar up. You can see the Subjugate casted on the Annie. Not the target you usually think of, but he wins out on the duel and the step up, and then Thungywen a little bit stronger, Xiaoyu a little bit stronger. So yeah, TT's flashing in, trying to make stuff happen, and there was some damage that went down to the back half that On was able to put down, but not enough for anyone actually got under threat of going down. For LGDs, they did a nice job there of juggling some of their health bars, and Xiaoyu able to step up and find a kill as TT tried to get themselves out. Couldn't get everyone out, so a kill. And the Dragon going over to LGD.
I mean, I kept expecting both top laners to show up to that fight. And we can definitely see why for Thunder Talk, that's a necessity. Because LGD, budget frontliner or not, Trundle being the ideal frontliner or not, he is still at least a frontliner. And Thunder Talk didn't have that. Without Keshi, there's no real way for On to start gliding on LGD because nobody's actually buying space for him. You've got 4 carries, and well, 3 carries and Emilio grouped up in one spot, and Emilio can only do so much.
Yeah, so far Feather, I mean, more items that come down, the better, as Emilio will scale nicely, but yeah, I mean, Thunder Talk's still on the back half here. It's a 500 gold disadvantage, but those 3 grubs and 2 drakes going to add up, and Siege is on for LGD. They're going to use those grubs, those Twitch chatters that they earn to their advantage here. Get a little bit for themselves, and I mean, the pressure is just only going to continue into Keshi as Xiaoyu tries to knock down the first tower of the game in favor of LGD.
Rift Herald coming up soon in case that gets delayed. It's notoriously difficult to access these, although we do have less globals this game, perhaps enabling a few more pushes than we would have seen from LGD in game number 1. Already a better game state for LGD. This one going significantly better for them after being able to pick up the first 2 dragons of the game, and perhaps looking for a little bit more. Rift Herald just spawned now. LGD, they have priority with the Lulu Yunara in the mid lane. There's a shot.
Yeah, that priority for Yunara Lulu a little bit surprising for me at the moment, as I think the real strength of Lucian in a lot of his pairings is that at any point you can drop the culling and try and get mid lane priority, especially that is empowered by an Enchantress. So if a shield is dropped at the wrong time, or we see Xiaoyu have a misstep, I do expect On to try and rip that.
LGD going to start this up, and Xiaoyu is so confident
not a lot of damage.
Stepping up. Nothing to fear with YCX behind him. And this time we do have a teleport in. Bertle going to join the fight. And Keshi not actually responding with a teleport of his own just yet. I imagine is giving this Rift Herald up as LGD are sure to take it, and they do. Now looking for the mid lane tower, and a little bit of damage on that. Xiaoyu's going to be able to pick this up. Do they use the Rift Herald right now and try and break this? Yes, they do.
Okay, LGD, I mean, just keep on finding wins. It's not showing yet in the gold graph, but it's going to start showing the map as this first brick goes down for LGD. Herald used, first turret secured, and see if On can make sure this one connects in the bot side as well as they try and get 2.
Should be able to do it. If he's able to drift Shelly around the corner like this, Keshi sees it coming. He can't stop it. Shelly, unfortunately, doesn't quite get the distance necessary.
This could be
and
tragic.
An all-out takes Hong right underneath the tower. Flash forward from Keshi wants this
Subjugate.
kill, but a Subjugate and Equalizer dropped to defend his jungler. Will mean that Bertle and the rest of LGD's top side get out alive. The tower still stands, but it is LGD that managed to keep that slight advantage in first towers that they have over Thunder Talk. Neither of these teams particularly first tower oriented in their game so far.
Well, no, but keep in mind, LGD really focusing on the grubs as well. When you look at the 2 teams, definitely helps that first tower advantage at least over time hit more often. In this game, those grubs definitely helped enable the towers to fall and be in advantage of LGD, as they now have the gold in their favor as well. 25 seconds before the first Ocean Dragon spawns, as we do have an Ocean Soul spawning, and still no signs, really, of TT making ground into this dragon. I think that until we see Annie, Haru make their way down here too, we're going to see this control be in favor of LGD, especially as they TP'd Thongyuan to the brush, and try and force TT out of this bot lane river. As you can see, thanks to the LPL observers, this thing's dark.
Second time that we are seeing LGD proactively use teleports to get themselves into the pit. It is exactly what we called for earlier, getting your Trundle in position early, but now a teleport from Thundertalk suggests they want to contest. Dragon going low, however, 2k HP left on it. It will be taken by LGD, who are now free to disengage. Thundertalk, they've all piled into the same place. They have no objective, and LGD want to look for something. Keshi gonna get Mikhail's out of a charm. And LGD do not, to their credit, overextend. They get the dragon, they fish for a pick, and they get out 18 minutes into the game. 3 dragons up.
I mean, if Haru's not here to start the party, I don't know where a TT find the fight. And the scenario where I was kind of worried for the solo frontline Trundle goes to the wayside is the pillar. Okay. Well, pillar disconnect and the Tibbers disconnect is not exactly the group Nirvana gameplay that we want to see. But it will be enough to get LGD this turret in the bot side at least, yeah.
So that is not only first tower, but messy as it may have been, second tower going over to LGD. Inflate their gold advantage a little bit more, but I will say, despite how well things have gone, 3 dragons and 2 towers up, it's not a huge amount of gold that LGD are up. If you're coming from game 1 and going, oh no, Thundertalk, they're losing control of the game, well, not yet, actually.
I still think that they have the power to try and make the comeback. I just don't. I think the Fury build is interesting. I know 2 versus new. Terry's going to go down. Dongyuan, solo bolo.
I mean, we talked him up around the jungle pick. You remember up top side where he hunted down Junhao. Ari, on paper, pretty good mid laner, but not exactly the pick that I was predicting coming into or out of the draft. Dongyuan making me think I should be looking out for this from him a little bit more often. I like the way that he's been playing on it so far, and once again we get to highlight how good he has been for LGD this split, this game, really continuing to emphasize that even after the Rough Azir game 1.
I mean, when the lane numbers aren't the best in the league, I don't care that much when the rest of the numbers are good. It means that he's doing more with less, with that being said, which is always valuable as Dongyuan. Does more against the mid laner that probably gets the least overall in Annie, as a lot of the times Annie's just there to flash and go in. And yeah, why recall when we can just throw out a charm and get the solo kill? So short ult's always really nice from Mari. It makes sure that the spirit rushes do connect faster. It's good mechanics, as sometimes the little things that make these pros the best, when done consistently at the level they're able to do it over time. But easy kill for Dongyuan, and again, 2 minutes until the next Dragon Dia, and I don't think on the kill score, at least, this is not a match that's as one-sided as the last one. But this is still a match that does feel very one-sided, just this time not for TT, but in favor of LGD.
Yeah, I mean, if we see a pick like that again, Baron could go down. Can't be affording to make missteps for Thundertalk after the commanding game 1 that they had. LGD looked so comfortable in this one. I will say, once again, gold lead not by any means insurmountable. I wouldn't even say approaching that. But LGD being in control of this game is going to mean that it is a matter of how they use it. And fighting in about a minute around Ocean Soul is your best bet at converting for LGD. Unfortunately for LGD, it's also Thundertalk's best chance of coming back into the game.
I don't think that Ocean Soul spells the gloom and doom of the game, because I think any good Annie Tibbers plus Lucian combo that connects, if you find Lulu or Yunara, I don't think Ocean Soul fixes that for the rest of the team. If you're able to take down one of those big targets early, but giving up Soul definitely something that, I think as a team you don't exactly want to try and opt into. But currently, the control for LGD really focusing on making sure that On doesn't get any breathing room from this mid lane. And TT, they're going to have to group as 5 and try and get out of here as On. Oh, okay.
No. On lost a lot of health for this and actually is going to go down.
Okay.
Xiaoya, the 1-2 pick him up, and Dongyuan looking for a little bit more. Is going to land a charm underneath the tower.
Well, that's
that is a double kill for Xiaoya. And you can see how nervous Thunder Talk are and how it all comes down to On, who moves forward to try and make the play work and pays for it.
You know what's looked fine this game, Dia? The solo frontline Trundle. It really hasn't been punished or challenged that much. As I was kind of worried for a Trundle the front line. Again, like no hard CC. The only guaranteed hard CC that we have right now that are point and clicks, it's the polymorph and it's the pillar. Everything else, we're going to have to land some skill shots or at least try and find setup. That has not been a problem for Hong in the slightest. As LGD and Hong, I mean, it's been full objective control going over to this Trundle. And this Nefiri has not done anything, Dia. As Nefiri has been a champion that, again, I think we have seen cropping up sometimes, and I expect to see more of when it comes to Fearless. I'm kind of surprised it's 9-5 right now in the league. I haven't seen it do too much in a lot of games.
Okay, so I agree with you that, you know, Nefiri may be a little bit over-prioritized here and there. This game, maybe I'm a hater. I feel like it's Haru that isn't doing anything. I see an anti-pick and we're doing...
Okay.
We're doing what? Nothing with it.
Not exactly a hater, Dia. I think that Haru is at a couple errant engages. Again, we got to fight on Tibbers, which is coming down now, maybe. Good pillar. Try and stall.
Flash for him, unfortunately. But
And
Keshi's
no
here,
flash, no
and Keshi
Tibbers.
can frontline up
boy.
against Hung. We'll see, though, if Subjugate ends up being used on him, because that makes Keshi's life a whole lot harder. We'll see what they have to look for either way as he tries to flash engage now. The members of Thunder Talk really feeling the pressure and the pain as Equalizer gets dropped on top of them with the Subjugate used and the Equalizer on top of him. There is no chance that Keshi survives. And with him gone, with the Dragon already taken for LGD, 24 minutes into the game, it is Baron time, baby.
I feel like it's a very Nirvana thing, Dia, just to have two games be very one-sided for each team, and then game 3 is going to be a slobber knocker. You can quote me on that now, but it certainly looks like we're hitting a game 3 with each team, I think, having blowout wins in their favor. Junao is going to try and get in the pit. Haru does still have Tibbers up if Tibbers ends up being that big connection that has been missing so far in this game.
We've seen On try and solo engage. We've seen Keshi try and solo engage. We're expecting Junhao to try it. But again, Equalizer has enough time bought for it. Haru does drop a Tibbers in response. An assassination attempt goes awry onto Tang Yuan. Well, it goes very well for Birdall and the boys, who jump right on top of On and Feather and melt through them. That's not even a Baron secured. That's just almost everyone dead. And we are marching right down the mid lane with the command of a team that knows they have come back after game 1. LGD. We're not going to take this series lying down, but the violence with which they have taken game 2 has impressed me, Cubby.
This series is, it's already been something here, Dia, as we do have to give it to LGD. We spent some time talking about objective control. They batted 100% of neutral objective control in that game, Dia. In fact, really no Baron even necessary. They didn't take it, but the control they had around it did create the fight in order for them to find the win, which you could still order, or I guess, you know, argue as being 100% objective control. It didn't fall in the enemy's hands. They didn't get it, but the control they used was still used to win.
We haven't had a perfect game in the LPL this split.
That was close.
It was close. It was actually, it was quite close. I wonder if that is the closest game that we've had to it. Not that that's a real stat in any way, but like, I don't know. This was a pretty commanding win from LGD, which is only surprising because of how bad game 1 was for them. But if you look at the draft for this game, you can tell why. I mean, we called for it. First things first, Birdall on a carry. Birdall, when he was joining these team fights on Rumble, was doing incredible things with the Equalizer. But a lot of this, to me, came down to Tong Yuan's mid game.
I think that's a good shout. And look, I was critical of the Azir in game 1. I think rightfully so. But some of the finds that Tong Yuan had on the Ahri really helped keep that game moving forward for LGD. Exactly what you want to do on Ahri, which is hit that mid-game hard and try and use your ult to proactively make picks in the backline. Found that first kill on the Junhao. Never really got in the game as the Fury is against someone that we were calling after game 1. Probably the best performing player we've seen in Group Nirvana. I think that's fair. And then Bertle going from tank duty, looked kind of uncomfortable in that game 1. Hell, the whole team looked uncomfortable, Dia. Gets back out of the carry in the Rumble and ends up putting up some team fights that, again, it really never felt like TT could team fight on even footing or fight whatsoever. That's was a very one-sided game. And with how League's designed now, perfect games aren't really supposed to happen anymore. So when it gets that close, I mean, it does feel like we've had 2 almost perfect games on each side so far.
Yeah, I mean, it really says something about the control that these teams were able to have over the game once they got a lead. Because I'm not looking at this and thinking that we are seeing, like an LCK sort of style coming out of these teams. No, this is still very much LPL with how much, with how aggressive they are playing. The fact that we are getting this close to perfect games, as we mentioned, is more of a constantly winning fights thing than it is an incredible macro control thing. And you can tell from, again, the Bertle stats here, but we have to give love and attention to Xiaoya, who got the Yunara Lulu, drafted into Lucian Melio. On and Feather, the bot lane duo we were singing the praises of coming into this, opted into this lane. And Xiaoya YCX win it. I'm a big fan of Yunara Lulu, but credit where it's due. If you think you have an answer to Yunara Lulu and then it gets beaten, I'm gonna say thank you to the Yunara Lulu every day.
To be fair, it was first pick Lucian, but I'm also with you in that I would not be first picking Lucian. I thought first pick Lucian. It didn't work out for Awesome, and if it doesn't work out for Awesome, I don't know if it can work out for anyone else in the LPL. It didn't work out for On here, as I do think that Xiaoya is probably going to get player of the game, as the damage on this Yunara. We spent time talking about the desynced engages this time around from Thunder Talk. And we did cite that, the Annie, the purpose was to really throw the Yunara Lulu off. Like, you're trying to make sure that these engages are big where things get funky. I mean, Xiaoya is just straight up blanking on his own in that fight as the engage comes in. That was honestly a really impressive game start to finish. Probably one that we didn't sing the praises of enough. But when going through the tape in some of these fights now, I mean, yes, this was a one-sided game, but Xiaoya really played an outstanding one on this Yunara and is likely to get Pog.
I want to see the votes for this one because
I'm curious too.
Probably also has some votes going his way. Every time we're cutting to one of these clips, I'm also seeing an Ahri popping off with really nicely placed charms, great positioning, and I think it says a lot about the combination of those two. But again, maybe giving a little more credit to Xiaoya because we're seeing the player of the game coming up soon. That in a composition where you're playing against things like Cassante, Nefiri, Annie, that can all make your life miserable as an AD carry, that you're able to take up so much space as Xiaoya, not wait for the team to make it for you, but really be confident tracking Thunder Talk's cooldowns yourself, is really impressive. This I did not see coming.
We did not see this one coming.
Did they see this coming? Who saw this coming?
I mean, it was a good game for Hong. I guess if you do entirely blank an enemy jungler on objectives, you should be rewarded a bit with an MVP. But I feel like mechanically, Xiaoya played some of those fights really well to maximize the damage on the Yunara. And I am also curious to see the votes now of the MVP voting, Dia, because frankly, neither of us really thought that was the winner, even if we had different ones.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. One vote for Xiaoya. I guess it was that good of a game for Hong. We did cite some of the difficulties of playing solo frontline Trundle. Hong did make it look pretty easy. Maybe rewarded with the objective control and a very one-sided controlled game from start to finish for him and his team.
That's true. That's true. I mean, they won the game, so I don't know. I get anybody could have been a good pick. Hong's as good a pick as any of them, and like you said, great objective control, great frontlining. Great job by LGD as a whole to bring us to a third game in this series and perhaps even take it home, as even LGD are looking at locking themselves for playoffs, or soft locking themselves, we should say, for playoffs off of this series. So when we come back, one of these teams is going to be putting themselves in a much more comfortable position. And again, we'll try and do some math while we're gone, but the playoffs are becoming a reality for somebody after the break. Welcome back to the LPL English. I think I've said that 3 times today, which means that something's going right, Cubby, because the 3-game series on a double Nirvana day is a great way to start. Thunder Talk and LGD going the distance, and to be honest, not sure who's going to take this one, but I think you called it a, what do you say in English, a slobber knocker?
That's what I'm expecting for Game 3, as we had 2 very clean first 2 games by each of the teams that ended up winning. I think Game 3, we'll see if it leads to some more chaos, because as we were talking about in the break, Dia, this may not be the series that has the hypest or best gameplay in the LPL. However, it is a series that does carry a lot of high stakes with it, as the winner of this series, given that there is already a team in OMG that is 0-3, this qualifies them for top 4, as either team that wins today gets to 3 set wins. And that is the magic number to make sure that you are playing in the play-ins for the playoff, where, of course, if you do beat one of those Group Ascension teams, you book your ticket into Group Ascension for Split 3. Not to mention, with a win in at least this upcoming game that we have, you avoid getting sent home for Split 3. Because if you make the play-ins, you're not getting sent home where you're sitting on the couch watching Split 3 saying, I wish we'd have done better in that single round robin at Group Nirvana. So, again, I think that a lot of fans at home, they point towards these games and say, all right, we're going to see some goofy league tonight. This is some of the higher pressure league that we're seeing be played in the regular season between the teams of Group Nirvana, where it is a single round robin and where the stakes are quite high.
Especially when we consider where these teams were in Split 1. Cannot emphasize this enough. Thunder Talk Gaming had an abysmal Split 1 playing out of Group Perseverance, which was positioned between Ascend and Nirvana. They were bottom of the group. No shot, no prayer at making it into Ascend. Group Nirvana had LGD not actually at the bottom, but pretty darn close. One single match off of being at the bottom of their respective group in Group Nirvana. The fact that both these teams have turned things around to the tune that we're talking about this game, without even the first round robin being complete, with still a couple games to go, this game determining whether they get another shot at Group Ascend or not, says a lot about the pressure of the LPL, how much these players have been put under, and how much they have risen to the occasion in such a short split.
I mean, we'll see as well in this next game who can really step up and rise to the occasion coming up for a game that I think really matters for both of these teams. We were talking with Elk in between the games, who was kind of helping us work through some of these scenarios too, Dia. And the team that hasn't been stepping up in that group that has been above is Team WE for Group Ascension, which, in mincing no words here, the number 1 seed of Group Nirvana is going to end up playing the last seed of Group Ascension. And Team WE looks like the most gettable team right now, if you're looking at teams to knock out and really try and move up. So, who knows? I mean, especially for a team like TT, you're 2-0 right now in set score. A win here against that team that is second and is challenging you so far. For either of these teams, could be really big in making sure that they try and secure that number 1 seed to get the biggest chance to step up against the team that has really been struggling in Group Ascension.
Team WE certainly looking weak right now, and one of these teams could very well be looking at this series as their ticket to challenge them, try and take them out and move up to Group Ascend. I will remind everybody that that was IG last split, and IG, if all things considered, had a pretty decent run of it this time around in Group Ascend. Had a very, very good start to this split. So strength can come from anywhere at the most unexpected moments. And I'm not sure, as we said, who to expect it from now. In Game 3, we've had 2 one-sided games. LGDs, I will say, a little bit less of a gold lead, but equally manifested in the pressure. As we get into this third game, we've got Nocturne, Varus, Akali, Orianna, Vi, and Karma taken off the board, and Thunder Talk open with a Jarvan IV.
That's a pretty good open. I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised that that wasn't denied. I guess for Orianna, it makes a bit of sense, but hope that LGD have some answers, as Skarner's one of them. I think the Flag and Drag gives you some good capabilities of getting out of some of the combos that Skarner has, but if you cast that Cataclysm right away, that does give you a bonus wall that Skarner can combo off. So we'll see if Junhao or Hong can really play around with those interactions that both these champions do have. I do expect the Nami coming in for YCX with pick 3 there for LGD, so I think Thunder Talk should be able to plan around that, as Mbessa is going to be locked in for Keshi in the top lane. And wouldn't be surprised here if Harrow just wants to take his mid laner, as Aurora, definitely a power pick that is still on the board. And with LGD likely to answer Nami to secure the pairing with Corki Nami, I think we're going to have a bot lane pairing facing down a top side locked in for Thunder Talk, which kind of mirrors what we had in Game 1 here, Dio.
Seems very likely, and maybe not the composition that would be a nightmare to play a top laner into, especially with Aurora
This would
not
be a
having
choice.
access to a semi-global. But one way to try and reverse that fortune is to lock in a Renekton, and Birdall will do so, throwing the gauntlet at Keshi's Mbessa.
So,
I think it can be done.
no bot lane pairing secured. Again, when I see Corki, in this day and age, we kind of expect the Nami. But I think this speaks to, with Fearless Draft, you got to make some tough choices, especially in Game 3, Dia. This is a Renekton locked in, as it is one of the better matchups into Mbessa on the top side. One of the few champions that can really take Mbessa out of the game and delay her power curve enough where teams feel like it's worth it. And that's being traded by giving away the Nami, which is instantly banned away by TT, knowing that is the duo left for this Corki. So I'm also kind of curious where YCX finds his support angle for Corki, because you could snag a Nautilus here, but I think that would give a lot of power over to Thunder Talk to try and double counter your bot lane. So frankly, I'm expecting to see Tongyuan lock down his mid laner that he's going to take into Aurora and give YCX that counter pick, unless there is a support big enough that you want to take away, which frankly, I don't know what that would be outside of Nautilus, and I would not like to see Nautilus blinded here. So do you think Thunder Talk just take away mid here for Aurora? I think Victor, decent ban. I know it's immobile in the Jarvan, but hard land into Aurora, and a lot of stability could be provided in this
I'm
Victor.
worried about On. I mean, he has nothing available that he played this split. In terms of what he played last time he was in the LPL, I mean, technically Senna's available, but I mean, it's been a long time, bro. I do not expect Senna to be whipped out, which leaves me wondering what on earth we will go with. Jhin, also an option in terms of things that we have seen him play before. It did not go well for him last time, but On's got to play something, and he'll be playing it into range.
This is a Ziggs into Aurora. This is a matchup that I was not expecting to see. Usually, range in Aurora is good, but that's what I was talking. Victor or Cinder is another good matchup. At least with Ziggs, there's some creativity with the Satchel Charge where maybe you can get yourself out of a Cataclysm and still provide that range in Aurora, but the ability to be attacked by Between Worlds, I think, is quite strong. As Jinx pairing going to be found, I would expect Nautilus to come in last. This does give a lot of range into the Corki, which Corki can, again, really fight with those big rockets later on. So a bit of a poke identity forming between Ziggs and Corki, which I think Nautilus is required to break. You wanted the Thresh, Dia?
I did. I'm a big believer in support players that believe in themselves enough to lock in Thresh. And that's not Feather today. Could be Feather another day. However, a Rel lock-in bot lane actually going to go pretty well with the Corki. I like this pickup. It makes your front line a lot more difficult to deal with, especially as LGD have so much damage coming from Xiaoya if they could just keep everyone off him.
Rel gives you these really big, I like to call power plays. When you have flash up, that option to burn it with the super combo with your ultimate. I think that between Skarner, Rel, by the way, these two champs play off each other really nicely. If it ends up being a big Magnetic Storm or a big Skarner suppression, the other's going to follow up if that tool is available and form a big wombo with a Ziggs bomb as well over the top. I think the wombo and a little bit of poke definitely there for LGD. Meanwhile, for Thunder Talk, Jarvan, Mbessa, Nautilus, Aurora, it's going to be all about the ults and getting Jinx that first reset. So we'll see if Jinx is able to get ahead at all in the laning phase and actually find some of these resets in the fight, Dia. Because if Jinx does get going in these fights and is undeterred, that could be a really big problem. But I do think that there are a lot of tools for LGD to try and lock down that Jinx, especially between the Rel and the Skarner. So kind of I'd say one of the closer drafts we've seen in this series, Dia, in terms of the styles that both teams are trying to play.
Really big fan of the Jarvan here as well, especially given how good Junhao was in game number 1. Can he bring it home for Thunder Talk?
You know what, Dia? We were missing the Xiaos a little bit in game 1 and 2. I know it's a double group Nirvana game. But if we're sending these boys to game 3, I'm glad there was at least a little bit of Xiao action in there, you know? Just a little bit. It's deserved. It's deserved. These guys deserve the love and hype, too.
I'm very happy to see that, you know, by the time we get to game 3, the audience has arrived and have an idea of what they're in for, as these first 2 games, they've not been one team rolling over. They've been hard fought all the way. A lot of that has come down through some early bot lane skirmishes, something that we seem intent on replicating, but a lot of it as well coming through the jungle, especially from game 1. And Junhao was a player that we drew attention to coming into this game. I'm glad that we get to highlight him early because his jungle aggression on Pantheon was such a big pivot point for the roster.
Wow.
I think Jarvan can emulate a lot of that style, albeit without the semi-global.
I mean, this is kind of a nasty opener from Junhao. He's got push mid with the Aurora, so strong early levels, and then push bot with the Jinx where you get a lot of wave control with your guns. Just take blue buff, snipe a camp away, and already set Skarner behind like that. And this is definitely a path where he can clear out the rest of his camps, try and end where he can contest the respawn Raptors where he now has the timer. I really like that. I mean, Junhao, it just feels like he's taking what's in front of him. Which, to be fair, both of our junglers, there's been a lot of action between a lot of the early camps being invaded on and traded. It really felt like Hung got the best side of that matchup in the last game, Dia. But game 1, it was all about Junhao and those smite Qs from Pantheon dominating neutral objectives. So, see if we can return to that with a little bit of early aggression in his favor for game 2.
Bot lane for Feather to try and hold this wave, but YCX very aware of what's going on. And LGD do need a reset of their own. On ended up backing off for a Cole. We'll have to keep our eyes on his CS numbers because we highlighted them in game number 1 on one of the best CSers in the LPL right now. And if on Jinx, he can get something done. Oh no, if on Jinx, he cannot.
I will say, this was a base that was being cast by LGD. It was canceled to get the Jinx flash, so that's worth something. But On has better conditions and items right now when looking at the lanes. So that was a trade. I think that if that's the case, I need to see Hong and Skarner down here to try and interact with this lane while Jinx has flash down. If not, this is a better scenario for the Jinx and the Nautilus, who again, On does have more AD with that pull and is coming off a base, so does have better conditions, as Xiaoya did not match. So kind of dealing with the consequences of that right now, as it's bot lane in favor for On and Feather until the reset comes in for LGD.
Already burned a decent amount of time off the flash cooldown as well, although we'll have to double or even triple this as Birdo goes in top side and does not come up with the kill on Keshi, but it was close.
Is going to deny a cannon, get the flash in a trade, and also get the TP out in his favor. So, I think Birtle was going for the auto Q, needed it. Keshi flashed away from it. Still going to be a trade up for the Renekton. This doesn't deny all the resources coming out of Ambessa, but still something where that lane is now volatile. And kind of like what we were talking about for the bot side in terms of LGD and Skarner getting involved. I think topside, I could definitely make the same argument, because Ambessa, if undeterred, becomes a menace later on.
Teleport up top lane from Bardal. Focus going to shift back down towards the bot side for me. Wave not in a great position for Thunder Talk, but we've got Dragon coming up soon, and Dragon has actually been surprisingly pivotal in both games, especially with Soul becoming a really realistic threat for both teams. We see basically 3 dragons into Soul, 3 dragons into Soul. That has been the gameplay pattern that we've been seeing. Whoever gets first dragon should the pattern continue, he's feeling pretty good about themselves.
So that doesn't fit the Game 3 slobber knocker, hopefully, Dia. That's why we're trying to break
true.
things here for Group Nirvana. As I feel like Nirvana would always appreciate a slobber knocker. That would have felt like something core to the band. Maybe even like an unreleased title track, slobber knocker.
You know what? I could see it. Maybe not an actual Nirvana track. Although, to be fair, I was talking to you about this before. I haven't listened to that much Nirvana music. Only the classics, you know, the ones that get played.
You know, one of the best compliments I can give any piece of art is if you watch it now and it holds up, it withstands the test of time, it's a great piece of art. Like, my favorite example of it, you watch the first Matrix movie. That thing was released in 1999. Like, what? I think that thing can hold up today. Nirvana, their first album, I think it was 1990. Unbelievable album. So, that thing holds up well. We'll see, though, if Keshi can hold up on the top side as Hong's coming.
He's been trying. My God, he has been trying. I was a really nice ultimate underneath tower just to interrupt everything from LGD.
I mean,
no actual ult available for Hong, though, what makes that
some caps lost, though, and Junhao can get involved in the bot side if he wants to. That said, I think he's going to want to fit in the base as he takes more caps away from Hong. And that it hasn't been anything game top yet, like, truly for Bertle or LGD. They got the flash advantage, they got the TP advantage. They haven't turned it into anything else. It's going to be a cannon wave where Mbessa will be late to, but because it's a cannon wave, that means Keshi gets most of it. So I think that look, honestly, I mean, it's Junhao that has the XP advantage and the base advantage right now in the jungle role. I think overall where we're sitting right now in terms of where the game's at, I kind of prefer where Thunder Talk's at. And I think that's because of the lead that Junhao has and the fact that On's flash coming up off cooldown never got punished.
How do you feel about that in the mid lane? Does not look like Haru's having a good time into the Ziggs matchup. One of the things that could be bad.
It could be. This is just kind of Ziggs. This Ziggs champion, if you get ahead, you get economy. It really is something that can blow up into the game. You do so much damage. Yeah, you do so much damage if you get ahead. So, again, Aurora does struggle in the range. Those early levels always going to be powerful, but as more levels have come in, Kongyuan having a much better idea of what that lane's going to be like with his choice to counter pick. And, well, honestly, the one point of maybe concern so far, because I think that where the Mbessa's at, like, yes, we're down on paper, but we're ahead of the curve of where this matchup should be as Mbessa truly.
And for those of you wondering when these teams are going to pick their next fight, we are hitting level 6s soon, but I think importantly, we've got to be looking at Void. Oh my God, he flashes for that smite.
He's going to go bot too. I mean, this is big because they're forcing them off a bot like camps or the wave or pressuring like this. I mean, this is bad to worse because Hong can't fight this. He's down a level. He's down a red buff. If he comes down here, he's just kind of signing up to being peppered. So he's going to try and do something proactive, which is take his own grubs. But Junhao being here is pressuring Xiaoya to drop these waves, giving On more free waves while he's scaling up. And while all this is going on, Keshi's kind of winning into Bertle. I mean, grubs are going to go over, but the Mbessa is still undeterred.
This is 3 games in a row, by the way, where LGD pick up all 3 grubs. I want to be tracking that because we talked about their grub priority. I didn't expect them to get all 3 for 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a priority they've had. I feel like Bertle helped out with that in game 1. Game 2, I think that given the draft a little bit, but again, I would kind of take the trade that TT's signing up for. I would rather have my Jinx ahead. We set up this comp as being a lot about Jinx resets. As nice toggle on vision there, we saw Feather whip, and before Feather left the mid lane, to make sure his presence was felt. That's a flash for flash trade that can definitely be answered. Coming in by Junhao and Haru as Cataclysm like and Between Worlds. Yeah.
These Thunder Talk players are playing with like a mouthful of horseradish right now. It's like they have so much.
Tanginess?
What could even be the word that I'm looking for? Eager is good. Yeah, like they are so ready to pull the trigger on these flash plays. We saw it especially around Junhao. Of course, Feather in the mid lane just then. I love the fact that they are playing like this, that they are going for it, and it's working out. I mean, On losing his flash early wasn't great, but beyond that, I'm seeing a Thunder Talk that is in charge at the temple with this game.
I appreciate the fact that you're making me think about what Horseradish's palette, how that should be described in terms of what a team wants, Dia. I wasn't. That's what's keeping me awake right now at 4 in the morning, as you at least threw me for a nice little curveball here. That said, control ward being dropped in the brush to try and shroud Hong making an entrance, but a ward in the enemy tri-brush going to spot it for TT. On should be aware, as Junhao is lying in wait and still stronger with the Sunder Sky completed. And sadly, we cannot keep on building up tension for this moment, Dia, as the pause has hit. And we are now in the mystery of we pray that things are okay. Because, you know, we don't have a line into the production staff of the LPL. We don't know exactly when we're coming back. And I strategically ran out of coffee heading into this game. So
we could be here a while. This is my favorite part of, or not my favorite part. This is one of my most enjoyed mini games of esports broadcasts. This happens in a couple other titles as well, where you go to break, and I think people are sometimes mistakenly under the impression that we get told what's going on. Nobody.
Not this time around. Not this time around.
I have most of the pauses that I have ever seen on a professional broadcast. I am not told what's going on, so we get to guess, and then sometimes get it confirmed on Twitter later. I don't think this was a bug. I think this is probably like a bio thing. If I had to guess, we're 3 games deep. I didn't see anything weird happening.
I hope it's not a bio thing. I hope we can get back in the game soon. Dia, you do have some wonderful experience covering other esports as well as different types of esports, thinking of Apex. What's the funniest reason for a pause that you've ever gotten in your ear? Any esport, just anything.
Funniest reason for
just the funniest reason, yeah.
I think that this comes down to the amount of times that it happened. My first LAN ever, we had to restart the first game that I was casting, which were the first games of the tournament. We had to restart that game 7 times. And there was nothing to be done about it. It was just a reality of the game where it was right then. But we vamped for probably an hour and a half, and at the end it was just comedy. Like, you'd get into a game and you feel your heart clench up.
you had your own little baby CLG EU versus Team WE moment, you know?
Exactly.
Like, in a nutshell, it was only an hour and a half. It didn't last over a few weeks, and we didn't have to shroud like where the games were taking place or wherever to not DDoS it, but you had your own little moment in a nutshell for this. Okay, that's a good one.
I imagine you've been there, like, where it's like imagine if you had to chrono break a game like 3 times. The game is, you start to see a pause and sweat starts coming out of your pores. Something that I'm hoping does not happen to us here.
I will say, I think the funniest one we had, it was kind of sad, but in a game 5, we had a player's power go out because there was a tornado, and the tornado knocked out their power. And in a league game back then, each team got 15 minutes of the pause timer. It's like the enemy team was like, okay, like, you can use our 15 minutes, and that takes place. Anyway, he didn't reconnect in time. They ended up playing the game down 4v5. And APA ran his ASOL into the enemy Nexus, and they were saying touchdown because it was a 4v5, like the game was over. So it was kind of sad because it was a competitive game, but it was a funny ending. Anyway, no tension in the bot lane. We were preparing for that before we went into our pause and shared our stories. And we'll see if there's any tension around the second dragon, as that has spawned. And at the moment, TT do have this stronger bot lane to try and get it. And with Xiaoya basing, yeah, that's just going to be the gap where I think Junhao is going to take this uncontested. Relatively.
DX thinking about it. He's got Hong with him. I mean, you could just walk up and
that's a TP.
Try and smite this. Smites are equal, and as you say, LGD seem to want this just a little bit more. So for the first time this series, we will be going 1-to-1 in Dragons.
Now, I think this is a nice showing, or the game of cat and mouse that just went on. Burl did burn his TP. So they do get the dragon in favor of LGD. That said, it's a 1k gold lead for TT, and Keshi goes back to evening up his top side. His next base, he should have the Eclipse to match Bertle's Eclipse, which is very much a lane-focused item. Not so much a team fight-focused item, where I think the Black Cleaver, the Stride Breaker, gives Bertle, or the Renekton, I should say, a lot of power. Eclipse is just for, we do the damage, we have the ability haste, we get the shield, do that. It's not giving you the health or the other stats that some of those other items give you. So I think this puts more focus on Bertle's main phase, and I think that this makes the timer of the game still for LGD a little bit narrower. So I know that TT gave up that dragon, and it's still split across objectives. I still like their game state better with the 1k gold lead and trying to level out the game a little bit there for the Ambessa, which Keshi should be on better footing now for that matchup.
LGD definitely demonstrated in game number 1 their ability to thread the needle when it came to timing, something they're trying to do right now, moving up onto Keshi. Not quite in range of the Bertle stun, though, but you've got Hung on the way, and a super mega Inferno Bomb to escort him out. Bertle gets the kill, but it's Keshi that falls in top lane, and the top lane tower, one of the earliest first towers we've seen in this series, going down at 13 minutes to the favor of LGD.
Good dive helps when you have Ziggs helping to take down a turret. So well played there by LGD, as that was a clean dive. Briefly gets the gold lead back in their favor. That said, I think TT's about the answer. It's going to be gold onto On, as they don't get the turret, but they still got On some free time. And this Jinx is set up pretty well. So I really think that as this game continues, we just saw what the execute could look like for LGD. As that was a really good execute on the top side to take down Keshi. They need to find those executes as we move on, though, into On. Because if you're allowed to find those resets on the Jinx, especially with this new item where you get the bonus range, so your crazy range of having rockets, you throw in the Hex Optics as well, plus 100 to that. I think that if that's not dealt with at the start of the fight, LGD could be in trouble. They have a lot of tools, again, to try and find those ults onto On, but just more importance on the find of the Jinx as this game continues.
He's got a global. You know, we saw On hitting the Enchanted Crystal Arrows in game number 1. You hit a couple Super Mega Death Rockets, or you get hit, unfortunately, by a couple Magnet Storms. I think things could go south. We do have a teleport into the back line, though, and it's Haru who shows up with a public execution. This time, On will pick up the first kill, gets excited, but it's answered by Xiaoya. And LGD and Thunder Talk go 1 for 1. Top laner for support.
Trade of supports there. A lot of tankiness showing for LG right now with that Skarner and Rel. It took a while to get through YCX, which kind of evened up the play. I thought the TP in from Haru was good, but at the moment, LGD proving to be stronger. As we have talked about the focus on the Jinx, they did get both on sums, and Xiaoya is the one with that Trinity Force spike showing at the moment. So we still set this up as LGD, that Renekton's stronger, the Corki does so much damage. I do think that despite the lead that Junhao has, and me liking the game state better for TT, which I still kind of do, LGD is the stronger comp that they drafted at the moment. And I think the way that they're throwing their weight around on the Rift right now is quite good. They did pick up that dragon. It was at the expense of getting Ambessa back in the game a bit, but they go top, they shut down the Ambessa. They find a fight mid where they do trade supports, but they got the conditions off of On, and they picked up the Rift Herald off of that. So LGD is doing some good stuff in order to get this game, at least on the scoreboard, back in their favor.
It's exactly as you mentioned as well, that LGD need to find their timings around a Thunder Talk composition that definitely can run them over. You need to be on it with these engages, with the level 6s, combining everything. YCX started that pretty well, and good thing you mentioned it, because I didn't even clock Feather going down in the middle of that fight with how fast it all happened. There is so much upfront damage that LGD can throw out with a Ziggs, Renekton, and Corki that, I'll be honest, the Nautilus is not going to live very long.
I mean, his job is going to be to ult the best person possible and try and go from there. So, Junhao's smite going to be forced. Does have that second one coming off cooldown soon, but Rift Herald down here in LGD, they've really been playing around this Ziggs nicely in the mid game. Again, if you get these towers low, Satchel can get through the rest of them. And the 3 turrets that have been taken by LGD, all 3 have been taken off of Satchel charges around the Ziggs. So I think that's been really good play. Showing an understanding of this pick being... we've seen Ziggs mid, but mostly into Azir, not as much into Aurora. Talked about how thematically it might fit against the Jarvan and into the Aurora. I think the way it's been played around these turrets has been very good.
Thundertalk want this. Certainly want to fight for a
they found
dragon,
Keshi.
but Keshi will not get the chance to. Impaled and
Meanwhile.
flashing away. YCX
Reset.
will meet his end on the other side, but Bertle is here to punish all over On, who gets the Mega Inferno Bong right on top of him. And LGD will answer 1 for 1, the more valuable pick going to them. Into the backline, however, a public execution will take out Tongyuan. Xiaoya tries to get away, barriers on 100 HP and will survive as Hiru has to back away into the Tribe Rush. Nobody's in position to take the dragon right now. Xiaoya's got a reset, and Hiru wants to look for a little bit more.
Trying to mess with
Overstep
bases.
here. He's going to be spotted as he pops out right on top of Xiaoya. Will he take him down with the help of Keshi? Yes, he will. But pay for it with his life. He will also.
I mean, I think that if he gets back up, Aurora might have TP available and Xiaoya will not. What a chaotic fight, though, as Keshi gets caught at the same time as YCX gets caught. I think my issue with TT here is they did a good job of turning the fight around in the back half, but these ults weren't used while On was up. So we're sitting on a Cataclysm. We missed the flag and drag going in. That's what got On locked up, and that full combo hits while his summoner spells were down, which is a good find. And I think the TT turns this around well. I mean, the Between Worlds is good. The Ambessa entrance is good. The Cataclysm hits 3. Look at the combo from Hero. All this is good and well played. It's just a lot of the tools were used after the Jinx dropped. I think that if those tools could have been used to keep Bertle off the Jinx, which we did see the flag and drag miss, but still, that would have been a better fight setup, I think, for Thundertalk. So a lot of gold that's changing hands. Still think that some of the heroes that we set up going into the series, Tia, in both Bertle and On, those are the 2 people I'm kind of looking at as this game moves forward, because Bertle really accelerated now on this Renekton, has the second item Spear of Shojin, so a very aggressive build. But we'll be pumping out the damage, and then On has that 1k gold lead over the Corki, already at 2 items and change, and that 3rd item coming in, going to be an LDR or an IE. Either way, a big spike for the Jinx.
And Bertle just not being on tanks. If he's able to win this game, it'll continue being the most winning formula for LGD. We certainly saw him make a huge difference picking up On in that fight, and it's good capitalization off him as well, recognizing that a lot of stuff has already been used on YCX. You've got a bit of an opening here, something that Bertle is really good at and has been for the side of LGD. For On, we all know that he's been forced onto this Jinx. It was not his first pick, it was not his second pick, it was not even his 3rd. On's been forced all the way down to the tier list onto this Jinx, and even still has the potential to carry this game if he and his team can play the game right.
I mean, look, that last teamfight execute was really well played by Bertle and LGD. But that was when the Jinx was down those conditions that were well blown in the mid lane, right? That was a good setup by LGD to get the flash, get the cleanse out in that fight where the supports were traded. So that opens up a team fight of the likes of what we just saw, where you can make sure that it's so much easier to attack On. Really important, I think, in these mid games to make sure that On preserves those conditions, has those tools available for when the team fights break out. Because he's going to need flash, he's going to need cleanse to get out of some of these big wombos that will be showing for LGD. And I mean, we'll see if On can navigate.
Stupid clip I saw on Twitter this week. I haven't even watched the whole thing. It's ridiculous, but it's that guy being interviewed talking about what you're risking, what you're gambling, when it's the right time to bet it all. And LGD, they've got a similar situation. I'm assuming you've seen the clip, and if you haven't, don't worry, don't watch it. Twitter's a cesspool. But it's about when you gamble, when you 50-50. And in this particular case, LGD are in this situation where it is always best for them to gamble everything, for them to always commit their resources onto On, like you're talking about. You burn the flash cleanse, you get those out, and you just get to run it back the next time. Half the time you're killing On, half the time you are winning, and you just have to make that half count.
Reminder here for those that are just joining us while we do have some downtime. Winner of this series, or of this game, I should say, does win the series first. But stakes involved. Playoffs, guaranteed top 4 placement in Group Nirvana. That means you get the chance to play a Group Ascension team in the first round of play-ins for the playoffs, as LPL has a couple weird ways of calling it. But huge opportunity to try and make it into Group Ascension and avoid the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, where you do not play in Split 3. You are eliminated. So big match here for both teams, as a win gets them a lot closer towards their goals of promoting into Group Ascension and avoiding downfall of Group Nirvana, as Keshi dodged the first one, not this one, though.
Bit mismatched with the rest of the team. There goes the Mega Inferno Bomb onto Keshi. And he will fall with 1:20 left on this Dragon. It is just a pick for LGD. I'd say difficult to convert it into much.
Converting it into control for now. This isn't a Dragon that Thunder Talk necessarily have to contest. Might be one, though, where they at least want to posture around to see what's up. As again, those items coming in, we said it was going to be either LDR or IE or on, as it was a pickaxe and a cloak that he was sitting on. That completed, I should say. Well, I guess not completed yet, but they gave him the wolves. I think they're really trying to get on this item before this Dragon, because if he were to base, I think that he has enough gold to finish the item, but it does mean it's going to be a late setup for TT.
May be able to do it, as just 30 seconds left on this is going to mean that he's got to base sooner rather than later. Like you said, though, you don't have to contest if On is not fully juiced up. I wonder, is there a breakpoint? I mean, Corki is incredibly powerful. Is there a breakpoint where we can say that Jinx just automatically is going to do more damage than Corki, barring getting taken out by Renekton?
It kind of depends, because it's just different. Like, Corki's upfront damage or burst damage is so big. I think if Jinx is allowed to auto and has a continuous fight, the range and the rockets kind of overtake. I think 3-4 items definitely a breaking point. At the moment, I mean, Jinx is the one ahead, so good scenario. If, again, that Dragon becomes a point of contention, but at the moment, TT trying to trade other parts of the map to give up that Dragon, as it will be secured by LGD, and the rocket will not find it.
And it's exactly as you said. With no item, no Dragon fight. Although I appreciate the little rocket that gets thrown out there. Between Mega Inferno Bomb, Super Mega Death Rocket, the Super Fire Kick that we had in game number 1, I mean, everything is very exciting this series.
I feel like if Riot released a Super Mega Champion, I would be okay with it at this point.
That would be fun.
You know?
That sounds like the next arena.
Yeah, the
Mega arenas could actually go
steal the old Dota game mode of you can trade it, like ability swap or whatever they called it. You can kind of like build your own champ. That is a fun one for the Dota 2 enjoyers, but we're focused on the Superior MOBA in the #1 region in the world, Dia. Coming off first stand win. It still is so true, I guess. You know, I don't usually rip that one off as someone that sadly correctly predicted the fact that LPL or LCK teams would not lose a series in best of fives last year. So I don't know if I believe that this is the best region, but results-based analysis, the first stand win, you cannot argue with that. And it does feel good to say, as someone that just tested saying it out, Dia. I gotta admit that. Might be on something.
It's pretty fun. Enjoy it while you can. The thing is,
Might be on
you know, whether you think it's the most true thing in the world or not, there's a limited amount of time you can say it. Take me, for example. Casting Brazilian League of Legends for a really long time. Man, was I milking Furia this year. And I'm going to keep doing it because I can't have that forever.
I mean, Furia is quite fun. And definitely made the America's Cup a lot more fun as well. So, at the moment, this Group Nirvana match, it is LGD that are going to be threatening Seoul. And at the moment, threatening Baron. YCX, though.
Ready to pick up a kill right now. Does need a reset to come through, though. Junhao is really trying to finish this. YCX, however, still alive, means that On not yet excited, and now impaled into the super mega inferno bomb. Keshi gonna try and recover this, but super mega extra everything for LGD as they pick up that team fight win off of a fantastic impale.
The 3-man impale from Hong hung all of TT out to dry. I mean, it sets up the combo for LGD perfectly in a fight where On did get a reset kill, where it looked like the Jinx was starting to ramp. That impale from over the wall ends the fight before it could start. I don't think that On was able to flash react to this. Would love to see a replay, because I think that was an impale pretty much perfectly set up over the wall by Hong. I'm not sure if he flashed afterwards or did the flash to set it up, but On was not able to react. Gets caught up in the mix of the claws and taken down immediately as LGD has blown this game wide open.
LPL production supremacy brings us this replay.
I mean, again, you can see Hong from over the wall. This is a great fight for On so far. He's starting to move down. He's spacing Xiaoya really well. This is a great scenario for the Jinx, but it's the flash impale in the choke, and it was during a zap being channeled. So On couldn't really respond with the flash to get out, just didn't recognize it in time. Goes down to the impale. We get back to live. Junhao has just fallen to LGD as well. And now we're a minute away from Soul Point spawning. LGD has Baron, and they're about to take full control over this game.
The last minute is a fever dream. My heart is still pumping so fast after that impale that I've barely processed that we're knocking on tier 2s now, and with a Ziggs as well, you can get so much more out of this Baron than you regularly would. LGD have knocked down every tier 2 standing for Thunder Talk, and they've still got time left on this Baron. A little while longer to take control of the jungle, as we've seen them do over and over this game. Both teams playing for control of each other's neutral objectives. Small or big, doesn't matter. Every inch has been important this series. Every inch towards playing for Group Ascent.
I mean, last hope here for TT. It's got to be On being able to pop off. It wasn't able to finish the last item. That's kind of weird. That's a lot burn. Hong might die?
Mega Inferno Bomb, not super this time.
Okay.
Already used, plus the Impale.
I mean, a lot of tools
LGD
down.
in a tough situation. They've used Dominus as well.
That is a lot of tools down. Still a lot of ground to be made up here by Thunder Talk. Keshi trying to make some of that ground up. You can see how dark it is thanks to the toggle. They can spot Ziggs thanks to the bomb. They don't know if the objective's been started yet or not. It's already at half, and I think Soul has to be given over. Fertile base TP'd back, and no ability into the river. Again, thought some of those ults were maybe burned early by LGD, but they zoned him out. They took control of the space, didn't let it go. Thunder Talk could not get in. And that is Chem Soul over, and that's an expensive one. I mean, that's every shield and every heal coming out from Skarner or Renekton or Rel. That's just more efficient, more valuable with those dragons being picked up, not to mention the damage for this. That's going to help prevent Jinx from finding those resets.
Towers perfectly crashed into as well. LGD get to walk up and take inhibs to their heart's delight. And realistically, Thunder Talk can't engage, because if they do, they risk losing the game. On has to be set up absolutely perfectly right now, and he cannot even approach the fight with YCX almost having his flash back up. And Hung going to be in the same situation. These Impale Magnet Storm combinations are going to be the biggest threat for Thunder Talk. And On getting excited is now no longer a winning card. It's a necessity to have a chance at winning the fight.
And I mean, what a shift coming out from game one here, Dia, too, because we kind of came into the night, felt like Thunder Talk was favored, been playing the better leagues so far, dominated game one, and we did call out, you know, felt like game three could be a little bit more of a slobber knocker, but for LGD to really take control, turn it like that, and again, off the back of Bertle, like it kind of makes you go back and question, is Bertle just being on these carries or these damage-focused characters the answer here for LGD? Because the Scion game for Bertle, they looked way out of sorts, which was the only tank game that Bertle's played so far this split. But now returning to the carries, the last 2 games, the Rumble, the Renekton, it feels like LGD as a team has just functioned better.
Everybody on LGD looks so much more comfortable when they're able to use Bertle as a threat.
Uh-oh.
Even right now, pulling Feather
Deep
in.
TP.
And finding the kill. That is a Magnet Storm used by YCX as well to try and extend the engage. Keshi, however, is behind the team and trying to look for something. Gets slammed into the wall and left for dead by his team as Tong Yuan not going to be caught by anything. Heru sitting inside the base to harass Bertle. Of LGD in a big numbers advantage. It is 5-3 inside the enemy base. On is alive. On has hit some serious item breakpoints. He's on 4 items. But Cubby, there's only so much that On can do.
Too little, too late, I fear. As they can't find the wrap-up of the kills into the Chem Soul. And I think that this is just going to be 3 inhibitors taken, base and tatters. I mean, if they don't finish this game soon, it will be extra free gold and experience marching in, which I always like to remind people of sometimes the alternative science of League of Legends, of not taking the inhibitors too early or not taking triple inhibs when you can't finish. But the Baron spawning should be LGD putting the finishing touches on what, frankly, was a bit of a surprise night for me coming in. With LGD, again, able to really take control of this group with a win here and giving themselves the best chance to top out the standings, beating TT and hoping to face Team WE, the one team and group Ascension that, again, those guys have really struggled over there, as they are currently 0-8-0-16. Doesn't get much worse than that. It literally cannot.
LGD definitely no strangers to struggle after last split. I'm sure that, you know, on one hand you're excited about facing WE. That becomes even more of a reality with that GA pop. Hung wants to extend this engage, and he will, making sure that Keshi cannot play League of Legends. Goes onwards as Junhao, half HP, is forced to ult Xiaoya, but from the back, On, still alive, is actually trying to take out Shanya, and he might! Gets excited, is kiting out Bertle! Thundertalk are not out of this yet, but they have crucially lost access to their base. And then LGD are keenly aware of it, going not for the kills, but for the end of the game, as Tong Yuan and Hong get into the base and have only Heru left to stop them. Not much you can do against an LGD that is this on fire. They pick up the kills, and the last auto will secure the Nexus and a double kill for Tong Yuan, giving him and the rest of LGD a chance at Group Ascend.
Look, I thought that like, honestly, some of the fights had some moments to try and pop off, but it was the big impale coming out from Hong that completely changed this game. He was not allowed to operate in the fight that mattered most. It was a close game until then. It was really, I think, TT losing gracefully until they picked the right spot to go in and find the win. But from there, I really feel like how LGD were able to find the lead and run with it. This is a series that I think I learned something about this team. First off, good team wins going into Thunder Talk, the team that I feel like put better tape up from what we've seen on the Rift so far. But I really learned that LGD needs Bertle to be on these carries. And I definitely want to look out to see if the next time we see Bertle end up in games where you're playing the Scion or in Cassante. Because I think that sometimes there are games or situations where it requires it. I mean, I don't think the Scion was necessarily a bad pick in that game 1, even if I didn't love the draft overall for LGD. But, man, when he was on carries, I mean, he had a lead in that game. He was able to shut it down. I think that the fight we're on was Sumless. Great TP into a game-winning fight angle that Bertle was able to find. And the game on Rumble as well, I know that he drew in a lot of pressure, but was able to put down some good equalizers and show why he has been a top laner that's been at the top of some of our stat pools in Group Nirvana. And not just Group Nirvana, but for all of LPL. So it's been a split of a lot of positives for Bertle. And I'm leaving this series with more reason to try and empower him to have more agency over the game. And I think that's a real positive for LGD moving forward. And one, I'm curious to see if, they do more of that. And also if Bertle adapts in the games where he's not going to have as much agency over the game. And the Scion Ornn angles that I think are necessary at times.
I honestly, like, while Bertle is playing exceptionally well, I have to echo exactly what we were talking about throughout this broadcast, that it feels like the rest of LGD play much better when he's not on a tank. Not because Bertle is playing inherently better, although I do think that his Renekton and his Rumble are quite good, but I think that LGD are much better at taking up space that isn't created for them by CC, but is created for them by the pressure of having a, if we can say this, like, or to use like a terrible chess analogy, just like you have a queen in a space, and Bertle is sort of acting as their queen, as this extra threat that is not Xiaoya, that lets Xiaoya step up to the fights.
I'm not laughing because of the I would say metaphor, which I actually find somewhat accurate, is someone that's terrible at chess, but you know. I'm laughing just because I'm thinking of Queen Bertle. It's like Queen Bee, but it's Queen Bertle for LGD.
So, get that on our graphics list. Next time I see LGD play, I want a Queen Bertle graphic.
We need Beyonce songs.
Yeah.
The next Bertle game. We'll have Beyonce references. It is the only day of the LPL, by the way, where it's both Group Nirvana teams playing, which, look out for some of the fun in the second series that we have. As, of course, the second series will be another Nirvana matchup coming up after this, and one where the stakes are a bit different, Dia. As, of course, in that matchup, EDG currently slotted to not be one of the two bottom teams that we're going to be booting, and Ultra Prime slotted to be right above them with only one less game lost. So, really close series we have coming up today. I know that it's not the best league for you fans at home, but today is the kind of day where I think it's important to have a broadcast like this to cover the history of the league, because these bottom teams are fighting for a lot. And LGD, with their backs up against the wall, guarantee that we will see them again for Split 3 with their win today. Guarantee that we will see them in a play-in playoff series to threaten a Group Ascension team and their spot for Split 3. And with the win today, moving themselves into the top of the standings with winning the head-to-head over Thunder Talk. So, a really big day and big win for LGD, who showed some good stuff.
Really impressed, and I will remind everyone that rooting for underdogs does pay off. Your local LGD Coper is going to go to bed
That's
happy tonight.
Oh, that's good.
Very, very happy to see them winning in the way that they did as well, because I came into this series going Bertle, and I'm leaving this series going, whoa, really nice performance from Hung, and we mentioned it earlier, great performances from Tong Yuan. I was offended that he didn't get MVP in game number 2. And I think he really brought a lot of pressure with the Ziggs, with this unique pick into Aurora confidently, and was able to really warp the game around him as LGD was able to use this Ziggs really effectively in teamfights, but also around the map.
Yeah, we shouted out how they moved Ziggs to take the turrets on that chain. I think that was really well played. Who knows? Maybe they were doing some homework on some APA VODs here for TL with the Ziggs, of course. I think APA is definitely a player to watch when it comes to playing Ziggs. In the LPL, Knight does play a damn good one. I think he's still undefeated playing Ziggs into the Azir matchup. Counterpick that he definitely likes. Again, this is the fight. I kind of thought that On had something going on, but if Hung gets player of the series, or player of the game, which would give him player of the series, is player of game 2, it would be because of this, as that is a massive impale over the wall, found On before he could use any of his summons, which were up, by the way. Got one shot by the combo of LGD, and this was the game. Really, this fight was the game, as they get Baron off that, turn into Dragon Soul, turn into 3 inhibitors, and that turned into the Nexus at the end.
I can't lie. You know, you did say a couple of minutes ago that we might not be here in Group Nirvana watching the League of Legends that is competing for the top tier of League of Legends in the world, but you got to remember, Cubby, I love casting Brazilian League of Legends as well. I am here for the crazy games, for the crazy plays, and watching Hung get that impale again, 1, kind of hot, 2, is definitely an indicator of the kind of gameplay that we can expect here, and also probably of an upcoming MVP for him. I don't think they take that Observer liberty without imagining a Hung MVP.
I do think that Tong Yuan actually had a really nice game. If they give it to Tong Yuan, because they played the map around the Ziggs and they took a lot of the turrets, I'd be okay with that. But I think you have to reward some of the boom boom, not the boom boom damage, I'm sorry, but the boom boom plays being set up for the boom boom damage. As was a really good game from Hong. I mean, I would say usually Skarner are the one that probably should be stopping the bases and not going in, but they had like 20 super creeps around the Nexus by the time that thing blew up. So I think Hong knew that that was the game. And some good calls by him and Tong Yuan. I think a really good series for Hong, by the way. Coming in, we said that Junhao has been probably the best performing player of Group Nirvana. Really felt that way coming into the series today. Hong might have double player of the game against him to wrap this one up. Has, of course, the one from last game, and also, I think, a lot of reason in this next game to get another Pog in his hands. So, good playing from LGD.
I come out of this as well, you know, looking forward to Thunder Talk's future. I do imagine that they'll be going into the playoffs play-ins as well, just a little longer term. They do have some more games to play that, as we mentioned, they probably should win, to be honest. And even on in this game, my heart hurts a little bit for him. I saw the Jinx dream. He was forced onto this suboptimal pick. It's not great in the meta right now, and even so, that last team fight, he was doing exactly what Xiaoyu did in Game 2, recognizing when he could step forward, recognizing when he could get resets. And I think we have a lot to look forward to for Thunder Talk, and of course for LGD, who we now know we will be seeing in the play-ins and potentially in Group Ascend. But not only that, Cubby, we have a lot more to look forward to today. As you mentioned, a little bit of carrot this morning, a little bit of stick this evening. EDG going to be going up against Ultra Prime to see which of them is in the worst position, the one more likely to be relegated and sent not to the LDL, but to their liminal space of reality.
To the couch.
Where they will exist until the
to
next
the couch
time
they... 3. Yeah.
Exactly. The couch sounds much more comfortable than the liminal space between realities. Back for that series will be Jay, Beto, and Slayer. Cubby, it has been a pleasure covering these games with you. But for now,
thank you. You as well.
Time to take a break, and love you all. See you soon. Bye.
Welcome everybody back to LPL English, your unofficial coverage of the LPL in English language as always. And that English language for this second series is covering a very large gap known as the Pacific Ocean between your two casters. I, of course, be your play-by-play Slayer, but I am joined by the Down Under man himself, Jay Beto, for the first time this split, my friend Jack. And we've got some group Nirvana fun to have tonight to get our duo kickstarted here for Split 2.
Yeah, our second Nirvana. We got the Nirvana, night tonight. I know Cubby talking a bit about the albums before. Not too much of a Nirvana fan myself, but I like a couple of songs here and there. But yeah, this is an exciting match, mostly because of the stakes involved that won't immediately present themselves. But basically, both of these two teams are fighting to not get eliminated for Split 3.
They're fighting for not getting eliminated here, Jay Beto. They're also now with especially TT's result as we get a look at the updated standings. We don't even have a 3-0 team at the top. LGD take that top spot. So, I mean, just look at every position outside of OMG. They're all within striking distance. Like you said, Jay Beto, facing off against that coveted WE spot at number 1 versus not even playing in the playoffs there's very little wiggle room right now.
Yeah, so this match will be important. For both of these teams, for LNG as well, for Thunder Talk as well. Match score is important too, but if you're either of these teams, you're not too fussed about taking a 2-1, you just want to get that win.
Just get that win under your belt, and the winner of tonight's matchup will join Thunder Talk as one of 2 teams at 2-1 in the single round robin that is Group Nirvana in Split 2. One of those teams hoping to do so is, of course, Edward Gaming, who we will feature first and show that roster off here that has seen some changes, obviously, for coming into the year. Of course, Jay Beto with additions like Leave coming in here. But then we saw the mid-season acquisition of Jue brought in here as that playmaker. And Jay Beto, it's a fun conversation to talk about Jue being added here because it sounded like from what I heard, or the rumor mill, is that EDG, Xiao Hao in particular, potentially wanted to get somebody in here to be like a playmaking shot caller for those like mid to late game team fights. Jue definitely is the type of player I would think fits that bill, but so far it's worked out to, I would say, suspect levels of success, especially looking back at this LGD series. Yeah,
this is a tough series for EDG. Getting 2-0'd, it didn't feel necessarily like it should have been a 2-0 for how EDG were playing through the Ergo. I mean, look at this clip. They have 3 dragons. I think this is the one where Leave gets caught on the Ashe by himself because he's hitting a pink ward. In game 2 as well. Yeah, there it is right there. And in game 2, they had like a really, really scaling draft, had Baron and Elder, and still couldn't end the game. So, well, I think it's a little too early. We've only seen, barely a couple of series from these guys. But when you bring in a player for a specific role to fill, and that doesn't end up happening, question marks are going to get put down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm glad that you, not that I didn't expect this from you, Jack, ball knower, obviously locked into what these clips are looking like, but the point I wanted to highlight with these clips was that, these team fights still look pretty messy. These team fights still look a bit out of place. And again, why it's really important to reinforce this, Jack, is because this isn't like a super changed EDG roster. Yes, their bottom lane has changed from last year, but Leave has had a split with the rest of this crew now, and this top side is all played together. Markedly, a guy like Xiao Hao, who I think a lot of the credit he had with EDG last split was his ability to kind of navigate these parts of games. So it's weird to me to see their top side feel so sort of disjointed when it's not like we've made a ton of swaps like we've seen with a bunch of these other teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the game that they had Soul having Baron and Elder and not being able to end, like, macro decisions. Obviously, they were pushing down one lane. And the conversation, I can't actually remember who I was casting with. It might have been Mazel. But we were talking about a lot of EDG's teamfight positioning, specifically Leave. I think Quark's talked previously about the I am Leave and I have Flash. And just the way that he plays around having the summoner spell or lack thereof in a lot of times. But yeah, a lot of the teamfight positioning was a little bit unfortunate. And I think that up against tonight's opponent, Ultra Prime, who have done a really good job of punishing late game mistakes, EDG are going to have to be on the ball.
Yeah, Ultra Prime looking rejuvenated coming into this series. We'll introduce that roster as we always go through with those formalities. take a look at this Ultra Prime squad that was really headlined. You know, you talked about it. We're going to talk a lot about it here, right, Jay Beto? But to me, it was really cool to see Climber go up against LGD and have the performance he had.
Yeah.
I thought that might have been one of the greatest Climber series we've seen in his short time in the LPL was this matchup against LGD, because he was actually absolutely smurfing against his former squad that cut him.
Yeah, I mean, all these clips are about Ultra Prime coming back from deficit, right? The 3 dragons down, 2,000 gold, really nice engage from Salsa with the shockwave to find that. Second clip is Climber, right? Finding an ult on finding a Pantheon ult onto Shelia on this Draven. You know, you could chalk this up to some mistakes from LGD. They definitely overstepped, but the fact that Ultra Prime found these in moments where, again, down soul point, down 1.5k gold, it's not easy, it's not super easy to find these wins back in. And in the last clip that we're going to get to in a moment, I really think Climber did so much work in the team fight. He's playing Xin Zhao, so able to impact the map on the Pantheon and find some great team fights, but also still pretty good on the Xin Zhao that's been kind of teetering in and out of priority.
Yeah, it was a performance from Climber that earned him Player of the Series, and it was a clear-cut reward for him. And this was a guy, when you think back to 2025, right, Jack, that was one of those really hyped up-and-coming prospects that a lot of people were excited to see, you know, show out. He, of course, obviously then started losing out his split to I think it was Nayo at the time. So he lost out his split to Nayo at that point, and then he ends up losing his job completely. It was really weird and unfortunate to see Climber. You know, I came in as like an LPL guy that year that was like, all right, what prospects are fun to get behind? Obviously, you and I are very much so attached to a guy like 1xN's caliber, but it was also Climber that I heard a lot about. So for him to, you know, rise back up and meet that ceiling that a lot of people put out for him as a prospect, hey, it starts with one series and then you move on forward from it. And, you know, speaking on the man Climber, Jay Beto, I really wanted to highlight him off of that series, but also, again, back to the EDG reinforcement of a point here. When you look at Xiao Hao's stats this year, it's just not up to the cuff we expect from a veteran player of his caliber.
Yeah, so featured matchup for us tonight. Looking to see how Xiao Hao and EDG can approach the late game and if Climber can continue. Again, it was one series. You got to mark that down with an asterisk and say, okay, we need to see more. It's not enough, in my opinion, to fully get on the, you know, okay, Ultra Prime are a really serious threat contesting the middle of the group, but the fact that Ultra Prime found the wins in the way they did against a team like EDG, who have been making mistakes in the late game, I feel like if Ultra Prime was to get another series, this is definitely a doable one for them.
Doable indeed. And what is interesting about some of these Climber stats, by the way, I do want to shout out that damage percentage. That is highest among all Nirvana junglers, right? So 19.3%. That's like a huge mark for him there. He's got a high KP. So like these are a lot of stats to support, again, how Climber has been such a driving force for Ultra Prime's success, even if a lot of it does come in that last series. And it's just such a stark difference to how Xiao Hao has performed. So jungle is going to be a very big factor in this matchup. But Jack, are there any other, you know, lanes you find interesting as we get set, you know, to maybe we'll have walkouts coming soon. We'll get into that game 1 draft. What are there any other matchups that, you know, like tickle your fancy going into this one?
I mean, there was a Wukong top played recently. That's pretty exciting. I've heard some people say, "Oh man, this meta." What are you talking about, guys? Come watch the LPL, because there's everything getting played in top lane. There's everything getting played in all over the map. We saw a Warwick earlier this year. So I think Salsa specifically hasn't had the best time in his matches. You know, specifically, his like CS per minute, really not great compared to some of the other laners in the league. But with the team fighting that we've seen from Ultra Prime in their last series, does show some good hope. So some stability through top lane, maybe something exciting. I'm always down for fun picks.
Always down for fun picks, and I am always down to test how these group Nirvana teams can execute leads, because that is such a important thing to do when we again think about the overarching goal for a lot of these Nirvana teams. The first one staring them in the face is, can we get a shot at playing Group Ascend teams? Can we get a shot at maybe playing Group Ascend? Because there is no way to, you know, develop as players as a team that play against the best of the best, and the best of the best in Group Ascend. I'm not going to say every team up there is pretty good at, completing their leads. We've seen some throws, but that's definitely a mark you got to meet as we have our teams meet with some of their fans as they make their way out onto the stage here for our second and final series. I don't know how you feel about this, Jack, but, I remember being a kid. I went to the LCS studio watching some of my, idols like Bjergsen, and I will never forget when I got to high-five his hand as he walked past us after winning his series. So it's so cool that, all these fans get to high-five, maybe some of their idols, like I did when I was a young one up in the LCS studio.
Unfortunately, esports in OCE is not alive.
Yeah,
it's been limping for a while. So, I would have loved to have gone to like an LCS studio when I was younger.
I didn't mean to put you down like that, Jim.
Yeah, it's not a great conversation, but hey, we do have some good prospects.
Yes,
sometimes we make good coaches, I've heard, and sometimes there's some players. Sometimes every now and again one gets through. But before we get into the draft, Slayer, we were talking about like the top lane situation. I've seen a lot of top laners kind of go towards the second half ban phase, a lot of investing in these enchanter bot lanes. I still think Ashe Seraphine is really terrifying. So if you're able to put something on your top laner that's comfortable, or say counterpick, get this Ashe Seraphine. I will quickly look because I have forgotten. Bad caster. Ultra Prime, blue side. Sorry. EDG, blue side, Ultra Prime in the 90s. Are you that old, sir?
No. Zach, you know this guy, man. This guy. Listen, all right. I named Bjergsen. I said I high-five Bjergsen. I'm a 25-year-old man with a receding hairline. Be nice to me, okay? That's what I've got to say to our bot team out there. There is nothing, though, that is going to keep us away from this draft, though. Jay Beto, you mentioned it. I should have done it myself, too. We do have the EDG blue side. Interesting to see EDG they had selection. So they actually wanted the blue side here. That's what's pretty intriguing as we get into this Game 1 draft.
Ultra Prime taking second pick as well. Not a ton of normality in this draft already. Obviously, the bans fairly normal so far. Could be Rumble. Okay, so Rumble's up. Could be likely try to put Sasa behind. Again, he's not had the best time laning. Pretty solid. Too. Yes, you could try. I've seen.
Well, don't.
No.
I'm
not going to get baited by the hovers.
Yep. Yeah.
You could go Ashe Seraphine. You could take one away, play the other one. But then I always feel like, where do you go with the other option? So if you take the Ashe, are you pairing Bard? Yeah, Milia. And then if you take the Seraphine, I saw a Jhin Seraphine. That wasn't pretty either. But it's going to be the Nocturne. So Ashe Seraphine going to go over EDG. Feeling pretty happy. Seen a lot of the Caitlyn answer, Slayer, into this Ashe Seraphine. Could be Caitlyn Nico, or could be, that Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio that's been rising up a little bit too.
Yeah, the Milio is really taking the center stage, and, we'll have to see if there's an aggressive bottom lane swing here from Leave and Jway. I do find that Nocturne B1 interesting, right? Because innate value you do see here is like, all right, we're playing this into an Ashe, right? So that isn't a mobile target for this Nocturne. What does Angel want to pair up with it, right? We don't have access to that Orianna. I'm curious to see where Angel decides to go. If they'll even pick mid. They probably won't pick mid on this turn. It's looking like with the Lucian lock-in, that's a Leaf staple. I would expect this to be Lucian Milio on the turn here for EDG. So very pointed bottom lane matchup right here, Jay Beto. Both of these sides, EDG and Ultra Prime, they want to find a lead coming out of this lane.
Yeah, very standard answer here as well. The Jarvan into the Nocturne. Works well with the Ashe Seraphine. I feel like I'm seeing the last year as I casted on a rerun. But now we're going to talk about the top lane matchup. Ultra Prime have that counter pick. Do they want to leave Rumble open? And are they happy picking something like a Gallia or an Ornn into it? Starting to ban away some of the carries with the Jace. So could be looking for something that's got a little less agency. Something like those tanks if you want to blind pick for Sasa on 4 here. And take a Sion, take a, maybe a Cassante, and leave mid lane counter pick up, which is an option. I will say EDG's draft is pretty short ranged already. I mean, I know Milio extra range, but Nocturne has to commit. Lucian Milio have to commit as well, and you're getting poked out a lot by the Ashe Seraphine. Jarvan has a lot of answers and options to navigate through a fight. I think this mid lane is going to be important though, Slayer.
Yeah, I was curious if, Ultra Prime would try and approach the second ban phase by trying to pinch some of those Nocturne pairings we think about. Like, I know we don't have access to the Orianna, but a lot of people like to go stuff like, maybe Nocturne Aurora. Nocturne Rise wouldn't be available either. EDG have taken it away on top of that, but Ultra Prime have just decided to target ZDZ and take away some of those carry top laners like you were talking about. We even see the Rumble ban come through for Edward Gaming on their side of this ban phase. So it's looking like both our mid laners, the Vayne ban comes across. So we're getting rid of a bunch of these carries. Seems like, Jay Beto, we're setting up for a tank swap between our top laners and our mid laners to have access to whatever they want. And I'm immediately disproven as the Mbessa gets slammed for Sasa.
Feels like we went through 4 top lane bans, and then both players were like, yeah, this is fine. We're happy to handshake this matchup. The Mbessa, great team fighter, works really well with the Ashe Seraphim Jarvan. I feel like EDG played almost this exact draft in their series against LGD, and they just weren't able to get off the floor. I'll have to have a look at that when I get a moment. But EDG, take the counter pick top, the blind pick mid here. Aurora, like you said, works really well if you want to go for a bit of range. The Victor is nice. You could go the Annie. There's a lot of onus on leave on this Lucian. I feel like you do need some kind of engager, some kind of CC. It is just going to be the Aurora, though.
Lot of pressure. I'm glad you pointed that out. There's a lot of pressure on this Nocturne to perform as that engage tool, because later in the game we'll have a Gnar, and obviously we're hoping that ZDZ will utilize the Gnar bar correctly to be that engage threat. But where this Nocturne needs to really count, where this Lucian Melio really needs to count in that mid game, you don't have access to a lot of Gnar team fighting. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on Xiaohao, who we highlighted, Jay Beto, has really been disappointing so far to start EDG's Split 2 campaign. The counter pick here for Saber is going to be that Ahri. So it's 2 very similar champions that want to roam level 6, have a lot of dash, have a lot of mobility matched up in this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of mid-game damage in both of these comps. I think that the Nocturne kind of irks out. Not only in some of that early damage, because you can invade Raptors really, really easily, but also being able to, have that semi-global impact the Ashe Seraphim lane, use the spell shield really nicely. But I think that both comps have the potential to really take over team fights. I think it's a lot about space control around these dragons. It's really hard to walk into Ashe Seraphim Ahri. It's really hard to walk into Lucian Melio Aurora. And the Lucian Melio will most likely have mid priority throughout that mid game, so they should be able to rotate to these objectives a little bit quicker.
I like all the points you're making there, Jay Beto. These comps feel very similar, but the range advantage for Ultra Prime's bottom lane versus the innate burst ability, and of course, classic leave carry potential really on display here, as Edward Gaming look to try and find a win against a team that they have consistently dominated in Group Nirvanas of past. This is a whole new Ultra Prime, hot off their win against top-seeded LGD, if you missed the Thunder Talk LGD series. It's getting set here to get onto the Rift for Game 1 soon, and this one should be very fun. It's like we talked about, Jack, the stakes in Nirvana are anyone can take it. So will it be EDG or Ultra Prime fighting for that playoff spot? We're on to Summoner's Rift, which means we got to open our final series of the day with some Hometown Giants.
Maybe only on one side, though.
Yeah, I heard the first half. I thought, we get the second half. Got a lot of
question.
We got a lot of phone watching. Okay, question.
Is Doran Shield bugged because it's glowing green?
That is the sprite of the new Doran Shield on the very early release patch that we are not playing on. So
yeah,
that's
what I thought.
That's a great call out there, Jack.
Here's this level 1 Nocturne invade that I was talking about. Now, the thing that Climb has to worry about is Xiaohao is going to hit level 2 first, and we'll still have Smart available, but Climber does a really good job of pulling camp away. So it'll just be that pretty annoying Nocturne Raptors clear. Very, very strong. But yeah, I hope that's just a visual thing.
Oh, without a doubt. That would be wild, though, if we have the changes coming through. I will say it doesn't appear. I believe the Dorn's blade might have been visually tweaked as well, and they look pretty similar. But fear not, everyone. We are not playing on the new Wild Wild West patch with all the changes that I'm sure. Hopefully, you guys are testing out on servers wherever you are. Shout out to my Smolder players. You should be eating good. nonetheless. So make sure to take Deathfire Touch if you get the chance at that. Touch of Death going on to some minions here from Leave as this EDG bottom lane looks to try and get the level 2 forced up and try and get the wave pushed up. But Climber does have a unique opportunity to do something a lot of Jarvans like to look for, a classic level 3 gank. For courtesy of Jue, they are completely spotted.
Be careful. EDG want to bait this so that they don't show Climber that he was spotted. But if they are a little bit too hasty, they might have to lose a summoner spell regardless. Climber will instead see if he can find an invade of his own.
It's a chess game going on. These invades, oh my god, did Xiaohao? Yeah, he got right around that corner just a second after the red buff was aggroed from Climber.
Yeah.
So still a couple of pinks towards mid lane that maybe signals something's going on here, but Climber's going to successfully steal away that red buff, and Xiaohao wards. He's like, hold on a minute. I just left this buff here.
He looks a bit grumpy in the play. I'm like, man, thought I'd have enough time. But, I mean, I'm glad that it's not the new patch because I haven't done enough research on the new patch. I know that there's a lot of crazy changes, specifically those boots. I haven't really had a chance to feel those out, but a bit of a trading here in the bot lane. Henna.
Yeah, gonna force that classic heal exchange. But this is exactly what you want to do if you're Leave and Jue. You need to garner a significant Lucian lead to come out of this lane. But at the same time, the oppression that Seraphine Ashe can bring as a duo is, oh my god. Oh, the classic AD carry play. I respect that from Henna. I'm going to barrier to block any incoming damage because losing this reset timer is worse than losing barrier.
I feel like it's one of the most like 50-50 plays of all time where both teams are extremely happy. It's like, okay, guys, we got barrier. And then Henna's like, okay, guys, I got my base off. That's really big. I got a good reset timer. So, Watch Prime will come back to lane here with a fresh set of health and Retrix. Is that what that's called? I'm not sure. But Xiao continuing to do a pretty good job in this jungle. Now, accelerating Nocturne at any level can be pretty scary. Get that level 6 online first. And if you look at the XP difference, building up pretty significantly for Xiaohao.
Yeah, Xiaohao was spotted taking those Krugs away. I am intrigued to see that he is going to be up at least a couple camps here, knowing the Climber did steal that red buff away. But he's got his own Gromp and his Wolves to take here, and there is no real answer for Climber to look for to keep up in that aspect. So that level 6 first Paranoia, curious to see when it will actually come online. Usually it's that second Scuttle Crab, but maybe we'll just potentially fight it out. Yes, Xiaohao wants to defend his own Raptors. He's going to aggro them so Climber's Q doesn't actually hit any of them. He's going to pull them out of vision. Flag goes down, but Xiaohao has Smite, and, well, he has just the position advantage. So he is going to secure his own Raptors and continue to stay up in XP.
Yeah, a couple of little chickens taken there, but Xiaohao not too worse for wear after that. I feel like Climber has been on vision the entire game, and it's really unfortunate because normally with Ashe, it should be the enemy jungler that you see the whole game, but I feel like Climber has been on vision, spotted out, pinged out. Look, again, ganking mid, pinged retreat, nothing here. Climber is constantly being denied access to his options in the jungle pathing, and meanwhile, Xiaohao is building up nearly a full level lead.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous here for Climber with how much time he's wasted. I mean, look, he's beside himself. He's sitting in a brush trying to make up his mind. What the hell do I do right now? He's just wasted time waiting for the... Looks like that second Scuttle Crab to respawn is what he's going to go after, but by the time he does this, is Xiaohao just going to invade the Raptors timer on the other side of the map? He might get level 6 as Climber crests level 5. Yeah,
that's crazy that this second Scuttle, because of all the invading, Climber is only maybe going to hit level 5 off of this timer. Xiaohao... a full level up after this Raptors is taken. Now, the question is, where do you go? He's here.
He's just a couple seconds late again, Jay Beto. He's just getting tormented by Xiaohao.
It was pretty tough.
Oh no. Is it going to get worse?
I mean, he's level 6.
I don't know how much extra fighting power Paranoia really gives him in the straight 1v1, but it's enough for Climber to respect it. Look to give his red buff, his lead dashing on forward, trying to drop a ton of damage into Henna. Goes he can't fire, plus a heal from Jue. Makes it a decent trade there for Leave, but Ashe Seraphine standing strong per usual as Xiaohao has pushed Climber off of his red buff. and
Yep.
will promptly attempt to steal it away on Vision. Between worlds in the mid lane here from Angel. Going to force out the Spirit Rush from Saber. This is usually a game I like to see our top laners play. I like to call it Ultimate Chicken, but the mid laners wanted to have a shot at that game
Well,
this time.
while we were watching mid there, so Salsa was pulled to the Krugs to try to help Climber, but ZDZ pushed the wave in, and Xiaohao lived. So then ZDZ canceled Climber's base twice.
Leave dash right into the face of an Ash Arrow, and now has to flash back, and a dash back in, and has enough burst to get rid of Henna. Salsa will trade out the enemy AD carry, but that's a first blood advantage, and EDG's marksman picks up a kill. Henna gets a measly assist, so classic Leave aggro lane play working out here for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, I have Flash, and I'm Leave. But we were talking a lot about the jungle and a bit of the top side, but it's actually the bot lane that ends up finding a 2v2 kill first with this Lucian Milio. Really nice start for Leave. And again, EDG have had success through Leave, but then also have had some faults, some mispositioning, some not perfectly executed fights. Again, Climber on Vision. We'll spot out
There we
Xiao
go.
Hao. There we go. There's one. One for the road. Now, Climber is still like nearly a full level behind, but he does have ult. So Xiaohao didn't quite find any value on that timer. Not the worst, but shouldn't be too happy about that. This dragon has still not been taken. Slayer grubbed her up as well. A very slow objective game so far.
Yep. The hijinks of these jungle paths has caused this. But Xiaohao, fresh off a base with a Phage and a Tunneler, is confident he can handle business with the dragon all on his own. Jue, I mean, also helping out. I mean, just look at the vision that this bot side has as well. There's not a single red ward. This entire part of the river is lit up blue. So it's no sort of surprise to see that Xiaohao will pick up that first dragon of the game, as you pointed out, Jack, just before the 9-minute mark.
He left one fruit. You can't do that. There's
Not for the Scuttle Crab.
There's not bruises on that fruit, okay? There's not. I promise. It's fine. Don't be one of those people. But I mean, even though Xiaohao was able to get that dragon, now going for an invade too. ZDZ got a ward on the grubs, and Climber is starting it now, but again, he's on Vision. So this invade is just going for free. Look at the bot lane of Ultra Prime. They're being zoned away from their tower.
I mean, they have to respect the paranoia, right? They don't have Ash Arrow available until just now. Henna's going to crest over that. But a 3v2 with Leave's burst ability coming back with most of the components for an Essence Reaver. Wow. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Xiaohao. Again, among, a lot of our Nirvana junglers, we've had, fresh faces like Rio, lesser known names like Climber until last year. Xiaohao's been around, jungling in the LPL for a hot minute. So expect him as the veteran to have matchups like this. And ZDZ's starting to swing his top lane matchup as well. Then our ult forces Sasa to flash.
Climber was only able to get one grub. This could be a good punish.
Okay, they have access to all three of those ults. Leaf sidesteps the arrow. Flag and Dragon to force Jue to flash. Leaf doesn't have that same access. He gets double tap snared. In comes the jungler. Xiaohao's going to immediately burst down and trade one out as the TP from Angel sections off Xiaosa. Their mid laner gets there first. Edward Gaming going to cash in big. A 3-for-1 trade. Leave's death does not go in vain.
Yeah, Leave dies, but the TP instantly and the paranoia really, really well played by EDG. A great snap answer to the play that Ultra Prime were trying to make. I think that missing that Enchanted Crystal Arrow put a really big dampener in this play. It slowed it down. The kick was great too. And Jue living buys just enough time for Leave so that not only the TP, but the paranoia can come through as well. So EDG, down on the play, they actually end up making a profit.
It's good to see, Jay Beto, that we talked about how similar both these mid-jungle duos want to establish their sort of game plan. It's EDG that are just much quicker and much more potent on the map, right? Yes, some of that is because Paranoia is a much, bigger threat across the map than a Flag and Drag, a Flash Cataclysm, but it's even the mid laners, like you pointed out. Angel, just quicker to the play compared to Saber. Has EDG in a really good spot, up about 3K gold. And they need to maintain this, and we already have some woes about EDG with leads that we do have to keep in the back of our minds, Jack.
Yeah, we got to be careful. EDG definitely not the most convincing in their recent matches as the way they approach the late game, but I will say having a Nocturne, 1k gold up right now, lots of first items finished across the board for EDG. Some just trickling through now for Ultra Prime, so gonna be a while before they are relative in fighting strength. The good news for Ultra Prime is that it's still a minute and a half away from this next dragon. 2 good souls already taken away. So, you know, I don't know. Chemtech Soul pretty scary with Emilio. So, obviously you don't want to give it over either way. But I think that if Hextech Soul, like, you're really scared. Cloud Soul as well, pretty scary with a Nocturne, with a Illusion. So, Ultra Prime, I'm going to have to start thinking about, you know, when they want to take their fights, how they want to set up. You know, are they willing to give over this next dragon? No, he's not. I was going to say, is Climber on Vision again because of the toggle, but no, that was just Ultra Prime's Vision. It's like, how does he have a ward there anyway?
Got to start suspecting that there's a ward following Climber if he was spotted on his player at that point. It was just some pesky way they're getting Vision. No, but it's going to be interesting to see how Ultra Prime can really kind of force their way back into this game. I think 2 things that still are at the forefront of their game plan's mind is obviously if they can try and wrangle setup first for maybe one of these upcoming dragons. You talked about the threat of Ashe Seraphine walking into that's very scary, but the simplest way for them to really get things back going is, I always like to call it the Han Sama effect, because he was so good at this with his Ashe. Just start firing arrows from fog onto people alone and seeing if you can blow them up.
Yep, that is a really effective way to blow open the game, because EDG should have mid priority when this Lucian Milio rotates into mid, which shouldn't be too far off. You know, you don't want to wait too long before you put your Lucian in mid lane. Very important to the playstyle. Which should generate prior for objectives. So I agree with you. I think that one of the only things that Ultra Prime can do to really break the state of the game is by catching out someone with either an Ashe ult or just finding someone in the jungle and CC chaining them. The problem is there's a Nocturne. So you're never truly finding that 1v1 if you're cross-map ulting. The Nocturne's always going to be there. Dragon spawned. EDG much stronger in terms of raw gold, but items have been finished by Ultra Prime. So let's see, do they want to fight around this streak? There's a lot of vision towards the bot side of the River Slayer.
TP's available for both of our top laners. We'll maybe see if we get ZDZ's Narbar tracked here, but Ultra Prime kind of just burst through and get into the river first here. Force their vision down as well. Quick aggro comes across, but I do like this play from Leave. Just kind of forcing somebody on Ultra Prime to come answer this mid wave. You can't let it crash for nothing. And that one play is going to allow Jouet to swing on over and give EDG back control of the pit for now. But both these teams seem pretty sheepish to try and start up just our second drink of the game at 14.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that Ultra Prime finishing those items was a really big deal. Even though they're down in gold, they're not that weak relative to EDG. Still, EDG feel confident. Oh, arrow!
Oh, he gets caught! There's the arrow into the Encore combo. Exactly what we need to see from Ultra Prime. Snap pick through the Ashe Seraphine. Angel didn't have a shot in hell to live. And that opens the door to even up the Drake count and maybe eke Ultra Prime back into this mid game.
Yeah, really nice arrow. I mean, we were just talking about that, Slayer, no? Really great catch with the arrow, the CC chain. Angel falls down, and that's enough to allow Ultra Prime into the Dragon. Now, it won't put a sizable dent in the gold lead. EDG are still continuing to grow the Gnar in the side lane, the Nocturne. And it is Chemtech Soul, so it's a little bit valuable for both. Very valuable for Mbessa, right? Mbessa, Milio, Seraphine, sure. But for the rest of them, the most impactful Soul. Great vision control from Ultra Prime. We were talking about the bot side vision. Angel has flash according to Spectate. I didn't check. I'm pretty sure he did have it.
Yes.
But kind of second guesses himself about which way to go and then ends up getting caught by the arrow. Definitely didn't need to die there, so unforced error, but nice catch by Ultra Prime.
I'm glad you pointed out the back end of that, how it actually kind of works out a bit in EDG's favor because Sasa TPs think it's going to be a bigger play. And you get ZDZ so much innate gold. He gets first turret. He crashed a wave into a tier 2 turret. I believe he actually got a plate off of that one as well. So all of a sudden, ZDZ's gold lead is ballooned to the biggest in the game at about 1.7. Yep. And EDG, with more time on the map, Angel getting towards his bot lane first, are able to push Saber off. And they've now knocked down 2 of the turrets in the game already, really opening up more space on the map. And Jay Beto, no champion loves more space on the map more than a Nocturne.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, very terrifying in the comms. You see a lot of players in pro play like watch their teammates' screens to try to get some synergy going through the fights, because it doesn't really matter how good you are at team fighting together. The Nocturne can always kind of mess that up. But I mean, despite the gold lead, I have to say it doesn't really feel as though EDG are really fully in control as to how I feel like 4,000 gold lead should be. I feel like the top lane is very ZDZ focused. He's very favored, but 1k gold lead on Leave, it doesn't really feel like it yet.
No, you really need that IE third to come through here for Leave to really feel like a problem behind this Melio. It's still like not a huge innate amount of burst, especially when you factor in the Seraphine shields with the Echoes of Helia already coming through here for Salsa. So I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you, Jay Beto, that right now EDG, they are very much so ahead with such a drastic gold lead, but they need to keep this tempo up. It's the classic case of playing with a Nocturne, playing especially with a Lucian. So good to see Cao Hao dropping the Herald mid. More than enough plates taken off this one, so EDG are now going to get rid of all the Tier 1 turrets for free 20 minutes. This should really open up Cao Hao to start targeting some members for this Paranoia, but Leave gets caught up a bit too far forward with a nice slow. He's going to immediately turn the culling back on to Salsa as they do get rid of the Rift Herald, so nothing more than a bit of chip damage out of Leave.
Yeah, massive lead. 5.1k. Gonna need to see this next Drake. I think a lot of the reason... Nice steal from Leaf. A lot of reason, I guess, the game doesn't feel super, like, over yet is because of how that last dragon went. It was kind of given up very easily after one death. And it's not like Angel has a massive lead. Obviously, Aurora can do a ton of burst damage no matter what. Working on that second item now, but I want to see ZDZ impact the game. I was talking to Alk about this a little bit, where I don't know how I feel about Nas having leads. I feel like oftentimes it can really fall on its face, where you're really strong. There's an arrow coming. Yeah.
Arrow. ZDZ,
Whoa.
nice little sidestep thanks to the Trinity Force speed up. Another good look, though. I respect the fact that Henna is constantly looking to use this arrow on cooldown.
It's Han Sama right there. You're just talking about it.
Exactly.
But yeah, I feel like oftentimes, like, Nas great in side lane, but then this happens and...
You have to know this is coming. They threw an arrow towards your lane, but he still gets grabbed by Sauce's public execution, and now he's in a 4 versus 1 that no Meganar can really withstand there. Big kill to get onto Sasa as well. EDG looking to respond with some pushes on mid and bot lane, but I don't think they're going to be able to get more than a couple of plates.
I agree. I think that was a really telegraphed all in there, especially considering the wave states of the other 2 lanes. Like, Angel is about to be hitting bot tower. Bot lane is about to be hitting mid tower. The arrow already went through. Got to expect that at least one person's there and that you're weak sided because your jungler is not there. Small misstep from ZDZ. I wouldn't quite say this is exactly what I was talking about with the Nas kind of giving over leads. Like,
bad time.
Sometimes I feel like it can be a little fake, but it's definitely it's adjacent to what I was talking about. Looks like EDG will be able to start up this Drake for free. Ultra Prime happy to give this one up as they are still down quite a lot of gold.
Yeah, they just need to make this play, right? You talk about the gold factor of it, but also just map pressure. We need to get rid of some of these tier 1 turrets. Most of them are very healthy as well, especially the bottom lane one. So it does stink to make this trade, but it's not sole points thanks to that one Drake fight we saw, or more so pick onto Angel. Nonetheless, it will be Cao Hao and EDG that are 5 minutes ahead of the bell curve when it comes to getting that Chemtech Soul. But now, Jay Beto, we got to focus on Baron Nashor on the Rift. And we do have 2 teams that I feel like can pretty potently strike at the Purple Worm.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the Na, the on-hit damage. But I think both teams right now are saying, this is out of our reach for the present moment. Unless they can really get a pick, blow open the game a little bit. I have to say, pretty quiet game with a Nocturne involved, with the pick potential from this Ultra Prime comp as well. Both teams pretty happy. I like that it says 1,000 in 100.
All right, it's hard to go after an Ahri with 3 Spirit Rush charges. They commit a ton, but 3 dashes and a flash. Gets Saber out of the double ulti combo from Cao Hao and Angel. It's a summoner and ult trade nonetheless, but no kill found on this Paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne, not the worst to not have flash, especially when you're against an Ashe who is immobile. But, I mean, like you said, it's a very risky attempt to look for a gank like that against an Ahri that has ult and flash, but, I mean, they both what can you get off of that in 3.5 minutes on this Drake? I don't know how much, if anything at all.
Guess buying more time to wait for some of these bigger item spikes. We talked a lot about, I'm still looking at Leave, who does have 2 of the 3 components here for the Infinity Edge. Actually, it comes out of base with the IE, so that's huge for Leave. That 1.2k gold lead, you felt like, I think you know, had some sound logic. It wasn't that big. It didn't feel that threatening. Now it does. Leave is a very clear damage-dealing threat that anybody on Ultra Prime could get because there is no tank on this Ultra Prime squad.
Yeah, this is the spot where I would hope EDG can really leverage this Lucian Milio, continue these Dragon stackings. Maybe if you can win a fight around one of them, you can turn the Baron. But honestly, according to our last series that Ultra Prime played, this is their comfort spot.
Yeah. This is a spot that EDG have felt nothing but uncomfortable in as well. Trying to close out leads. Good dodge there from Leave on the arrow, but he finds himself out of position. He's going to have to flash over the wall. The lights do go out, and that pushes everyone off of Leave and forces Sasa into a very uncomfortable position. Tries to get himself away from the EDG onslaught, but the kills are found nonetheless. Between the Worlds, and Angel drops the hammer over Climber's head to find a second kill. And Edward Gaming find a nice little turn when they thought their AD carry was out of position.
Yeah, they shut the door on the TP from this Ambessa. Turn onto Sasa, took him out. Climber falls as well. Really well played, and now, like we were talking about, if there's a fight, I mean, we were talking about it in context of the Dragon, but if there is a fight, jungle's lost, the kind of semi-frontline, I guess, is lost for Ultra Prime.
Here's the TP.
This Baron is a real possibility.
Hawkshot is going to spot this for Ultra Prime, but they don't see all their members. South has to be very careful about walking up. Climber has just now respawned, but the Baron damage is real deal material. And EDG, off the back of that 2-pick fight win, have the purple banner on all 5 of their members.
Now, there is a little bit of concern about this, again, this EDG team with these leads. I mean, if you ask them, they would say, oh no, not me. We never lost control. But they definitely have. The late games don't feel super secure with this team. So, massive leads. Pretty far away from Seoul, so I would be surprised if EDG has bided their time. I mean, I think it's a mistake giving, Seraphine another item, giving Ashe another item. This is really the mid game where EDG's comp really, really thrives. Ultra Prime's does too, but the catch potential becomes all the more threatening the later the game goes. I mean, if it gets to an Elder Dragon, you find a pick on Leave by himself, that means the game could instantly change off of that. So 2 minutes on this Baron, EDG. What do you have for us?
I mean, looking towards Group Ascend, you talk about a Lucian being the valuable piece. I continue to remember that awesome Lucian performance where he just gets caught out 4 fights in a row after such a huge lead, similar to the CDG one. And IP end up throwing one of their big leads themselves. So Leave, again, a player who you talked about with the Quacks jokes and, I am Levi a Flash. Leave's positioning definitely leaves a lot more to be desired, unless you're a very aggressive marksman. So, continuing to have to watch how he plays these Lucian fights. If he didn't have Flash in that last fight, Jay Beto, it's a very different look.
I will say, his positioning is a little questionable right now. Gotta be careful. But if you were to play super aggressive on an AD carry, it's a Lucian with an Enchanter. That is a really scary champion to face off against if you're Ultra Prime. This will be the 3rd Drake over. And Ultra Prime not in a comfortable position, but at some point we have to say, when are you going to draw the line in the sand? The kills look fine, but EDG have a massive gold lead and soul point. So the game is only going to get worse from here on out if Ultra Prime can't find a way to break open this game.
And now checking back in on those EDG items makes it even harder to pick off some of these other members. You now have a GA completed for Xiao Hao. So obviously not going to go after the Nocturne a lot of the times, but when he goes in like this, he can go in a lot more aggressive, right onto Henna's head. The Between Worlds comes out from Angel, gets trapped to the Cataclysm. Xiao's going to flash out, Stasis comes through for Angel, and Sasa goes on top of Leave with the public execution, the Breath of Life into the culling, gives Leave just enough of HP to turn this fight around. Dashes after Clemmer, finds the first kill, reset, finds Xiaosa on the back end as well. There's that big carry with an Enchanter behind it. Leave deletes Ultra Prime, and now he sets his sights on their base.
think a bit closer than EDG would have liked to have had. ZDC still hasn't really participated in a fight, but it doesn't matter because the base is crumbling and Ultra Prime have no time left.
Only their solo lanes left standing. EDG, they don't really have a wave, but they still want to force this in with their Gnar. ZZ's going to ult 2 members back towards his squad. Believe wasn't close enough just yet. Now going to dash and get rid of Saber. The wave next coming up, and now respawn timers are what to watch. Climber is up in a mere seconds. Henna and Salsa both respawn with one Nexus turret up. Lead doesn't have access to a lot of safety, and he just gets deleted. Way too far up again. Shutdown goes over to Climber, and now everyone else named Edward Gaming has to run for the hills, but Sasa with the TP behind is going to cut off ZDZ's escape. Another kill comes across. Angel TP's in just to try and usher the rest of his remnants of EDG away from the Ultra Prime onslaught.
I mean, shouldn't change the game too much. No Baron, no Dragon up, and I'm not sure if Ultra Prime are able to really get enough towers to shorten this gold lead. But I will say, Slayer, there is something in the way of EDG ending these late games. They're 9,000 gold up, and they can't end the game against 5v2.
Oh, and now they're getting ulted on their own turrets. Shui's got a flash away from Sasa's public execution. Breath of Life, the Mikhail doesn't matter. Sasa does find that kill, but he will be traded out. That was way too deep for Sasa.
I need a deep breath. I feel like we just sped the game up. Yeah, you've been casting the last 3 fights. Oh, hang on, Climber, he lives.
Oh my God. Yeah,
but this game is just sped up to like speed 9, maybe 9.5. Really, really quickly. I feel like EDG were like, okay, now we're strong. And they still didn't have the facilities to end the game. This Nocturne ult was pretty deep. Did a lot. Bought a lot of time, but I think Leave does the most in this fight. What I will say is that if he's not, like, if EDG are not basically 10,000 gold up, I don't know if this fight goes the same way. That doesn't really mean a whole lot for this game, but it's just more asterisks, I guess, to put on Leave as a player.
There's just something in the way this man's brain ticks, where he feels like, I always like to call it out when I see it in like solo queue or anywhere else, is like the AD carry mindset of playing like you have an extra item than you actually have. That's how I feel like Leave plays. Like, he plays like he has a GA all the time. You know what I mean?
I mean, if I was like an AD carry on a pro team, that's what I would do. And just be like, guys, we didn't have enough gold for me to get GA. That's on you. Should have accelerated me more. And just leave it at that.
Well, hey, there's not much more acceleration that needs to be done for Leave to close out this game. He's up to 4 items, has the LDR in tote, fully critted out, and he's looking to set his sights onto this Baron that, as our observers are showing,
get in?
Is
they have the
very,
Hawk shot, like,
dark.
That'll be nice to give vision, maybe some blue orbs, but they're walking in very dark, and the Baron's burning pretty quickly.
It's already down below 5K. Climber, do you have the steal in here? You're going to get a shot here with the Flag and Drag, unless EG say, oh, hold up. I am not flipping this Baron. We'd rather fight. They let it reset. Ooh. And there goes Xiaohao after Kenna cuts him down to size. And Between Worlds comes out as well, but too much damage comes from EDG. The Baron was all just a bait to bring Ultra Prime into the trap. And EDG, they end this thing with a 3-kill fight. And they're going to take a 1-0 series lead. Jay Beto, they're going to close out an early game lead.
I mean, a tough fight for Ultra Prime. It really felt like they didn't find their moment. They found one good pick on side lane with the Ash ult, but the rest of the game was all EDG.
12K gold lead, complete domination. A good sign here for EDG off of their last series loss. And back to what we normally expect out of this matchup, Jay Beto, as we've seen it many times in Group Nirvana, EDG taking Ultra Prime to town.
Yeah, I think that I'm not super... it was a really strange game, but I don't think ZDZ did a whole lot in that game with the Gnar thing, but that core was really, really solid. Nocturne, Lucian, Milio. Sometimes the Aurora was really impactful with the ults, but being able to make a trio work like that throughout the mid-game towards the late game, really well played from EDG. I think Ultra Prime, it seems like they're kind of relying, after the last series and now this one, they're relying on the enemy team making a mistake and being good enough to capitalize off of that mistake and turn the game around. But when you're that far behind, the enemy team can kind of make mistakes, and it's not enough for you to catch back up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with the overextension to try and win there from EDG 4-ish minutes before they actually were able to close this one out. Exactly. Didn't really end up costing them. I also think, you know, this game for Ultra Prime comes off and we feel like they were really sluggish. They were really slow. And my hat really goes off to Xiao Hao for that, because the entire early game, it was our complete focus here, Jack. I mean, Climber's game was ruined from basically the jump with that level 1 Raptors invade.
Yeah, all on vision. Down a level. First item completed for Nocturne early. So the Jarvan really couldn't impact the bot lane. That's, you know, could be really crucial, or tried to. And EDG had a really good answer. And then in mid lane, I think that the lanes were just winning for EDG, right? Mid lane, top lane was winning. Nocturne could kind of do whatever he wanted around the jungle. And EDG just take it. I don't really think they had to pull out anything too crazy, show off any strats. It's just a very simple game for them.
Yeah, the only like shifty move I think they really end up making here is that last Baron play where we hyped it up, right? You know, these are Baron flips that Ultra Prime have been winning as of late. EDG have struggled with. So they say to hell with flipping a Baron. I really like that turn. We'll see in the highlights, but the amount of mobility this comp had to be able to just dash over that wall and look for the fight there. That was pretty ingenious, and it was good to see that sort of play, because it felt like the game was starting to stalemate out, but EDG find that big fight, and you can take a look at the gold graph. No LPL gold graph to be seen here, just EDG dominance.
Yeah, a lot of damage from Leave. Good damage in the side lane by ZDZ and Angel too. Actually pretty close in terms of damage, but...
Don't look Climber.
Look, it's jungle. Did he do less damage than a Seraphine support? Yes.
You betcha.
But he hit 75% KP. How are you supposed to play?
But that same Seraphine at 88% KP. Problems compounding here for Ultra Prime. You know, again, I'm very glad you kind of highlighted the jungle head's head, because, again, the stats made this look like Climber was the clear advantage of this matchup, and, well, see how I had to remind everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Climber had a great series, right? In his last series, dictated a lot of the pace. Pantheon played really well, catching out Xiaoya. And then on the Xin Zhao looked really good too. But in this game, a lot of how the game worked or went was dictated by how the jungle matchup went. This is really the only time we were able to see Climber genuinely look for an impactful play in the side lane, and it's immediately wrapped up by Xiaohao ulting, by Angel TPing in. The only other one is the play on top side, and realistically, yeah, a mistake by ZDZ, but it didn't give you anything.
We did have those moments, though. Classic Leave shenanigans right there. If he doesn't have Flash, he is blown up even before that paranoia comes down. So I am Leave and I have Flash. Ends up saving him in that one. But, yeah, those are it's still – he has a great performance. I would argue he might end up with the player of the game for the boom boom damage stat, as always, with this Lucian carry performance. But it's, again, I want to see him show growth in this area. If he ever wants, aspirations of getting back on a Group Ascent team or promoting a team back to Ascent.
Yep, another really aggressive fight from Leave. Well played. I mean, I think that it's a toss-up between MVP. I think if you want to judge it on the early game, I think that Xiaohao played an insane game, and that's where my vote would go. But I am okay with giving it over to the man with the flash. I think that he did play really well. You got to dance on that line. I think he did that pretty well. It is a bit easier to do when you're 12k gold up on your enemy, but he still did a good job.
Did a good job for the most part here. Oh, really across the board, I feel like EDG. It's hard to really nitpick a lot of this performance with how one-sided it was, even if we did get to see that huge Gnar team fight. Nonetheless, curious to see where this player of the game goes. I'm curious also to see where Ultra Prime goes back to with the drawing board here, Jabeno, especially knowing how interesting our opening side selection was to this series, with the fact that you wanted the blue side. Xiaohao, though, that's why you're the analyst here, Jabeno. You got the smarter thinking cap on, and you nailed it. Xiaohao does get his second player of the game of the Split 2.
Yeah, well played. The early game was like a masterclass. Really well played. Looked kind of easy. But to Ultra Prime, like to kind of bring us back to reality, like that is something that you need to be prepared for. They're obviously aware that the Nocturne Ash Seraphine trade is coming through, but the fact that Nocturne's going to invade your Raptors, he's going to be level 2, he's going to fight you on your camps because you're Java and you're not super strong in the 1v1, I feel like that's nothing new. So for Ultra Prime, you took second pick, it felt like you had something up your sleeve, and then it really didn't end up coming to fruition. So this second game, I feel like we really need to be shown something.
We'll have to see, because the champions that Climber really performed on in that last series we've been hyping them up on, Pantheon really doesn't make it through the ban phase a lot of the time, it feels like, and Xin Zhao is the other one we're looking at here. Ultra Prime going to have to go back to the drawing board and start with that draft approach. They'll have side selection, first pick selection, whatever they want to try and find a way to fight back in this series. Everything's up for grabs here in Group Nirvana. Every game matters just a bit extra. And we'll bring you that game 2, Ultra Prime Edward Gaming, on the other side of this intermission. Back in a flash here, LPL English, as we have a full day of Nirvana slate that could be coming to a shortened conclusion if Edward Gaming can put together another dominating game like Game 1 here, Jay Beto. So my question to you is, what do you want to see here from Ultra Prime, maybe starting with the draft per se, to inspire confidence that we've got a full slate of games tonight?
Well, could be a change up to have Ultra Prime take first pick. See if they can get their hands on this Pantheon like we were talking about before the break. That would be a nice look for Climber. Any of those picks that that were banned, a Rise potentially could look good. Obviously, the Oriana's probably not getting through. But I think that when you take second pick, and you end up like losing top lane, losing mid lane, bot lane is not comfortable either. Draft is not in a comfortable position at all. So as we get into draft, we can see Ultra Prime did take first pick. So I have to see what's on the cards for them this game.
We'll settle on into this draft. Talked about Climber and the junglers he's looked most proficient on, being Pantheon and Xin Zhao. So both of those remain up and available with 2 bans remaining. If I'm EDG here, I really expect them to just ban Pantheon here.
We'll have a look. I mean, you could
Rumble.
leave both open and
Rumble.
take the other, but I think Pantheon's a bit of a better choice. The impact on the map. The fact that you're probably not going to get an Enchanter this game either. Emilio's banned. Seraphine's banned. Karma's banned. Maybe you want to go Lulu, but I think Xin Zhao gets a lot more value when you've got an Enchanter. So it will be Pantheon first pick. Very flexible in terms of where the rest of your draft goes with.
Playmaking, global map pressure. That is the name of the game from Ultra Prime now going forward. But Jay Beto continues to stay on a roll with this draft analysis. The Yunara lock-in very likely means the Lulu will follow not far behind. So, Jue, a playmaking support, I'm kind of sad to see him do double Enchanter duty, but I do think there is some sneaky playmaking with how you can use this polymorph.
Maybe Nautilus lane here from Ultra Prime. Just the Rise that we were talking about a bit before. I could see EDG go with the Xin Zhao like we were talking about before. Pairs well with the Lulu.
Okay.
But my concern is that I don't know how great it is into... Stop. I know how great it is into the Yorick. The Yorick blind, though, is a bit crazy. We were talking before we went live about Aurelia coming back into the game, maybe next patch. There's a Xin Zhao. That would be really nice. Could we see an Aurelia now with the Lulu? Is that is tech?
Well, only one way to find out is to see if it gets locked in, which I unfortunately don't think we'll be getting any help with there tonight, Jay Beto. I do like the Yorick blind, knowing that you're going to give away Xin Zhao. You're like, all right, there's no world where Xiao Hao doesn't want this on the B3. So now we can go into the second ban phase and just start picking apart ZDZ counters that we feel like Sasa is not comfortable into.
I was honestly genuinely scared that Sasa was going to pick Xin Zhao top to take it away. He didn't do that.
Well,
he picked the Yorick.
That might happen next patch, Jay Beto. I'm
True.
hearing word that AP Xin Zhao is the craziest thing to come out of the changes.
Good ban focus on the bot lane for EDG, targeting away the Korkinami / Jin Nami, although I don't think Jin's that good. I think Aphelios is an option with the Thresh. I think that Hook Champion's probably the best into this, Yunara Lulu. You could go Aphelios Nautilus. That's been a thing in the past. Nautilus will be banned away. But for the top lane counters like you were talking about, Renekton's out. Maybe Jax is not terrible. Or the Shogath. I know that in the past there's been Shogath into the Yorick. But instead, just the mid lane ban. We'll keep the top lane open.
I will say, this is where I do want to make the point that when it comes to, Group Nirvana teams, I'm yet to see a lot of them play the sort of side lane, never 5v5 strategy very well. A lot of teams have struggled to make Yorick comps work. I like the look of a Pantheon Global Threat Ultimate, a Realm Warp Threat Ultimate, and the Yorick side laning, but it's a nice idea. In execution, I haven't seen teams of Ultra Prime's caliber really do well with it. And now that you have the ZDZ slamming the Scion, This is a
Leona?
full front-to-back 5v5 teamfight comp for EDG that will be absolutely disgusting. Ezreal and Anivia, though, is going to make it pretty hard, I feel, for EDG to kind of work their way through a lot of these fights.
All right. I definitely wasn't expecting that. I was expecting something like maybe a Leona, just go the the engage support. But I guess in Split 2 2026, just pick a ranged champion. It's just better. You want the wall, you want the stun. Malzahar. I mean,
Ooh, this is Angel special.
I have to say, I think I was pretty on top of the draft in the first couple of picks, and then I did not expect.
I caster cursed you, Jay Beto. That's
yeah, my
what
predictions. All right, let me think about the Malzahar for a bit. It's not bad into Ezreal, you can catch him. It's not bad into Ryze because of the low range. It's not terrible against the Pantheon. I guess he goes in and you kind of take him out, but is this champion in a place where we're happy with the amount of damage? I feel like it's another game for EDG where Leave is the main character. Last game, he looked really good on the Lucian, but against an Anivia, it can be quite hard to get a massive lead, to get that snowball rolling, and Ultra Prime have so much side lane.
They do. They have not just side laning, they have pick threats, and they also have a lot of champions that can spread the fight out, right? Like Ezreal goes one way, you got a Ryze that can realm up on the other side, Pantheon grant Starfall. I like all that, Jay Beto, but in execution, I still have worries because for EDG, the ease of execution is very simple. They are front to backing, and they are burning whoever is standing in front of them, and they are standing in front of this Yunara. So we'll see if the ease of execution will prevail here for Edward Gaming, or if we're going to get funky with some side lane tech from Ultra Prime. They're going to need it if they want to force this series the distance, if they want to try and contend for a playoff spot currently in Group Nirvana as we head back to the Rift.
Please?
Ultra Prime!
Ultra Prime?
Jayo!
Jayo!
Gotta get him in.
All right. Ultra Prime's got an interesting draft. And I say, Slayer, here we are now. Entertain us, Ultra Prime. Because that last game was not the most engaging from an Ultra Prime perspective. They had a little bit of agency in some of their ganks, but didn't end up mattering a whole lot. As EDG on the back of Xiaohao played a really, really good game through the jungle, setting the speed. But I think that, I mean, like you were saying before, this is a pretty hard comp to make work really like comfortably. But it can really pop off. Like, double global is pretty hard to play against.
It has its strengths. It's going to really force EDG to play disciplined, especially going into this mid-game where you still don't have a lot of power out of your Nara. Sion isn't necessarily a huge tank threat at this point. And Malzahar is definitely a champion that needs a bit more scaling time. So EDG are going to have to stay disciplined, but again, the ease execution is just such a big focal point here for me once we get into those late stages of the game. What has changed about the early game, though, is a little bit of a Freaky Friday scenario from Climber. He has been granted information gains. He saw Xiaohao start on his blue, and he's now going to try and catch him on his Raptors.
Yep.
Xiaohao knows this is happening, though the ward expired, but here's Climber. See if he can smite away the big camp, and he will, and he immediately looks to engage onto Xiaohao. Aegis of Soul gets thrown up to try and block any return damage, but
nice.
Climber dishing out that same bitter medicine that Xiaohao was doing in game one, and he's going to steal away even more.
Yeah, really confident with the Q smite damage. Not able to secure that away from a Pantheon. It'll be two camps. Xiaohao will be able to get his Krogs, but this means that, you know, Raptors can be reinvaded later. A really good roam from Ultra Prime's bot lane as well to get the camp underway. The Doran Shield is still bugged though. Hope it's just visual.
It's very likely just visual. I guess we'll never know unless we highlight over.
It's like a teaser.
Itself, but
producer, get on that. Get on that, producer. Highlight the items for me, please.
so we can see if the stats have changed nonetheless. But yeah, just going to be that visual bug Curious to see how Xiaohao wants to respond to the fact that he falls a couple camps behind, because I do think it is pretty detrimental, because kind of similar to the Nocturne conversation we had last game.
Yeah.
Pantheon really wants to get to that Grand Starfall as soon as possible and get that ult down to affect this map early and often. So him being a couple camps ahead of Xiaohao is going to make that difficult. But as we say that, I was curious that no, he didn't steal away the respawn Raptors just yet. He just a bit too early just to get that ward. So he sees Climber, but no payday to get Xiaohao back in the game.
Again, though, another really good ward from EDG, spotting Climber on his pathing. So top lane will need to be a little bit careful, but as a Scion, you should be pretty happy. Now, I feel like this top lane there's no stun in the wall.
Okay, barrier going to allow for a further step up from Henna, but that's a great polymorph coming out from Jue. So Leave doesn't take too much extra damage. A lot of waves getting crashed into this turret, testing Leave's ability to farm under them. But so far, he's answered the call. He's only going to go down 3 creeps.
It's a much better start from Ultra Prime. Having some agency in this lane, especially, like, a lot of the time you think about, like, oh, the ADC, watch out. Oh, but Henna took a trade. No, it's actually Xiaoxia who's going to be doing majority of the damage in these early few levels with the Electrocute. If he lands another combo onto Leave, procs Electrocute, a lot of that health bar is going to go away. But, yeah, I feel like this is another top lane game where the lane doesn't matter at all. I mean, having a big lead on Gnar can really matter, but this is a side-laning Yorick against a Scion who's just going to live. A lot of the game is going to be dependent on, you know, can this Malzahar get off the ground? How does Ultra Prime use their globals? They've got a pretty decent target in the bot lane for their globals. But I mean, if it doesn't get off, later on in the game, you are significantly outvalued by the ult of EDG.
Yep. It's that team fight that's going to be such a threat. But as we continue to pan towards the bot side, we do see Climber start up this dragon, which should go uncontested. Xiaohao is just now leaving the EDG base. We do see that Henna is starting to stack a bit of a higher CS lead, going up about a wave. And this reminds me of a fact that, you know, Henna has not been one of the better farming AD carries in Nirvana so far. He has not embodied the Nirvana creep.
No.
He's embodied the negative creep. And it's also the same for Sasa on the other side.
Oh
my god, first Nether Grasp. Going down here onto Saber. Polymorph comes down on top of that as well. But Angel, this early into the game, doesn't have kill threat unless the... Oh my god. The Aerie puts him down to... Oh, I saw 17 HP, but Saber does in fact survive for now.
That was very scary. If... Oh, hold on. Oh, Angel takes a tower shot. We'll be able to get out. But if Jue was level 6, that's an easy kill because of the wild growth, a little bit of extra damage. But Saber holds his flash. Very gutsy to do so under, you know, the stress that play might have put him under. But no ghost as of before, and no TP means that you'll be able to collect the wave, come back a little bit. But you've got to be careful because if these all-ins happen against Slayer, the Malzahar damage is only going to get worse.
Only going to get worse indeed. ZDZ's health bar is only going to get bigger. Makes these trades into the Maiden and the Ghouls a little bit easier to stomach. I want to give ZDZ some credit. He's done a pretty good job staying even in CS despite constantly being shoved under a turret. So Xiaoxia is going to swing up topside, try and make this a bit more difficult. I wonder if they're actually going to try and threaten the dive here. Yep, they got Climber here as well. ZDZ does not clear out enough of the wave. The main is here. I don't know what that unstoppable onslaught was, but he flashed out the Dark Procession. Egg Form going to come out from Xiaoxia. Climber gets aggro, though. Now he has to flash. ZDZ's going to go after the Anivia, but Xiaoxia luckily comes back into bird form and flaps his way back to safety. But that dive was far from clean.
Yeah, Xiaoxia also had heal and flash. But again, it's Henna on the other side, getting zoned away, losing CS, maybe some tower plates too. But yeah, ZDZ, I didn't exactly see what he did, but I know he ulted into the wall. It might have been blocked, but it looked like it was going to hit the tower regardless, and then had to flash over the wall, I assume is what happened. But here comes a Pantheon ult.
Starfall. Going after Angel, he flashes immediately, but stun's still going to land. Saber going to get the Rune Prison, another grasp. Only can grab Saber, and Climber will finish off the kill. Angel dropped in the mid lane.
Yep, that's exactly what we want to see from this team comp. Level 6 hit, and I mean, Xiaohao last game on the Nocturne, it took him a while to get with this ult, but Climber on something that, again, we've seen him look good on. As soon as that level 6 is hit, he sees a timer within 1 level, ults into mid, which I wasn't expecting to be the target. I was sure Angel was safe. He was next to his turret, still had to use Flash, but the CC chain from Pantheon Rise just too strong.
Just too strong. Rune Prism combo with the Grand Starfall stun. Coming across from Climber just like that. See how House can get put on the wrong side of the wall. Have to flash away from an Anivia stun. Realm Warp comes through from Saber on the back end of that, but enough pressure has been wagered, and there's really nothing to play for on this bot side, so just an Enchanter down a flash is the win there for Ultra Prime. Xiaosa was eyeing potentially ganking on Angel, but that Spell Shield makes it a little bit harder to go after the Malzahar.
Yeah, you can play so aggressive with the Anivia. We saw, Sheltia tank up the top turret with passive available, has the flash and heal still available as well, and also, the wall can be used to peel yourself, plus the stun, so a lot of aggression can come out of this bird, but so far just the 1 assist. Ultra Prime off to a pretty good start. 1k lead, 1 dragon, grubs are up, neither team really feels super persuaded to go and take that. I think that if anyone really wants the grubs, it's probably the Yorick. Sion can do really well, but against the Yorick, I don't think he's getting pushed that often. See some jungle pathing up towards the top lane Slayer. First item completed for Climber. The gold lead isn't that big. The fact that he's got this spike is actually a massive boon.
I think it's going to kind of embody him with the confidence to go after these grubs. And you were talking about for the Yorick, but I think this is a paramount play here for Ultra Prime. They needed to get at least 2 of these 3 grubs. They're going to get all 3 here. And now the threat of a Rise split pushing on top of the Yorick and the overload threat of this Pantheon. This is a really big win here for Ultra Prime.
Also, Roa completed it as well, which is not the strongest first item spike, but it still is an item over Angel. So 400 gold is not a ton, but the fact that these first items were completed on that objective, and 17 seconds, looks like everyone from EDG is basing for their first item now.
Oh, nice
But that
push.
means they'll just be late.
ZDZ is handedly winning this. He has a Unstoppable Onslaught. He's just going to go after the Maiden, which is a good play here. That's big to kind of slow down Sus's push power on this top side. But as you called out, Dragon on the Rift. Dragon immediately started here by Climber with the help of Henna. Xiao Hao's going to try and walk up here, but he's walking through a ton of Ultra Prime vision. He does spot the Dragon down about 1700 HP. It will be spied away, but Xiao Hao, when it becomes lightning, is going to come up just short. Looking like he wanted to fight brute style out, but just too little too late, and Ultra Prime now have themselves a Chemtech Soul win con on the horizon.
Is that a good sentence, though, to say? Like has any team ever said, probably, yes, it's Chemtech Soul? I don't want to, I like all the souls. They're fun. But, I guess it's good for Lulu. It's not bad for Sion. But I feel like Ultra Prime got a bit unlucky. They could have got Infernal Soul. They could have gotten Cloud Soul. Still will be happy. Obviously, Soul is really important. But someone...
I think Chemtech has value on, champion like Yorick. Champions that also want to dish out as much damage as they possibly can.
I can see it. Not too bad on Zinza, I guess, Pantheon. But, see, Ultra Prime still up 2. Quests, however, pretty even. In fact, Leave about to finish his. Whoa!
Oh, good Crescent Guard. Primer's still going to flash. The Realm Warp comes out here from Saber. He can't get another damage down. The Rune Prism does hold Xiao Hao in place. He gets a good heal through the Sundered Sky. He dashes to his wolves, but his wolves betray him. Finishes off the kills. Another grass comes through for Angel. Touch of the Void comes through as the Arc of Ruin from a flashing lead with a Blast Cone saves both members of the Ultra Prime mid-jungle duo. And it's Climber again at it for a 3rd kill. Leave can get the slow on to Saber with the Arc of Ruin. Nope, nothing more. EDG again cannot find a trade kill.
I'm going to say, for my sanity and yours, that Leave was trying to flash auto bomb plant them back into his team and did not accidentally flash bomb plant the enemy team to safety. I'm going to say that it was an intentional play that just barely miscalculated and they were on the wrong side of the bomb plant and it was close, maybe. I'd love to see that play again because I have no idea how Climber knew that his ult was going to find a target there. But nearly a massive overstep from Ultra Prime.
It's just such a fun switch up. Because this is what Climber was subjected to all of last game. Just getting caught in his jungle, forced off his camps, and he is now sufficiently matched that exact sort of style on to Xiao Hao in this game too. But it's still only a 500 gold lead. The dragon stacking is still very prevalent. But you know, for as much as we talked about the power of EDG's ultimates later in the game, the power they're fighting later in the game, JPEDO, when do you get comfortable with where Ultra Prime's lead's at? Because I feel like you're not comfortable where we're at right now.
Honestly, I don't know if there is like a genuine number in which, other than it being, you know, like 8,000 plus gold, you know, closer to 10k, where you're just raw statting everybody. I feel like a lot of this comp is about execution. Where are these ults going? Is Ezreal hitting all of his abilities? How is the Anivia looking in fights? Like, we see comps all the time where it's like, okay, I hit an item spike and the game is just so done because I'm playing, like, a Lucian, right? And I just do more damage than you, but a lot of Ultra Prime's comp is skill dependent.
Ooh. Leave, though. Showing off some skill of his own right there. Good dodge on the one stun. And reminding Henna and Xiaosa that at some point, this Yunara will be able to kind of 3-tap them whenever they want. True Shot Barrage not going to find its mark. Maybe use this a bit of a vision scouting tool. Maybe that's how Climber found that first pick with a Blast Cone from Angel. Oh, the Nethergrass is interrupted by the Dark Procession. And here comes the Grand Starfall turn back onto Angel. He gets a decent shield. Angel still has to come up. Wild Growth is up with the Ghouls. The Ghouls get the kill for Sasa. Climber going to be the next target. Tries to stun up onto Angel, but he will end up dropping as the Scion TP's in. Unstoppable Onslaught forces Sasa to flash out of a Decimating Smash. But here comes Leave. Doesn't have ult, but doesn't seem too afraid as it's actually ZDZ pulling a lead, flashing forward after Henna, throws up the barrier, waiting on the arcane shift that will not come. It's Leave that finds the kill. EDG chased down their first 2 kills of the game.
Yeah, and we were talking in draft about how important Leave is, not only in this comp, but in his team in general. And all the gold of his team is on his back. Nearly a 2,000 individual gold lead, Slayer. Leave needs to do some really big work to continue this game
I love this
in a positive fashion, but this is a pretty good start. I mean, yeah, bit of an awkward start to this fight. Climber ults in, numbers disadvantage for Ultra Prime. The TP is really nice as well as, yeah, that's unfortunate. Any support players, don't. The Yorick, little grubbies, little rats, you can't kill them.
Cannot kill them whatsoever. This feels like an opportune time to see a dragon start up in your picture-in-picture and see the rest of this fight play out. I was going to, lead into some of those Nirvana jokes, but EDG have no time. They want to fight because it's Leave. That once again, dishing out some serious damage onto Henna. TP coming across here. The Yorick is up in the fight. This is the 5v5 that EDG want with their Scion on the front line. How much of the burden can he really rely on? As South Pow is going to go right after Climber, force him completely out of the pin. The dragon is secured. Climber has to flash, and they've got the Rift Herald helmed by Leave. The EDG are going to look to double up on this positive play. They do crack the mid-tier 1 turret and stop the Chemtech Soul win con of Ultra Prime.
I mean, there's no Nocturne, there's no Paranoia. But just because you're not paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. EDG, really good target onto Climber, push him away with the Crescent Guard, target him out, force his flash, and then take the dragon, which will really, really hamper Ultra Prime's game state. I mean, the dragon stacking was, you were asking about like lead for Ultra Prime and when you feel like they're in a great spot. I think that Soul Point and onwards would have been a great...
Would have been a nice start.
Yeah, would have been a good point to talk about it and a good starting point for Ultra Prime to talk about going into the late game because they've genuinely got a threat on the map. It is hard to, again, team fight like we've just seen, but now the dragon stacking's been denied. We're going to have a long time before Ultra Prime are even in the position to attempt a soul. I think that 2 items Ezreal, 3 items is really strong. I talk all the time about the Rise spike, Roa completed, Seraph's completed, level 16 actualizer. We're a while away from that, so I guess Ultra Prime not too unhappy to buy their time, but we were kind of talking about this in the draft, Slayer. They've got great side lane, they have these globals. We saw it a little bit at the start, a gank onto Angel in the mid lane, but the team fight is just not the same.
No, that's one of their weaknesses, and talk about buying time, aptly so for things like the Rise. I don't think time is necessarily on Ultra Prime's side. I think it's much more on Edward Gaming, because you talk about a Yunara that gets to 3 items, even 4 items, full crit with that, transcendence that provides that true damage. I think Malzahar scales similarly to Rise too, so that's kind of even. And then Sion's tankiness really can outshine this threat that Yorick can bring later in the game. So I think scaling in time is on EDG's side, which makes this part of the game even more focal for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I'm just going to slow down a little bit. No Baron. Potential. Even at spawn, I don't think that either team... the game's very close, so you have to find a really good macro timer. And the Dragons are, again, a while away. So I think that this is the point in the game where the globals get more value. Talk about being able to break open the game state when it becomes dry like this. That's why a lot of these global champions have been rising in priority. Because whereas normally you'd have to try to gank mid or maybe gank a side lane through the lane or through the jungle, which is oftentimes on vision, instead you can double ult onto this Yunara, onto this Malzahar, try to get some kind of lead through that, whether it's just a tempo lead or a genuine gold lead. But again, Ultra Prime, I don't know how linked up Saber and Climber have been this game.
It started out so well. They got that look on the Xiao Hao with that combination, but you're right, Jack. It really has slowed down by this point, and maybe some of that is to EDG's credit. I've seen them stack up a lot more as 4, move as a unit, kind of daring Climber to run into this Crescent Guard, Xin Zhao, Zhui that can provide these shields, the Wild Growth turnarounds, of course, the Nethergrasp, right? This Angel special. This is a champion that, and Malzahar, you're used to seeing in your solo queue games. It's rarely played on the professional level, and when it is, it's by Angel. And it's such a nice, successful pocket pick that he loves to turn to, specifically as a series closing champion.
And sometimes Showmaker, did he play that in ASI? I don't remember how they looked in that, but I remember it being a bit...
Won it?
Did they won? Well, I'll
probably
say,
know. To be honest.
I didn't watch it, but I know you guys casted it. I know there was the bug. Rip that guy. Rip bug guy. Do we know his name? I'm sure someone knows his name.
I'm gonna use Cope here and say
Guo.
it's way too early in the morning. Yeah, Guo.
Thank you.
Thank you, production.
You reckon Guo would have liked Nirvana, like the songs?
Oh no, it's Guo. I remember I kept calling him God Guo.
Oh,
no,
Guo.
Guo.
Okay, my mistake.
Shout
Guo.
out.
You reckon Guo would have liked Nirvana? I feel like every time I hear the song "Something in the Way," I just think of the Batman movie.
You mean
were
one
you a
of the
fan of
greatest
that?
movies ever made it?
Yes.
Jay Beno, be careful where you go here, because I will talk about the Batman for the rest of this cast and probably get fired for it, but I won't care.
Well, there's another one coming out.
I'm
excited.
There is.
I don't know if it's going to be Heath Ledger Joker status, but Ultra Prime might, if in this series, if they keep waiting, they might end up aligning with the release of the second Batman movie.
It's been a long time coming. And like you mentioned, this Chemtech Soul Dream for Ultra Prime feels like a long ways away, especially if they can't force Xiao Hao off of it. It's going to be a Q-Smite play here for Climber, but he gets Nethergrasp. He gets knocked out by the Dark Procession, but it doesn't matter. Xiao Hao secures the next Chemtech Drake. He's Wild Growth sped up. He jumps in, does flash out just as Climber goes down. Realm Warp behind, but nobody from Ultra Prime is going to take it. It's the Root Prism on to leave, and they've cut down the AD carry. All of EDG's attack damage has been taken off the map, and now they only have ZDZ left to kind of throw as a last Hail Mary to get the rest of Edward Gaming out. Henna cuts him down to size. EDG get another dragon, but at what cost?
I mean, the fact that Xiao Hao is able to secure the dragon against a Pantheon who this time they didn't force out is kind of crazy. I'm not too big a fan of talking about like really minute clicks all the time, but Leave, in the middle of that fight, did start hitting a ward, which allowed him to be caught out by Ultra Prime. So I want to see what this went down to, because they try to chunk out Climber, but he doesn't take any damage. Xiao Hao still wins the smite fight, however. Looks like Climber didn't even use his Q and forced to flash away. There's a 1-for-1. TPs are coming in, but watch Leave on the way out. This ward gets put down, and he just starts autoing it!
What? I didn't even... That is crazy. Is that like an object permanence thing? I see something to click, I want to click? I don't know. Also, Another thing that makes this fight even messier that I didn't realize until we saw the replay, Jway knocks Climber out of the Nethergrass by ulting Xiaohao because it knocks him out of that Malzahar suppress. So that could have cost them the Dragon, but it ends up not costing them. And it's very important to remember when talking about this new look EDG team alongside Xiaohao. We talked a little bit about it during the pre-show, but for Xiaohao, he's the man who kind of sold the world, aka his support, Perukia, to bring Jway on in. And it seems like the man who was most hurt by it was our very own Rafa, who I've been told is on record is not an EDG fan anymore because of this swap.
I have heard. Also, fun fact, this song is actually a David Bowie song, but Nirvana performed it live. I don't know if that was once. It's on the album, I think, or multiple times. But kind of interesting little fact there. Again, I did a little bit of research about Nirvana, but some of the song names, I have to say, like, oh man, gotta be careful. If you're a Nirvana fan, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not a Nirvana fan, don't look at them up. Just trust me.
Definitely a band. Surrounded
Definitely
by
a band. Definitely a band.
A band with a lot of that they went through, and a lot of creative choices, and in a time where, you know, it was kind of the hip.
Influential.
Yeah, influential is a good way to put it. I will never forget some of the live Nirvana performances where they were asked to sing certain songs or to lip sync over their stuff, and they said quit
no.
the live show live. Just like Xiaohao wants to kind of try and quit whatever fight Ultra Prime are brewing. Luckily, Crescent Guard will allow him to exit stage right and get out of that fight, but that is a key team fight ultimate now off the board here for EDG as both teams start to kind of usher their way towards the Baron pit.
Yeah, an option for Ultra Prime. Damage is not super great on this objective, though. The turn is really superb. You know, with the Pantheon stun, the layering with Saber, and obviously the catch potential with this Anivia. Pretty even game. 2 Drakes apiece. Gold lead touching. But you say that, and I'm also thinking about, I think it was Rage Against the Machine who said, like, they weren't allowed to swear or something like that on their gig, and then they just said, yeah, we won't, and then they did it anyway.
Yep. Just like, oh my god, Angel says, no, I won't ult Climber, and he does. He gets trapped in the Dark Possession, though. Wild Growth is enough to get Angel out. Jway does save his mid laner, but it's to trade out his top laner. ZDZ getting drumped on by all of Ultra Prime's damage. EDG starting to look really wary in these fights, and now Ultra Prime feel confident enough to go after the Baron for 5 versus 4.
Yeah, well, maybe Angel shouldn't have ulted that because now Ultra Prime in a prime position to take this Baron. Remember, it doesn't go down too fast. Angel TP's back in.
Gets stunned up, gets deleted by Saber. Xiaohao's Crescent Guard was too little, too late. Leave oversteps his bounds again. And now Ultra Prime have really taken the lead of this game. 5 members with Baron on board for Ultra Prime.
And you can see how slow the Baron was, Slayer. We were still at like 3,000 to 4,000 HP after the fight was already done. But Ultra Prime, like we were talking about earlier, have a great turn. Leave too far forward, even with this Enchanter. He's still the only member of his team with a gold lead. That Rise has well and truly hit the spike. We were talking about maybe EDG, Ultra Prime running out of time, but EDG can be pretty careful against this Rise. I will say, that felt almost easy for Ultra Prime. They just walked into the Baron, turned. Xiaohao's ult was a bit, bit useless. But the main part is, you probably could have given the Baron, look at the HP bars, try to poke them out a little bit, and then chase Ultra Prime out of their jungle and kill them and surround them. They were so low. But instead, tried to flip the Baron, and now out of nowhere, Slayer, 4.5k gold lead.
It's because they didn't take a reset. They're just trying to knock down structures. They're taking so much gold in plating. Meanwhile, in the background, too, Climber secures Soul Point on the Chemtech Soul for Ultra Prime. There's the mid-tier 2 turret down. Sasa, the Ghouls, likely to try and strike on this bottom lane tier 2 turret. So all of a sudden, Ultra Prime are about to go up 5,000 gold. And in command of this game, too, where we were starting to get worried they'd get outscaled, this is a pretty good cushion and not have to worry about a future Yunara. And like you mentioned, the Malzahar that is much behind the curve compared to Saber's Rise.
Yeah, Rise very much online. Working on what I assume is the death cap. Could be the Zhonya's too. You know, don't want to get caught out, but already has that QSS for the Malzahar ult, so
Yeah, that's great.
should be fine.
Malzahar
Bit, what are your thoughts on when they removed the Malzahar? Sorry, the Mordekaiser ult cleanse. Should that have gone?
Yes. And I feel like I am the in position to give this opinion fairly because one, as you know, Jay Beto, I'm an AD carry player, so that cleanse was most beneficial to AD carry players. But I'm also a Mordekaiser player, and I recognize that Mordekaiser's ult is so unique in the fact that he is quite literally taking you to a different dimension. There shouldn't be a one-click button to get you out of that, in my opinion.
Not only is there a one-click button, but it's like a, is this like a belt or like a headband?
Sash, quick fire sash, Quicksilver sash.
Quicksilver
Yeah,
sash. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't actually know what it is though. Like, what's a
Quicksilver
sash? Is it a belt?
I think it's like, I'm not very fashion. I don't know if this is given off unless we're talking sports jerseys. I'm not too fashion centric, but I'm pretty sure you can put a sash on a couple of different places. I think it's multifunctional in its application.
Multifaceted. I like it. Well, it is God of Death versus Piece of Clothing. So maybe lore accurate wise, I don't know. But then it's like Void alternate dimension Death Laser against Piece of Clothing 2, and that still cleanses it. I will say it would be pretty frustrating if it didn't. So I guess there's that. But when your mid lane is going QSS,
it's a little awkward. It's
yeah, it
definitely
is a little
stunted.
awkward.
It does kind of stunt Saber's, gold lead, right? Obviously, the QSS provides the value of the Nethergrass, but outside of that, you're not getting a lot of value out of it. So for the price, Saber's gold lead is a little bit lower than it actually shows. I'm also being told, I guess I was mostly right about a sash. It's just technically a piece of fabric that can be used as a wrapping. So yeah, headband, put it over your shoulder. You can do anything with a sash, and Saber is, like we mentioned, likely going to use it to try and survive an all-in from Angel. Right now, he cuts down that bot tier 2 turret we were talking about to crest this gold lead over to near 6,000, and the game should slow back down Jay Beto as the Rabadons does come through, because Ultra Prime really just feel like they need to wait until, well, Baron and Chemtech Soul are both going to hit the map for them at the same time in under 2 minutes. Yeah,
pretty scary for EDG. I mean, there is an option if you've got macro control to force Ultra Prime to choose, or you can make it really awkward for them. The problem is EDG do not have any map control at all. The map is littered with Ultra Prime wards, and all the lanes are going in favor of Ultra Prime. The one silver line here is that Leave has 4 items completed up against Henna's only 3. And again, another situation where 700-ish, 800-ish gold up a full item. I'm assuming that Henna is going to base and finish the Shojin. But at least, even at the fight, Leave is in a great position to take over this fight. Doesn't have Pen, which is a little scary. There is a lot of armor being generated by just the boots, and obviously the base stats by Climber and Sasa. Ryze can be pretty tanky. Xiaoxia has the Frozen Heart as well. So having that full Pen would be nice.
So that's where I do want to kind of highlight the ingenious kit of Yunara. You're right, but I will say now that he has 4 crit items, Fiend Hunter bolts, your first 3 autos are supposed to guarantee crit. Unless you're 100% crit chance, then it's 3 true damage autos. So you do get a little bit of armor there knocked off as Xiaohao jumps onto Henna, burns the Crescent Guard, but Henna kind of just walks on out. Now he's got to flash over the ice wall. Another grass does go down on top of Sasa. He takes up easily. Unstoppable on from CDC on top of everybody. They're trying to put Leave in position to carry, but he gets pushed out by Saber, and Leave can't get back in, and that means CDZ is going to drop. Ultra Prime spacing these fights brilliantly, and now they've virtually locked themselves in to a Chemtech Soul.
Ace, you don't have to worry about these team fighting Alt Slayer. When EDG just mess up their engage, I think EDG feels super stressed out about needing to take a fight before they're, around the dragons. I guess they don't have great vision contest, but they do have a Scion, so they should have great vision contest, but I guess they don't feel like they do. And Xiaohao just flashes in. Angel uses his ult. Easy ability to cancel. There's a lot of CC on Ultra Prime's side. And the team fight kind of falls flat on its face. Leave really never gets to take off.
The target selection is such a head scratcher, and we're going to get a look back here. You called out Salhao's initial engage here.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
hate
really
it.
questionable.
I don't hate it because
I
he
do.
dashes forward, but
If it was Vi, sure. If this was Vi going on to
Just
Henna
never
and they had like
grabs,
Vi Ari or something like that and they could close their gum on Henna, one-shot him, great.
What is that
Sasa
mouth?
gets ulted, I think that was, or Climber. It does
No, that's
basically
Sasa.
nothing. And then Leave tries to do something against Saber, but again, this late game Rise damage is so scary when you're close range that there's nothing Leave can really do. He actually has the pen finished. Oh boy. Jay
Beto,
EDG
this is your
special.
fault. This is your fault, Jay Beto. Is this the second one of these that you've gone through? Yeah.
Technically, it's the third because that series had 2 in one go.
Ah.
They unpaused and EDG got insta-Malphite Orianna comboed and then they paused after they lost the game for like 15 minutes and then nothing happened. But we can go back to the talk about Batman.
Then I could talk to you about. You know, it was actually it was a fun theory I saw talking about because you mentioned the fact that obviously we're in Group Nirvana. We've been talking a lot about Nirvana today, the band.
Yeah.
I believe it is. I don't want to get my Nirvana song switched up here for a second because there is
Batman?
one. There is one in the Batman. I believe.
Yeah, something in the
it's
way.
Something in the way. So if you listen to Something in the Way, and then you go immediately into Come As You Are, which is another Nirvana song, they actually transition seamlessly. So there was a running theory that Something in the Way goes into Come As You Are as the Batman Part 1 goes into the Batman Part 2.
Return of the Rat, is that really a song?
Very ape?
Yeah.
What's the logic on that name?
What
How
is
did
this,
we
fourth
even-
from the bottom? What a banger song name. Or fifth from the bottom? Not saying that out loud, but we brought it up, so I will say when I was watching that movie, I was really like hesitant because I didn't love the Ben Affleck Batman. Like, not that anything against Ben Affleck, like I think he did a fine job, but the movie just wasn't it for me. The Batman's vs Superman. I was a big fan of the old one, the
Christian Bale one.
Christian Bale, yeah. But then when, if you haven't seen the movie, you're a bit late, but sorry for spoilers. When Batman comes in the train station and he like beats up all of the criminals, the goons, I was locked in. Like, I was completely in it.
Yeah, the first 15 minutes really captures you, the Batman. Yeah, my problem with Ben Affleck's Batman is for one reason only. If you're a Batman fan, the golden rule of Batman, he doesn't kill people. He only kills pauses. Because we talked about Batman, and we're back live. Don't luckily have to go through too long of a pause this time, as whatever issue has been alleviated, but the issues are continuing to stack up here for EDG as they are now facing a Baron and a Chemtech Soul-led Ultra Prime. We are in one fight away from this series going to a Game 3 territory, Jay Beto.
Yeah, Baron, 2 minutes on this timer, so I think Ultra Prime really need to make some moves during this time. A Chemtech Soul is great for these team fights. It's not great at pushing for an end. It's not like a big burst of damage. You can't chase them down with Cloud Soul or inverted Cloud Soul Hextech Drake. It's not really going to help you end the game a ton. So you've got 2 minutes, now a minute and a half. What can you get on the map? Like, I'm not actually sure if Ultra Prime are capable of fully ending the game. EDG have some options, like they've got decent wave clear with Malzahar, with Yunara. More so Malzahar, but still. Well, nice pick, maybe?
On the Saber. Sobble Onslaught doesn't land. This main smash just gets the slow, and Saber's just going to shrug off that ult. They do force Climber to grant Starfall towards mid lane, but all this push and pull towards mid means a little bit more space for Henna to slap some autos onto this tier 3 turret in the bot side here, but that push does not break the base, so EDG still holding strong up against this Baron power play.
Well, Ultra Prime, massive gold lead, but some of these items, the builds for EDG are slowly getting completed. Like, Leave needs one more item, Angel also needs 2, sorry. But the base is breaking. Ultra Prime are making their way in. They've also got pretty great wave clear with a Rise with a Nivea. So they're able to get the first inhibitor. The good news for EDG is that Elder and Baron are very decent. So that's all Ultra Prime got. They got their Baron. They had about a minute and a half-ish, maybe a little less. And they broke the mid inhibitor. Didn't even get the bot tower. So all in all, not that great of a Baron.
We keep focusing on these items because there are, like you mentioned, some EDG members that would like to scale a bit heavier. Leave, you mentioned, reached almost pinnacle point. He's going to get that 6th item, maybe a GA. BF Sword signals to me a GA. I'm shocked to see that a Yunara is still rocking tier 1 boots at 36 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm also shocked to see Saber fully upgrade QSS. Is that not an AD item?
It is, in fact, an AD item. I'm blanking on the fully completed name off the top of my head.
Mercurial Scepter.
Mercurial Scepter. That sounds right to me.
I think it's like lifesteal and magic resist, which like
Yes.
is not terrible, but I guess it's better than nothing. You know, maybe
he's full build. Why not? Right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, you could have a conversation about whether he can sell it and just rely on the pure cancel ability, because you could get into a world where you sell QSS, EDG don't check, and they ult someone else anyway. It's been getting cancelled every single time, but Ultra Prime, even without Baron, still looking to do some sieging here.
York really helping out. The spacing of the Glacial Storm makes it hard for, Leave to want to step up and get some autos down. But they do clear out another wave. Ultra Prime are really just, I don't hate it. Keeping up the tempo, keeping up the pressure, making sure EDG can't try and settle into any map control that you pointed out aptly, Jack, earlier. They've had zero control of for this entire 7-minute block we've been in.
This kind of feels a little bit like an EDG game, where the game kind of feels over, but Ultra Prime aren't able to actually win the game. We're going to get an Elder fight, and it's going to spawn earlier than Baron. So I think an option for EDG to try to push out some of these side lanes, because only the super minions down mid. Pretty easy for Leave and the gang to clear out those mid waves and then try to rotate to the dragon. It is, again, pretty tough to walk in blind against an Ultra Prime with this team comp, but ZDZ, like, this Scion is probably the best champion in the game, or one of the best champions in the game, for walking in blind. He's so tanky. He has TP up with the shield, so he can face take a bunch of damage, get vision down, or get info, and then TP back. He has 2,000 stacks of his passive. That's 2,000 extra health that he's gotten. Pretty scary. Also has the Ziggs convergence, which is a bit of an interesting one. I guess ZDZ is saying, my job is to try to hit ult on Saber, because that's probably the only person that he's not hitting Henna with ult. And for Leaf to do some of this carrying. It is a bit crazy that he hasn't upgraded boots, though.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter now. He's got enough attack speed from all of these other crit-based items, but it is intriguing. Saber, they're going to ult with Climber, but Climber gets knocked up. He gets thrown in the bouncy house. He luckily has a GA. His Agent Soul goes up, stuns up Leave, but he does survive. Xiaohao tries to go after Saber, throws the Crescent Guard up. Climber going to respawn, flash back out, look to re-engage. ZZ with a big decimating smash. Can Leave get into this fight? No! There's too much damage coming out from this Ezreal. And EDG's last-ditch effort to try and save this game falls flat. The Chemtech soul value is going through the roof. True Shot Barrage going to clip Dway as the 3 remaining bot side members of Edward Gaming are going to watch their base crumble and watch Ultra Prime force a do-or-die Game 3 in our series.
I'm still pushing forward, getting some of these final kills, but Slayer, maybe I need to evaluate Chemtech soul a little better, because Leave is hitting there an Angel for so long, and the health bars just don't move. And then Henna, alongside this Rise, it's just so much damage and obliterate EDG's health bars.
What a response there from Ultra Prime. Another just kind of masterclass of a Climber game. I know we had some big fights there from Saber. I thought Salsa was actually pretty good on the Anivia, but I don't think any of that sort of torrential pace we saw from Ultra Prime in the mid game happens without Climber.
Yeah, I agree. And then the late game came on. Still, Climber did a really good job of buying time, doing a little bit of that CC, whether it's canceling the Malazar ult, whether it's landing onto the first target. And then Saber and Henna just do so much unbelievable damage. I'm really excited to see the damage graphs. I think that this Rise is going to have a very big number. But we were talking earlier about, you asking me, when do you think that this comp really comes alive? And I said it's a lot based on skill, on how they play individually. And I think that Ultra Prime showed that they can absolutely do that.
Without a doubt. They really... It's funny, though, because I don't think they necessarily played this comp how we thought they were. In the essence of, there were some side lane pickoffs, But for the most part, it didn't feel like they were leaning into like Yorick hammering a turret on one end, Rise pushing the other lane, and like this 1-3-1 style. They really just kind of played into the global threat of the Pantheon Rise as a pick comp, and that's what I felt like worked out best for them.
Yeah, the front to back was really good, and the interesting part about that is that normally Xin Zhao is quite good into front to back comps because he buys so much time. You're not able to actually kill him fast enough. Sion can be too, because the front to back just doesn't die. But I think EDG, when you take a front to back team fight, unless you have a really solid dive comp, which EDG didn't, you end up playing a front to back too. Who dies first? And it was EDG, even with the Xin Zhao, even with the Sion. Ultra Prime's frontline, which was a Yorick and a Pantheon, actually out-sustained the frontline of EDG.
Chemtech Soul goes crazy. I think Climactic plays really well around that GA as well. And hey, gotta give some respect over to how tanky that Yorick was on top of all that as well. Very impressive. I think we've now had 2 games because, you know, this game did get a little bit murky in the mid game, but it was still really Ultra Prime as we look back at the stats. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of an uptick, but for the most part, Climber gets a big lead early and uses that to get his team ahead. And there's the damage charts you want to see, Jay Beto. And I'm not shocked to see Ezreal at the top with how much he had lethal tempo stacked up in those extended fights.
I will say, I was. The Yorick damage is a little bit fake. He's laning against a Sion, a little bit fake, but I was really shocked. I am really shocked to see how much Henna was putting into these fights. I think that a lot of this damage is teamfight damage because the lane didn't look great for him. So I thought with the late game damage, Saber was carrying some fights, but I think the combination of these two, mostly on the back of Henna, just wasn't enough survivability, which is, again, crazy to say about this EDG team comp, but they just couldn't live. And the Malzahar, I don't know, I didn't really feel it this game.
I'm with you there, but it's because these nether grasps were constantly interrupted.
Yeah.
We saw, you know, the nice ingenuity of Sasa. I think it was decent luck that he got the bump of the Stark Procession. I'm sure we'll see the play come across here in these highlights. He knocks another grasp out of a combo, but the other ones were self-inflicted, right? We saw the Dragon where Climber gets out of another grasp because Wild Growth is used on Xiao Hao, which knocks him out of it. And then every other one of those ones you called out were interrupted. This was a game where we talked about EDG's kind of struggles as a cohesive unit team fighting. Oh, you're right. It was Leave. Wow, that's tragic.
Yeah, I'm hoping, again, we didn't really get to see. I'm hoping that he was trying to bomb plant them back into his team and just didn't quite get the timing, rather than it was an accident and he meant to auto somebody. Either way, I think for EDG, their comp really, like we were talking about it in draft, it lived and died by how Leave played, how much damage he can do. And he honestly just couldn't get through the front line, whether or not that's... No. Like, I don't think that Leave can realistically play it any better. Like, he's doing damage, he's hitting, but losing the Chemtech Soul actually mattered a ton. And not being able to take out any of these carries who, if Ryze gets next to you, you die. If the Ezreal can keep range, you die. The Pantheon stuns you. I think the, Ultra Prime played a... This is just Leave making mistakes.
Yeah. This was a very mistake-riddled mid-game here from EDG.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Leave mistakes there. Angel wasn't on point with these Malzahar Nether Grasps. And then the rest of these fights... a really big problem. We're just completely desynced. Like, there is never a world where my Yunara should be stepping ahead of my Xin Zhao with Crescent Guard, even if you do have to walk into a Baron Pit.
Well, I mean, we've got to remind the viewers here, Slayer, this is an important series. Ending bottom 2 in Group Nirvana after the end of this split. You're done for the year, and this is not a long split for Group Nirvana. It is a single round robin. Both these teams have already played 2 matches. This is their 3rd. I believe they only play 5, so it's 2 more after this one to make sure you're not bottom 2. And both of these teams have the potential to be bottom 2. So this last match is really important for standings.
Very important, especially for 2 teams that I'm sure have aspirations to try and play in to Group Ascend, play into those potential playoffs that we will get to even further down the line. We have a Game 3 much shorter down that said line coming out soon between EDG and Ultra Prime. But before we get there, Jack, Give me an official player of the game vote from you, because I know you were a couple places
I feel like this one's really tough. I normally am really happy to say it, but like I don't know. Climber had a great game, but then late game he's just pressing W on Pantheon. Maybe it's Henna. Okay.
And it's Saber.
I mean, I think he did a lot of damage, so maybe like if we could see damage in the course of the game, maybe those late game team fights were really Saber focused. But I think in this game, genuinely, it could be any of Saber, Henna, or Climber. I think they played really well, were instrumental in their team in winning this game. Maybe it's not Henna just because of how the late... Wow, everybody 8 out of 8!
Wow, okay, I mean...
I don't know about that.
He was up 5K gold at the end of the day, but yeah, I've seen... I've seen non-unanimous votes go to some pretty one-sided player of the games, in my opinion. That's wild. All right, so there's
Fair
something
play.
we're not tapped into, Jay Beto. Saber with one of his very few unanimous MVP player of the game rewards, and he has gotten Ultra Prime into a very pivotal Game 3, like you heard Jay Beto talking about. Only 5 series for every single one of these Group Nirvana teams, so you got to make every series count, and especially make Game 3s count. EDG, Ultra Prime, 1-1. The stalemate will be broken with a Game 3 after another break. It all comes down to this, everybody. Our final game of the day, no matter what, a 6-game day for our Nirvana special. EDG taking on Ultra Prime. 1-1 versus 1-1 in a very crowded Group Nirvana standings. Jay Beto, we're still a ways away from playoffs and postseason talk, but this single game feels like the closest we've gotten so far this year.
Yeah, an important game for both teams. And an important draft. I mean, EDG now have the first selection, I'll call it. So whether they want to go back to first pick. Remember, they did pick blue side. They gave side selection up. So maybe not something EDG is too fussed with. A lot of the high priors are out. A lot of the Enchanter supports. So I'm interested. Is it a we play Enchanter support no matter what? Karma's going to get banned. Are we seeing Yuumi? Are we seeing Jana even? We haven't seen that at all this year. Or are we finally going to get some engaged supports? Because there's quite a few off the table. More being banned in the picks and bans every game. Just have to see where EDG want to take off.
You know what? Give me some playmaking onto my supports, mainly for Jouet here. All right. There's only so much playmaking you can do with Enchanters, Lulu, Melio. Jouet made his name really last year with his flashy playmaking ability on champions like Nico. So I'm really sitting here hoping that we give Jouet a player that, again, Xiaohao reportedly wanted them to bring in for this very sort of scenario, playmaking in late game fights, which they've looked pretty not coordinated on the last game. We'll see if that's a strategy EDG employs onto this Game 3 draft.
Yeah, I think range supports that are still available that are probably real. Karma, Bard, Nico, like you said. Both Karma and Bard have been banned in both games so far. Nico hasn't been touched, so whether or not that's still a priority for these teams, left to be seen. Again, there is still those other range supports, or we can start to see a Rakan, we could start to see a Nautilus. Something that, like you said, allows our supports to be a little bit more in the game, fighting with their team, setting up plays. I think that EDG need that. I think that a lot of their game players, like, kind of flubbing engages, trying to make it work. The Nocturne helped, sure, because that was an easy press go button, but that game was lost off of a Xin Zhao engage that really didn't look that pretty.
Hopefully they can put together a beautiful draft game plan as we are getting set, and we are live with our final draft of the day, of the night, wherever you are. Thank you again again. Join us here at LPL English. Let's start diving into this draft, though. Jay Beto, I see that Karma's a banned. I see that Bard is still a banned. Orianna gets banned through this entire series as well, so are we still going to see a Rumble ban upheld? No, the Nami.
The Nami, of course. Totally forgot about that. The Akali would tell me that we could be looking for an Azir here. Also, because Lulu's out of the picture. Lulu, a great counter into Akali. But could be an Azir first pick for Angel.
Rumble?
You've seen Azir come back a little bit. More so in the LCK. The Rumble finally we're picking it.
It gets through. Why not? Great start for EDG. The B1 they wanted. Question now becomes, Jay Beto, what did Ultra Prime like on the trade that they are willing to give away one of those few remaining Z-tier champions in the meta to Edward Gaming?
Invite Talia would make the most sense as a Vi pairing. Good into Azir, and you take away the Vi Rumble pairing. But I don't know how strong Vi Talia is at this point in the meta. I guess there are some of the harder matchups taken away. It's just going to be the Cassante. Wow. Okay, so this leaves Ultra Prime the ability to pick anything on mid if they want to. Xiaohao experimenting with some spicy selections. If it's Skarner, it has to be Azir.
So this is the lesser-known combo. Good call on the Azir Jay Beto of the, I believe it's the serve him up on a skewer sort of style, right? The impale into the equalizer combo. A lot of playmaking ultimates for EDG, nonetheless, as they will round out that top side. You do give Saber a counter pick available, which I'm sure he'll take advantage of here.
Okay.
So
give me something spicy, Saber. Pick it. No, don't pick any.
Go through the thralls of hovers.
Still fine. Still fine.
Silas is fun. More fun than Annie.
Yeah. I agree. I think if you go Vi, Cassante, Annie, the damage is just not there. You're better off going crit Vi at that point. But in the Azir with the Skana, you get that drive into the Azir ult as a wall kind of tech that goes on there, kind of similar to like a Poppy Azir, which they will ban. So again, another counter to Vi. Good into Cassante as well. Great ban from Ultra Prime. But the Sylas has kind of thrown a wrench in this. Very flippy champion. Some good ults here as well. Rumble is not too bad. Skana ult is great. Yes. And I think that has the potential to do a ton of damage when when the lane boils down, when you're in the side lane, when you can approach these team fights.
Nonetheless, Ultra Prime are sporting of insanely low range competition right now with this top side. So Senna ban is a good one, I think. If I'm Leave, I'm trying to think of which marksman do I feel most comfortable on with range, right? I know it's tricky into Vi because you always want a mobility-based champion for that cease and desist, but your best options in Lucian, Ezreal are already off the board here. So I'd like to see him go towards something, that leans into the range. Maybe, it could be an Aphelios, a Jinx, something of that manner.
Yep. Yeah, Tahm Kench could pair well with that. I think the Xayah Rakan is probably off the table with the Sylas. Giving Sylas Rakan ult is really scary. So, I mean, EDG could still go it. Great engage, good teamfight damage, good into Vi. But, again, you're risking giving over that ult. I like the Aphelios mention. I think Nautilus is good into Vi as well, good into Sylas. But again, you're giving over an ult to Sylas. I think Corki's better than the Jhin. Instantly hovered by EDG, actually.
Well, I mean, that does also solve the range issue, right? But it is completely against the grain of the player that Leave is for him to go for something like Jhin. I think Caitlyn also would work pretty well. What would you end up pairing it with, though, at this point?
It's got to be
Caitlyn
Thresh.
Elise? Caitlyn Elise?
Elise is not bad.
Elgone special.
You do go for the 2v2 all-in.
Wow, the Jhin.
Look to snowball, but it will be the Jhin instead. Leona could be good, but you're giving a Sylas ult. Alistar, Sylas ult. I feel like the choices here are not great unless EDG want to go towards an Enchanter, a Janna, a Yuumi. I think that if you pick any engaged support, you're giving more value over to Saber. So EDG will take their time here. It will be the Rel. So not the best for Sylas, but still a really good ult. We haven't seen Rel in ages.
Well, except for last series. We also saw Rel pop up in our Thunder Talk LGD series. So Rel making a resurgence, it sounds like, and I'm a fan only because this allows Jway to start making plays for this team, and that is what I think they really are going to need, because it's another kind of team-fighting-oriented composition here from EDG.
I mean, the Rel prior tonight, apparently really high, but I think this Rakan is actually such a great pick. Rel can't really stop Rakan. Jhin doesn't do anything against Rakan. Azir can shuffle him away, but Rakan, if you're slippery enough, can easily avoid that. Doesn't care about Skana, doesn't care about Rumble. I think that this Rakan on 10 is a great angle to play the team fights, and that's all this Ultra Prime draft is. It is team fighting. We are team fighting.
Both sides.
We have a Cassante, Vi, Sylas. It's going to be tough for EDG. I think I agree with you. Another team fighting draft, more range. I think that if EDG let the gap get closed, it's going to be really tough for these team fights to play out.
And a Jhin game in the bag here for Leaf. He does have, this will be his 18th game on this champion, but a very, polarizing champion when talking about competitive AD carry meta. But it is going to put Leaf in a position that he has not been in all series long and rarely is in. A supportive piece, at least unless this game goes super late. Be interesting to see how Leaf decides to build out this Jhin. I'll have some comments on that, but for now, comments from the crowd. EDG Ultra Prime, Game 3. Unless you're level 1
Or none.
Or none. Everyone's just so antsy to see who can come out on top here.
I will say, I can't hear anything. LPL Jhin win rate. Do you want to take a guess if you don't have it up?
You want me to give you like a percentage or like a win-loss?
Yeah, percentage. Just a gamble.
I don't have it pulled up.
Okay, it's 14 games. It's been played 14 games.
Okay, I'm going to guess like 22%.
You're actually, it's 21.4.
Oh, I was almost close enough to a rounda. That's still
Yeah.
abysmal, though. Wow.
That's pretty terrible.
Way though, crash down on the Henna, gets the barrier out. Leaf has been able to cycle through 2 entire magazines almost. He has that crit shot available to make sure Henna can't step up to the wave. So I really like how Jue and Leaf utilize the brush to force Henna off of this wave early.
I think, talking about Jin, I think there are 2 main reasons that I would say Jins aren't finding a lot of value. The first one is that people are just genuinely picking Jin into Nocturne, which is ridiculously unplayable. I don't know why people are doing this. Nocturne, Pantheon, not good into that. It's not good into Bard. A lot of these times Jin gets picked into those because you can live the lane, right? But then the team fights are so hard for you to play. The other reason, and this is a bit of a strange one, I don't really feel like Jin has a great build path right now.
Well,
Stormrazor came back and I was like really happy about it. But then like, some people going RFC, some people going IE. I don't really know if he's found a great spot.
well, so, Jay Beto, my opinion is that there is only one true Jin build.
Okay.
Only one correct Jin route, right? I think a lot of Jin's win rate got tanked because a lot of people last year were going like the Yomu's rush, right? Like the Dowdy rush into the rapid fire cannon.
Yeah.
Like there was no real punch in that build, right? There was 0. So that was really problematic. But I do believe I'm glad you mentioned Stormrazor. To me, trying to play crit, trying to scale into a later game to bring big damage is the route to go. So for me, it's like Stormrazor into IE. Some people have done Hexoptics into IE. That's the type of path I think that can make Jin somewhat viable in game states, like you mentioned, that don't involve a Nocturne jumping on your head.
Do you remember the Shiv RFC build?
I hated it.
That was
Hated
awful.
it. Awful. Hopefully we won't see, we're going to see Rapid Fire Cannon. There's no way around it, but hopefully it will come later in the game here for Leave. Did see a bit of push and pull onto Climbers. He tried to secure the trade of Scuttle Crabs, but this is the first game in our series where our junglers decide to handshake being, nuisances in their opposing jungles. They're instead going to try and do it in the lane. This Climbers looking for a level 4 gank here onto Leave. Deadly Flourish won't land. Knocking from the Great Entrance. Just, pushing Jue away from Henna, who wants to crash this big wave. So nothing but a hover coming out here from the LGD jungler. Unless Henna gets hit with a Deadly Flourish. Crit shot from Leave. Not going to be enough damage, but it does buy them enough time to kind of put this wave in a really nice spot here for EDG's bottom lane.
I mean, Leave doesn't have mana, so this freeze won't last too long. Ultra Prime will lose a bit because of the resets that are coming through, but as soon as Ultra Prime, you got to be careful. Here we go. You got to be careful with holding this wave because you'll get stuck under tower if you don't take a base. So this means that EDG are going to lose some minions as well. Not as much. He actually cancelled his base. I don't know if I got 1 minion and then ended up basing again. I'm not sure if I know why that happened. He's still going to lose a bunch of minions.
Did he time it right? Okay, so I think he's going to hold the casters. They're not going to get hit by the turret. So it's usually what? The rule, it's 4 that you want to keep in this wave.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
3's not bad.
You definitely don't want to get caught there by the base of Henna. So both coming back out, and Leave has a Dirk. Now,
Not a good sign.
Yeah, I'm also an 80 carry player, and I know something about items. Unfortunately, Stormrazor does not build out of a Dirk.
it does?
Would we prefer Collector or Yomu's this game?
I would much prefer Collector because that at least gets me some crit chance, which I think is, again, the main game you want to play with Jin. But I'm afraid this is going to be Yomu's. So not a good start here for Leave on my gauge of the Jin build paths.
We'll have to see. I don't want to make any before game woes apparent, but this has to come up a little bit because the Jin win rate has just been so low compared to past years in which Jin has been really, really nice. But pretty slow early game, 5 minutes in. No kills, pretty stable lanes, pretty even. Like Rumble doesn't have a lead, Azir doesn't have a lead. And I feel like you'd like that to be the case. Like Rumble has just got a plate, so there's that. But realistically, not that crazy. And Angel is actually down gold. Saber doing a really good job of finding CS, TPing back in, Sylas, one of those champions you have to trade your health for in lane to get the CS, so he's been doing that pretty well.
Yeah, good call out. Surprising to see him up at least a wave and change. But we're going to have a fight over this first dragon. Xiao's trying to use the Ixtal's impact to maybe look for a gank. Instead, he spots Climber on this dragon. Saber's the first one to run over, and, well, that does a kind of 2 for the price to 1 play there for Ultra Prime. Shuts down a Xiao Hao gank and gets them one of the earliest drakes of this series.
Yeah, I think both teams a bit hesitant to really pull the trigger. Obviously, it's an important game. We've been talking about that a bunch. Saber just takes the ult. Normally, you have like the Azir kind of mini game of trading flash for flash. Is this all out?
Welcome to another fun game of top lane chicken. ZDC already used his ult earlier, so Saus is like, all right, I'll go all out, see if I can get a decent trade into you. ZDC's going to survive, though, and that should keep both these guys in the lane. Neither have teleport available.
So what I was talking about with the Sylas and the Azir is normally the Azir is kind of like a game of chicken you were talking about, where you flash, don't you flash, do you get flashed out with ult? The curtains have opened.
Okay, slow on
is
to
a
Henna.
kill.
Xiao Su's going to take up. Force shot does land on Henna. Xiao Hao,
Okay.
with ultimate, threatens enough to force Henna to flash.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. That felt a little bit early, but Lee's doing a really good job of pushing Henna out. We've seen this all 3 games, I feel like,
Yes.
where Henna is in between his 2 towers, getting zoned away from any CS. Leave has a bit of mana woes, but that's not too bad, not too big of a deal. But yeah, with the Sylas, with the ult, the game of chicken becomes double-sided, where you both need to think about your flash, you both need to be concerned about when the other is going to ult, and Saber did steal that ult, as Xiao Hao will push Climber away from his Grump. He says, that's my frog.
Oh, no. Oh, Jay Beto. I see a Warhammer in Leaves inventory. That's Yomu's, isn't it? That locks it in?
Yes, that is. I don't think that Collector has ability haste,
No,
so it's got to be Yomu's.
I think it has a cloak, it's cloak, dagger, and longsword. So,
Wait, hang on. Is it? I don't think it is.
am I wrong?
I feel like
I
I feel
could
like
be wrong.
Yomu's is AD, lethality, and movement speed. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
Maybe I'm
I'm
stupid.
talking about the collector build. I was talking about the collector build.
Yeah, but
Collector.
I'm not saying. I'm saying I'm not sure if it is Yomu's. Like, what if it's like Serpent's Fang first item or something?
Well, that would just be even dumber. I fear. I think. I mean, hey, you can, if you want to argue.
Opportunity?
Oh man, the more things you say, oh, you're right. This is not. You're right. It's a Rectrix that builds into Yomu's.
It's movement speed.
Wow.
So what is he building, guys?
Is
What's
this
the
actually
worst
an opportunity
case?
rush?
Could be opportunity. Not too bad, I guess. If this was next patch, I mean, maybe it's the new, the buffed or changed cycloptic sword. You know, that has
I don't
ability
know.
haste on it, and that looks okay,
I'm
kind of
hard
decent.
pressed
But
to try and figure out what exactly
this game, I
this
really don't know.
could be here for Leave.
We'll have
but
to see,
It'll very. Oh,
and we'll have to judge based on how the game goes.
oh, okay. I didn't think about this. It could definitely be a hubris, which. If it's Umbral, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm pretty sure it's going to be hubris now. Thank you to our production team for keeping us figured out. Yeah, Dirt Cloak Pickaxe. Yeah, that was the collector. Regardless, this is going to be Leave indexing into something that gives him some decent chunk damage early on, and he will fall off a cliff, and especially will do no damage in mid-game if he goes Rapid-Fire Cannon, no matter what this is. Hubris is at least a little bit more stomachable.
Okay,
It's
there it
a
is.
snowballing item, and it will be the Hubris.
The thing is this it kind of turns Jin into like a reset champion. You know, you even if you've got like 70 stacks, you know, you're getting 70 extra AD, you need that first kill. The item is useless if you die. You need to get a kill to give you that AD. I honestly, my opinion on this item is a lot of champions are really starved for genuinely good lethality items. That like, guys, I'm just gonna go hubris.
I mean, I've seen the hubris, you know, built on champions 80 carries from Jin's identity to Smolder. The point that needs to be driven home with Leave going for this is, you know, you need to be proactive and being in fights to get the most out of this hubris to gain extra attack damage. We'll have to see, because this game has been slow as molasses, as you pointed out earlier. We are up the approaching 11 minutes, and we have had no kills. We've had, I mean, I don't even, maybe a flash? Hijacked ultimate? So Jay Bennett, my question to you is, this slow of an early game heading into mid game, who do you feel like this benefits most?
I feel like it's the Ultra Prime lanes. Saber has just gone through all lane completely for free. Hasn't need to flash, hasn't need to use any ult. He's up CS. It's kind of insane to me that Saber has not been ganked, not been, not had a hard lane at all. And when this Sylas comes in and gets onto your Jhin or gets onto your Azir with a Skarner ult, with an Azir ult, with a Rel ult, that is a lot of damage. He has the Rocket Belt finish now too, but EDG, first of the Dragon.
EDG gonna look to try and keep Ultra Prime out of the pit here. There's cease and desist into the quickness combo on to leave. Crashdown comes through for Dway, and the flash is perfect. The skewer comes through as well for Sao on to 4. Allows Angel to set all the Sand Soldiers up to rip through Ultra Prime. 4th shot to set up the final kill onto Henna, and it's only Saber left. Dway will finally drop, but it's too little, too late. Ixtal's impact slamming Saber back to base. EDG, they ace with a kill on the top side from CDZ as well.
Yeah, that's an amazing ult from the Skarner. Just takes over the fight, and Saber, I mean, you can see he does work. He dies last, he does a bit of damage, but the pure disrupt and CC from the EDG comp is just too much in this engage. Like, the Vial doesn't really get a whole lot done. The Emperor's Divide is great. The ult from Xiaohao is great. Mana Storm is great. So we take a look back here. Xiaoxia tries to go in. Lands onto the backline. Awesome. Xiaoxia flashes onto the Azir as well. But there's not enough damage right now. Saber is just not hitting. And it's just completely saved. I can't believe Xiaohao hit a 3-man ult there.
I can't believe Dway gets to flash out there. Xiaoxia, he was charging with the quickness. I just think Henna couldn't get in space to get that damage down, and, well, what's the one advantage we really gave over to ADG was the range threat. Oh my god.
TPing.
Okay, so ZDC gets interrupted TPing, and I guess he just wins the 1v1 outright.
Yeah, this is really bad because not only does EDG already win the fight, but then Sasa dies anyway in the 1v1. So it'd be one thing if Sasa sacrificed himself, canceled the Rumble TP, and then Ultra Prime won in a massive fashion. But they haven't. So now both sides of the map are down.
Saber, hijacks. No, there's just not enough damage. Saber isn't that scaled up. ZDC's just going to shrug off the full combo from Saber. Maybe try to stall. Yeah, the rest of Ultra Prime down here. They're looking for a pick here on the ZDZ.
He has ult. This should be impossible.
Climber. Does he pull the trigger? Oh, ZDC's going to back off. And they're going to call off the dive.
I think a smart decision. I don't think that you're... Well, this might be a better, a better dive.
We don't have to go after Rumble. Let's go after the mobile AD carry. Season assist, quickness charm. And the grand entrance knockup. Shut down that easy for Climber. Response here from EDG. They want to go after the Cassante. Maybe the hardest of the 3 dive options we looked at in this last minute, and they will not commit on the Sasa.
So, I'm sorry. I have to bring something. I have been drive-by'd by a build. And it is Hubris Phantom Dancer Jhin.
I have nothing. I don't know. Move speed, hell of a drug here for Leave. I guess. I don't know how that's not a rapid fire cannon. Yeah, I don't know. Which, by the way, for everybody that's being snippy about builds, I know Phantom Dancer and rapid fire cannon aren't the same build. It's 2 daggers and a Zeal versus whatever the
Scout Slingshot
on the rapid fire cannon. The Zeal. Yep. All right. On to the Herald for EDG. Angel has been left alone, top side. And, he's gold min-maxing right here. He's like, all right, I need to get rid of as many minions as I can, and then I'll take the first turret. So gets that first turret off the board, and Cao Hao is going to be untouched going for this next Herald. EDG liking the pace they're playing with after that big fight win.
Yeah, I was concerned for EDG based on... Oh, hang on. Nice little catch here potentially, but Zhui able to crash down over the wall. I was concerned because the lanes weren't looking that strong for EDG. The Rumble was not winning that hard. As he was actually losing, the Jhin is a Jhin. But now ZDZ with the first item and boots ends up solo killing Sasa pretty easily. Angel has a pretty decent lead working on his second item now. And Leave, 1.6k up. Regardless of what items you're building, if you have more of them than the enemy, probably going to do more damage. And it's Cloud Soul too. And Cloud Soul with Rel, Azir, Skarner. That's a pretty dangerous combo.
I would, you know, if you built Storm Razor, it'd be really nice on Jhin too, because that's
true.
The benefit of that build is just glide around.
He's not even going movement speed boots. It's tank boots. This guy doesn't like movement speed.
Yeah, he's not a fan of movement speed. He just wants to shrug off all the damage. But he knows what's going to come. I mean, it's going to be Gritzer or PC here for Climber and company with their strategy of going after Leave. I guess the hope is here for Leave that an EDG, if they go after Leave, Angel's untouched, ZDZ's untouched. One of the few games this series that we see Edward Gaming relying on their solo lanes more than their AD carry acquisition they made going into the 2026 year.
Let's see how they can transition these solo lanes though. Angel by himself, or hang on, Climber's around. There's a TP as well.
Angel is going to walk right into the waiting arms of
Oh.
Saber.
Oh.
Cease and desist, follows the flash in time, and Angel is doomed. Nice TP flank there from Saber. Some gold back in the pocket of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, that makes the mid lane pretty even now. Also has Dark Seal, so any stacks gonna feel pretty good. But a mistake from Angel. I mean, was just about to talk about how he's happy in the side lane against a Cassante. There's no solo kill potential because, you know, Silas loves to be in the side lane against an Azir. And then our graphic happens.
Another Nirvana song there, yeah. Talking about what we've highlighted at multiple points, or especially early on in this series. Ultra Prime are very comfortable just waiting out until they can win those later fights and take the game themselves. We'll see if they'll be able to do that in this one. They still got a lot of gold to make up for. Looking to go after this top tier 1 turret. Climber and Saber duoed up, but there's always a trade here. And for Edward Gaming, it's still on the bot side. They will grab the second Cloud Soul and pay the gold toll of their tier 1 top lane turret.
So, I think there's a discussion happening in Ultra Prime in their comms right now, which is, what does Climber do in this draft? If he ults in, and he gets a really nice buffer like he just had onto Angel, looks great. If that doesn't happen, he probably just dies when he doesn't have G8, which is going to be a while. He has 2 items now, but it's going to be a while. Saber is probably the strongest member on the team and will remain so unless Henna gets a ton of gold injected. So you have this really good engage identity from Ultra Prime with the Rakan, with the Vi, and Silas can match with that. But I feel like the last fight we saw that was like it was a 4v4 team fight, EDG with their ults were just able to lock down Ultra Prime a little bit more effectively. So who is the target? Who are we snapping on? Is it Angel, who might have ult? Is it Leave, who might be really, really far away, also has flash? I think it's a conversation that Ultra Prime need to be having.
It's a tough one too, and I think that's why EDG have drafted in such a premier way to really avoid this engaged snap like you're talking about, Jay Beto, in the sense that Skarner can just kind of impale anyone on top of his back line. Dwayne and Magnet Storm suck everybody into a crash now to try and pull them off of their ranged carries. It's all about the positioning of Angel and Leave behind this easy-to-execute comp for EDG, inviting Ultra Prime to do the very thing that they've drafted for. It's another game where I feel like Edward Gaming have played a sound early game phase. Can they just close out on an advantageous position?
Pretty fun build from Xiaohao. Bit of sustain, and then, you know, more of a supportive build. I'm going to stay alive, CC as much as possible, and then have the attack speed for my Azir and my Jhin. But mostly the Azir. The problem is, Saber caught back that gold lead completely. It was a couple of hundred after the kill, but now it's dead even. Got 2.5 minutes on this dragon. So time for... Oh, we're going again? No TP on Saber. Would be hard.
Doesn't look like it. I'm still seeing a lot of pings flying through nonetheless. Just going to be the mid-wave cleared out. TP coming to the bot side here. Oh, immediately matched by Angel. ZDZ cease and desist combo across. His equalizer is late. And now Angel's stuck. Good
Oh.
Emperor's Divide, though, throws Saber off him mid-flash. Now Climber's trying to auto his way out. Saber looking to rejoin the fight with Scott Duck, but it doesn't matter. Climber gets it done on his own. Leaf trying to come to rescue the fight. The Impale will land, but both bottom lanes have showed up, and EDG is caught in the meat grinder. Only Leaf to try and escape. But it's a quadra kill for Climber. Are they going to try and get him the pentakill on the Vi? He's looking for the chase down. He flashes after it, and it's stolen. No, Henna.
What a fight from Ultra Prime. The goal is completely back in their favor. You can see Ultra Prime way more focused with winning the game, and they might just have done that with that play. Saber is completely online here, and the Emperor's Divide was great. Looked like it might have been able to kill Saber, but he buys so much time. Really nice side lane play onto ZDZ, and then looks like Angel can do enough damage. Saber gets his flash caught, but he gets into the brush and there's no vision, so Saber can buy time for his cooldowns to come back up, and also crucial his team to rotate back in. I can't believe he lives this too.
Oh, I mean, that quickness grand entrance combo, it's a thing of beauty. And you know what, Jay Beto, you said the point. It's somewhat valid. They want to play for the win. Let's get the gold on the AD carry. I don't care about that, man. We've never seen a Vi pentakill in the history of competitive League of Legends play.
Really? Maybe Henna should have tanked. Maybe he should have died for it. I need that stat. I need someone to tell me, has there ever been a Vi pentakill?
I'll be happily wrong.
Could have been right then.
In tier 1. It's just a champion that is not designed to get even quadra kills alone.
Well, Climber after a pretty quiet first game. I mean, not all to his fault. Really got run around the map by Xiaohao on the Nocturne. Great Pantheon game, and now I was talking about a bit earlier that it can be tough in a full team fight to find targets with this Vi against like the kind of bunker that's available for EDG, but the side lane with Saber finding these picks, really good look for Ultra Prime, but they still have to stay focused. They've got a bit of a lead, but this is Cloud Soul point if EDG get it.
They're working their way down from the mid lane. Flank set up here for Salsa. Good scrying orb. We'll spot him. So the flank has fizzled out here. Hijacked equalizer online here for Saber. This Climber will aggro the Cloud Dragon. Both supports trying to find an angle in to force a team fight, but neither really finding much wiggle room. Dragon slowly being whittled down here by Ultra Prime as Leave looking for a nice deadly flourish. Can put Salsa out. Henna takes a huge lick of damage there coming across from Angel. Already expends the barrier. Hard to get the Corki into this fight. Salsa's going to go looking for the quick to go on top of Leave. The equalizer comes down. Hijack. All out comes across from Sauce on the backside of the fight. Leave is already out. Xiaohao going to hold the impale, but Saber goes into the stasis first. CDC fully nuking damage on top, but Saber will not drop. He flashes out. It's all on to Angel. Lethal Temple fully stacked out. They're leaving Climber to duke it out with the Dragon. It's a fight win for Ultra Prime, but all their health bars are too low to secure the Dragon. EDG do get the Cloud Soul point.
Yeah, even though they go down members, it takes a lot of resources from Ultra Prime. This is kind of the problem that we were talking about with this Ultra Prime draft. Who does Vi ult? I mean, the snap onto Leave it's cute, but he's not really the primary target. It takes a lot of HP to actually kill Leave. The Rumble ult is nice, but look at how much space EDG are buying on the front line. Henna is half health from the start. Another great impale from Xiaohao. And after that, when you're not synced up, when you're not playing the fight together, Saber's low, he has to leave. Henna never participates in the fight. Even though the numbers goes to Ultra Prime, the Dragon, and the health advantage goes to EDG.
It feels so tough to play this Ultra Prime comp out in a 5v5. The range is really just such a problem, and it's mainly Angel to deal with. You just got to think, you know, a later fight comes across Jay Beto. Hold on, pick play might be coming across here for Climber first. They're TPing to commit to this.
Feels desperate.
Way had to crash down over the wall. Cease the assist being held on as Angel makes a turret of his own. Got Xiaohao in the area as well. They're going to look to try and turn on to Leave again, but he gets interrupted. Cease and Assist goes on top of the Skarner. Good hijacked Shuriman shuffle. Gets rid of Xiaohao. Now Angel's caught up by Sasa. He's going to have to flash away from the big tanky Kasante. Deadly Flourish flashed away from Sasa. Not going to get snared up. But Ultra Prime, they have a gold ticket towards the Baron. It's 30 seconds until EDG Xiaohao even joins back onto the Rift.
This game is on a knife's edge, Slayer. TP back in to the mid lane from Angel means I think EDG want to try to contest this. With no jungle, it's tough.
This is the exact same walk-in that lost them game 2. Can they make it work? 5 versus 4. It's Sasa onto the front line. Gets a huge jump on top of the Rumble. The streamage over Angel is not good enough. GA is going to come out on the back end from Climber as Angel goes into the stasis. Saber flashes away from Leave, trying to get these crit shots down. Angel goes for the hero play, but Saber will live. Leave finds one, but now he's faced with his own curtain call. Good flash away from one. Turns it back on to Climber. Goes for his own curtain call in the face of Sasa. He immediately gets interrupted, but Leave, the sole survivor, keeps Ultra Prime away from the Baron.
Yeah, crucially, no Baron take for Ultra Prime here. Again, it felt a bit too early, Slayer, but Angel and Leave play that fight so well on a knife's edge, and they're able to do just enough damage so that Ultra Prime are not comfortable to do their Baron. But this game is really EDG's team fighting against Ultra Prime finding picks. That starts because they try to find a pick, they end up catching out Xiaohao, who rotates over to help. We're going to take a look back at the Baron, however. I think that Henna does a ton in this, but Leave genuinely untouched the entire fight. He's just hitting. The stolen curtain call is quite pretty as well. But like, look at this movement against Xiaoxia. Dodges the engage on the left here. And manages to take him down. And, oh, hold on.
Go back to live. EDG standing up as tall as 5 in the mid lane. Baron is still the focus of both of these teams. Xiaohao looking to get revenge after he was picked off in that last fight. Still a 4K gold lead here for Ultra Prime, but we talked about fake gold leads before, Jay Beto. I don't know how real this feels with all of this gold lead majorly being on to Climber's Vi.
Yeah, also, no GA. Like, he has the item. That costs a lot of gold. It's down. So that is a useless slot. It's giving him a bit of AD and some armor. But EDG, despite being down gold, again, how real is that? They're on Cloud Soul Point, which, if you were talking about dodging the engage from Ultra Prime, weaving in like we saw Angel and Leave do in that last fight, and playing out the fight on their terms when they want to take the fights, I think Cloud Soul is a really good option for that. It's going to make it harder and harder for the Ultra Prime draft to catch up. I mean, Vi and Rakan can go really fast, but I don't know how fast Corki and Cassante can really go to actually layer in the damage after the Ultra Prime engage.
They're going to have to rely on flanks. They need to break up this 5-stack for EDG that can just front to back the entirety of these fights. It's Climber again looking for that flank. ZDC's going to face check into him. Climber not going to commit. Sway will crash down. Magnet Storm combo. Saber immediately into the stasis. The curtain call's doing work as both Climber and Salsa are pushed on the wrong side of the fight. The Flame Spitter gets a double up from ZDC. And this time, EDG reigns supreme, wrangling all of Ultra Prime into their waiting arms. It's only Sasa left up to tell the tale. But EDG have got themselves the Cloud Soul that could clinch them this series.
Yeah, should be able to get the Baron as well. But for once in this series, EDG, with the agency, they make the play first. A beautiful engage from EDG. They catch out Ultra Prime's engage. Cloud Soul now as well. Baron shortly after. And Ultra Prime, even though they have a gold lead, it feels like their time is kind of run out. So on a ward, ZDZ, nearly the target of the engage here, but that is ridiculous, by the way. And then a beautiful, after Climber doesn't have punch, that's the go button. They take down Climber, they take down Xiaoxia. Look at Angel. He's just completely free hitting. No one's there. The curtain call is free hitting as well. What a fight from EDG.
And what started it all? Jay Beto, what was EDG missing this entire series so far? Jway back on a playmaker, showing shades of what he was able to do in Group Ascend in 2025 with that masterful rel engage like you called out. And all of a sudden, we've leveled out the playing field. The gold lead completely diminished. EDG up a couple hundred, but like we talked about, the Cloud Soul's the real victory here. It's going to be even harder to make any of these pick plays work as we see Angel correctly back away from an Ultra Prime overload. He's going to walk back up to the wave, and, well, there's the caster curse. I mean, the Emperor's Divide is a fleeting hope. He puts up the turret.
TPing?
Stasis, they're TPing. EDG are going to try to make this work. but they're completely
I don't know.
disjointed. Now ZDZ's just the target. He flashes somehow, doesn't get Emperor's Divided back towards the rest of Ultra Prime. But a real head-scratching call there from Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it feels like a bit late. Your Azir is not going to live that long. Maybe Angel called it. I have Zhonya's guys. I have a tower coming up. Like, we can fight this, but really well played. Ultra Prime continue to find value with their ability to get picks on unsuspecting members. Just praising Angel for his, you know, cognizant ability to read that there was a gank coming, and then as soon as you say that, he walks forward. Bit unfortunate for Angel, but it will stifle this Baron a big amount. Maybe we can get a tier 2 in bot lane and in a turret in bot. But this should be going to an Elder. I think that Ultra Prime finding that pick buys them enough time to get to an Elder Drake, and anybody can win there. But the issue is, I was so sure about this Rakan being kind of unkept by EDG. I really feel like this Rakan has been mostly unimpactful in the team fights for Ultra Prime. There isn't really a whole lot that should be able to stop him. No guaranteed engage. He should be able to dodge it all, but Joue's kind of showing him how it's done.
Well, they have a bit of extra help with Climber getting his GA back up and available, but the siege has started with a little bit left of the Baron. Curtain Call going to come down if Saber gets hit with a deadly flourish. Climber off to the side. Keep your eyes look for this flank. He's spotted on a ward, though. EDG are look to try and capitalize and jump on a Climber. Wall breakers over the wall to safety. Baron, maybe one more wave remaining, but EDG are really cognizant of the fact that Climber wants to make this flank work, and they won't throw this push away for the chance at a tier 2 turret. They're going to respect Climber as he leaves and spots and is spotted exiting towards the mid lane.
I think really good vision from EDG. Obviously, with the captive audience, it's a little bit easier. He's just spotted the whole way. But still, it's crazy that EDG, with Climber on this flank, even with Baron, they're not happy at all to take a fight when Climber is in a good position to find a great engage. It's how important the pick style of Ultra Prime is compared to, you know, this peel from EDG, from the range from EDG. We were talking about in draft, if Ultra Prime can get on top of EDG, fight looks a lot harder, but items getting completed on both sides. We're truly entering the late game Slayer. Azir working on 4, Jhin working on 5, and a similar story, Saber and Henna working on 4 as well. So Angel and Leave, mostly Leave, still the strongest members in the game, but Ultra Prime are getting some pretty important items online.
ZDZ also nearly 3,000 up in his own accord. Really going to help bring some more of that AP damage to the table that Angel is also at the forefront of. And we're going to get more time. I think you were correct in your assessment there, Jack, of the fact that EDG feel confident in a 5v5. They've won some big fights around the Drake pit. They're willing to try and flip this game at Elder if it comes down to it.
Yeah, it's a risk, though. In both of them spawning pretty quickly. We saw last game, Trigger was pulled before the objective spawned by EDG, and it didn't look very pretty. This time, this game, EDG have been finding a lot better engages. That is a great shout by the observers. That ward, TP available for Sasa and Saber, and it's gone unchecked. So that'll stay there indefinitely. It's a control ward. So at any point, Ultra Prime can pull the trigger. It means that if EDG have control over the Dragon Pit, you can cheat the tempo by putting Saber behind, by putting Sasa. It should be Saber behind. It could be both, to be honest. But that means that, I mean, we saw how EDG felt about flanks.
Flanks is all that Ultra Prime can cling to in this fight. So great call by you and the observers for toggling that pink ward, as it could be a difference maker as we get closer and closer towards a scuffle with old Greybeard himself. Less than 30 seconds away till Elder hits the rift. And both our teams are doing it NA style. We like to call it NA Ram. Everybody in the mid lane looking to fight it on out. Turret can come up here from Angel. He takes a decent chunk, but keep your eye on Climber, still so committed to finding a good flank.
Yep, this is where the ward is going to come in importantly, because the TP is going to be necessary to break this mid-control. Climber trying to get an angle. He is not spotted. He's in a pocket of vision there. I don't think he's been seen on the ward in the brush. Maybe seen...
Still not spotted.
No, still. Okay, he's seen now. They've seen him now.
Oh,
haven't pinged him, actually.
No,
Maybe they haven't seen him.
What a wrap here. By the way, Leave is soloing Elder right now as EDG look to stall. They're looking for
This is
Climber. Where
beautiful.
is he? Now he's finally going to go. He's going to look after Angel. Doesn't get the
Oh!
stasis off. Big knockup, but look at the turn from Dway and the flame spinner from CDC.
No
Burns
way!
down all the hopes and dreams of Ultra Prime just like that. CDC calls game. CDC calls series. And we're gaming on top.
And the flank is so beautiful, Slayer, but it's not enough. He goes behind. Angel gets one shot. But the peel from EDG, leave free hitting, the damage from ZDZ, it's too much for Ultra Prime, and EDG will take a big breath of relief, which will ease their woes about being eliminated in Split 3.
2-1, gonna make a marvel of a difference with every series counting, only 5 of them. And EDG, 2-1 through 3, even if it took everything out of them.
It took everything out of me. That was crazy. What a game. I love that we got a real test of game plans from both these teams. You see how EDG wants to play. It's very specific. They want to stick together, look for their CC ults, give space to Angel and leave. And then for Ultra Prime, they have to have these flanks. When they find picks, it looks great. And even though they do find a pick towards the end, it's still not enough. EDG's team fighting on top.
Want to look back at that fight. I'm sure we'll get the replay later on here, Jay Beto, but the AoE power. You talked about the peel, but just the fact that it's a combo that we have kind of forgotten about, right? As the meta in supports has shifted away from these big-time engagers. But now it's all coming back to me. The Rel Rumble sync up.
Yep.
We forgot about it. I think Ultra Prime might have a little bit too, and we all just got reminded today.
I mean, as soon as Angel died, I was ready to chalk it up for Ultra Prime. Like, that's what they needed. They found Angel, massive damage dealer. They haven't been able to really land on top of him so far in these fights. And then EDG just managed to collect Ultra Prime in a pocket, and the AoE damage, like you said, is still too much.
Yeah, what a performance there from ZDZ. What a performance from both of our teams. You know, we came in with expectations for both of these squads. Jay Beto, Ultra Prime riding on a bit of a high after the LGD upset. EDG on a bit of a low swing off of their LGD series. And I think the series had everything we expected, both highs and lows for either of our squads.
I think that EDG still have some concerns around team fights, but that did look a lot better. They did feel more comfortable, more set out in their game plan. And for Ultra Prime, one of my issues with their series before, prior to this was that their early games weren't that great. And I think that Ultra Prime showed that doesn't have to be the case. So I think both teams showing off positive growth. Unfortunately, there's 2 series left. You need to be winning them from here on out as Ultra Prime if you don't want to get eliminated.
Yeah, big time tests coming for Ultra Prime, indeed. It is very valuable, though, that, you know, if we have some time, a production team, if we can get the standings back up for a potential second here before we roll post-game stats. The point I want to make here is when we talk about the rest of the series here for Ultra Prime, who are now, you know, slot into that 5th place, it is really valuable that their one win is on currently top spot LGD.
Yeah, that's important. Also that it went to 3. Again, good for both teams if they lost, but Ultra Prime, because they did lose, still happy for them. I will say, maybe this is a genuine support player of the game.
Hey, listen, music to my ears. Sway
Justice
was
for supports
outstanding in this one. I also think, like, well, maybe that's why you should give it to Dway. I was about to say, like, I'm down to always give, like, player of the game to the guy that wins them the last fight. So I was like, maybe ZDZ gets it, but GZ doesn't do what he does unless Dway gets that setup. So I'm kind of with you. I'm just excited to watch through these replays because we really saw in this game 3, Jay Beto, both comps get done what they wanted to do, it felt like, in this game at different points. And there's the LPL gold graph we've been waiting for all night.
There's that lower third. That is exactly what this looks like. I will say it's likely that ZDC gets the player of the game. Not that he doesn't deserve it, but he did do a lot of damage, won that team fight. But I think the fight before this, when Climber uses his punch, ZDZ dodges it by, I think, accident. And then,
even
which
reaction
is
time is not
unfortunate.
that fast. I'm willing to bet. But if it was, fair enough.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then Zhui engages. I feel like there needs to be some votes for Zhui. I think he had a really, really good game. In a series where, I mean, on Enchanter supports, there's not a ton you can really do. Finding those ults like that really just wins you games.
It's what, and again, like thinking back to last year, the impact Jway was able to have in Group Ascend, it was doing things like that. These like big team fight ultimates. He was a huge Nico guy. He obviously has to pick up the enchanters. He plays them fine, but when we talk about EDG and their kind of plateau, their slow sort of start to this Nirvana with a team that we expect on paper to really perform and look to kind of promote into Ascend potentially, I feel like nobody was under as much pressure as Jway, as the new guy that the EDG's jungler specifically wanted to get in here to perform. And how poetic would it be to get him a player of the game in a Game 3 that could mean so much for those Group Ascend aspirations for Edward Gaming?
Yeah, I still want to say that Ultra Prime did a really good job of finding picks in the side lane, finding opportunities. The flank was really pretty. And like you said, I am excited to see it back. I can't believe we nearly got a Vibe Penta. I think the update was that the only Vibe Penta in Pro Play was last year by Jeje? I'm sorry, by Junja.
Junja. Yeah, so, listen, I'm willing to be wrong. I was wrong. You can't blame me for thinking that there's never been a Vibe Pentakill. That's not the champion. Here's that team fight.
Yeah, so this is the first one where Leave gets engaged on, again, a great engage by Jway, a great counter engage. Henna's zoned away. This is where it really felt like EDG's game plan became superior around these dragons. This was another incredible fight where they're able to turn. I feel like this is too early, but Angel and Leaf are able to pull out like a 2v5 and stop the Baron.
I mean, ZDZ gets picked, and that's what makes this so tough. But yeah, I'm glad these two fights are where I felt like the game plan was really working, because they don't win the fight, but they stall out. Yeah. Well, actually, I think that dodge was natural, because he saw him with the Seekers.
Yeah, that's incredible. I will be going back over that, because if that's the case, maybe it is a ZDZ player of the game. That's unbelievable that he dodges that. Maybe he just had a spidey sense for it, you know? But this is the last fight. Climber goes on to Angel. Xiaoxi's engage is great. But the engage from Jway, it's so good with the Rumble ult. It's ridiculous.
You know what? It's definitely Jway, but the meat skewer comp style, it was also Xiao Hao who gets multiple of those people and roasts them over the fire of that equalizer. Man, I wish we had access to, that single damage, single fight damage stats. Because the amount of damage that equalizer did on its own has got to be ludicrous.
Maybe it's a player of the game for just the entire team. I mean, they played so well.
Not Leave. I'm not giving it a Leave, bro. Nope.
Adapting in that game is really impressive. So, yeah, I think that Ultra Prime had a great game plan. It just didn't hold up under the stress of EDG's team fighting, which was excellent. But going forwards, I don't think Ultra Prime should be feeling too upset about that. Like you mentioned, they took they took a series off of a top standing team that they were not favored to do. So they're not out yet, but backs are against the wall in the coming next two series.
Without a doubt. We are closing in on ending the year for some of our Group Nirvana teams and potential Group Ascension. Easy dunk on that one for some of these squads potentially going up against those Group Ascend teams. That does conclude the Nirvana Day special that did not disappoint. 6 full games on the slate. A big shout out, of course, to all of these great performances from guys like ZDZ. We saw Saber have a standout performance. Shout out to those guys. But the final shout out, Jay Beto, I need to give to two very important people, and that being our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mong. Shout out you two. Their pledge financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL product every single day. So shout out to Aaron, Soup, and Mong. Every day, well, that implies tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed the Nirvana special, because we are back to Group Ascend for more action tomorrow. That matchup, of course, featuring Top Esports and AL. Oh, there's the schedule. Thank you so much, production. Top Esports versus AL and Weibo versus IG. You can see it there, I believe. Yeah, so you can see it there on your screen now. those matchups are locked and loaded. So we will see you guys back there on LPL English. Jay Beto, my friend, any final remarks before we close this thing out?
Don't play Jin, but then do play Jin. I mean, he won. So I don't know. A plus to the win rate.
All right. So, well, Jay Beto, we're going to give you some time to figure out how you feel about Jin, because that's going to close out our show. So see you guys back here. Same time as always, Group Ascend action at LPL English. Until then, take care, and we'll see you when we see you.